by David Price, narrated by Peter McGovern. A note from the author. Bomber Command drew young men from all over the Commonwealth, tens of thousands of them who thrilled at the thought of flying. They were trained thoroughly and then asked to perform extraordinary technical feats while packed into a flying metal tube. They were all volunteers who exposed themselves to extraordinary dangers. The lives of these men became intertwined in the formation of a crew, each with its own characteristics and unique personality. In examining one such crew, it was my desire to represent the thousands of others who served quietly and bravely throughout the Second World War. I wish the emphasis to be not on war heroes, whose exploits placed them head and shoulders above their comrades, but rather on ordinary men who did extraordinary things, and who have not previously attracted the attention of historians. The plethora of books and films about Bomber Command has tended to focus on events that easily capture the imagination. Arguably the most famous is The Dam Busters, a beguiling story of British technology at its most ingenious. At its heart, it contained all the elements necessary for a successful book and film. An intrepid band of airmen overcame strong German defences to achieve what had seemed impossible. They were led by Guy Gibson, a figure who fulfilled the traditional heroic role of a successful military leader. Where real-life events did not quite match up to the cinematic demands for excitement, fictitious accounts like 633 Squadron entertained the baby boomer generation with a fast-paced storyline and stirring soundtrack. The Crew is written at a time when we can look back on our wartime achievements with justifiable pride, but also view them through a lens of sometimes critical analysis. The Second World War was a vast and brutal conflict that has taken 75 years to come to terms with. The way we view and portray the men who fought in that conflict is more nuanced and less romanticised than it once was. We no longer require our Second World War soldiers to be Hollywood stars with perfect teeth, or stiff upper-lipped English gentlemen speaking in clipped public school tones. Real warfare is anything but entertaining, but we can draw inspiration from those real-life individuals who pass through its extreme trials. With any project, the formulation of an idea is often a gradual process. Some of the best stories grow from tiny seeds, almost by chance, but I am not a believer in chance, preferring to look for a natural order to events. The earliest inspiration for this book came from two black and white photographs. They appeared on an American website for the US AAF 388th Bomb Group that had been based at RAF Nettishall in Suffolk during the Second World War. I had been researching the 388th for another project, but among dozens of photographs of B-17 bombers, these two caught my eye. The grainy box brownie pictures showed a Lancaster bomber with a collapsed port undercarriage. The squadron code by the roundel read OFH, and with a few clicks of the mouse, I found it was from 97 Squadron, Royal Air Force. This Lancaster had been returning from a sortie to Rhine, not far from Germany's border with the Netherlands, west of Osnabrück. Although Rhine was a small town, a railway and the Dortmund-Ems Canal both passed through it, and it had been subjected to numerous raids. The weather on 6 November 1944 had been poor, and the 6 returning aircraft of 97 Squadron diverted to different airfields instead of their home at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. According to the 97 Squadron Operational Record Book, Flying Officer J.W. Greening in Lancaster ND 692 landed safely at RAF Snetterton at 9:15 that evening. However, the photograph taken the next day shows ND 692 at Nettishall, 7 miles away with a wingtip firmly planted in the asphalt. Whether Greening decided to join the 3 other 97 Squadron Lancasters that diverted to Nettishall the next day, or whether the undercarriage collapse happened on the night of the raid, is unclear. Had Greening mistaken Snetterton for Nettishall when he completed his report? The incident remains one of the small mysteries that researchers love. Once I had decided to write the crew, the initial task of finding my subjects was eased by the crashed Lancaster at Nettishall. I had approached the 97 Squadron Association for more information, and now it seemed natural to seek a crew who served with them. In January 2018, I asked for suggestions for a crew on the Squadron Association Facebook page. I received many responses, and I noticed some repetition in the suggestions. A number proposed the crew of Bob Lasham, but Bob, the last member, had passed away shortly before my request. Another was that of Wing Commander Ken Cook, who was the association chairman. He had been a bomb aimer on pilot Jim Coleman's crew and a 20-year-old flying officer at the time. This crew proved to be the right fit for the project, and Ken provided me with first-hand accounts in a number of interviews. Although many of Ken's memories have faded or become disjointed after nearly 75 years, his contribution towards bringing this story alive has proved invaluable. Of the other crews put forward, some were more difficult to consider than others. Many families wished to see a relative commemorated, but their service and lives had left too faint to trace to provide sufficient material for the historian. Like many servicemen of their generation, most of them were single men who experienced tragically short careers, bequeathed no enduring testimony to their wartime deeds, and left no children to remember them. They are voices that can no longer be heard, their accounts, not least of their final flight, lost forever. This book is dedicated to them, for, had it not been for the fatal trajectory of an anti-aircraft shell, or the deadly aim of a night fighter in 1942-45, they themselves might have been the subject of this book. 97 Squadron was first formed on 1st of December 1917 at RAF Waddington, serving through the rest of the First World War to 1920, when it was subsumed into 60 Squadron. Reformed in 1935, it served in training roles and was briefly disbanded on 2 further occasions as the RAF reorganised its wartime forces. In 1941, after a sizable donation to the British government by residents of the Malay Straits towards Avro Lancaster bombers, the squadron was renamed 97 Straits Settlement Squadron and served under this identity until January 1956. For the purposes of this book, I have shortened the squadron name to 97 Squadron for convenience. In the crew, I hope you will experience some of the demands of Lancaster crewmen, feel some of their claustrophobic moments in a cramped fuselage, and an inkling of the terrors that prowled around their aircraft at high altitude. For months, this was their life, a daily routine of duty that carried with it the risk that this might be their last day. Although the Allied bombing campaign is still the subject of critical scrutiny, the gallantry of the men fulfilling the tasks given them remains undiminished. It is my hope that in recounting the events of this terrible war, we might learn from it and be inspired by the crew's tenacity and raw bravery. Prologue. The Right Stuff. Protruding from the Avro Lancaster's nose, the curved Perspex glass bomb aiming position is like a small greenhouse perched on a 20,000-foot precipice. The land beneath lies dark and formless, with every house blacked out. There are no streetlights. Out of the featureless expanse, a German city slowly appears within its ring of probing searchlights. Flares cast their unearthly light, flak shells burst nearby. The percussion of bombs exploding 4 miles below creates deep, undulating rumbles along the aircraft. It is a world of extreme danger, a world where a man can be scythed in two by shards of metal in a fraction of a second. Bomber Command crews hated this part of a mission. On final bombing runs, they had to fly straight and true, accepting everything thrown at them. The bomb aimer clutches his release button, eyes fixed to the bomb site, watching the green flares below converge with his crosshairs. A small movement of his thumb would determine the release of the bombs. But for the mission to be a success, he must keep his nerve, silence the inner voices telling him to drop early. 20-year-old Ken Cook is barely a man, yet here he sits, high above the cauldron with 6 other airmen. Many RAF crews' lives end in this supremely dangerous moment, but the journey to and from the target is always costly. Should their Lancaster be hit by ground fire or by a German night fighter, some crew members will have to fight to save their crippled bomber, extinguishing fires, jettisoning bombs and equipment, before opening the hatches to entrust their lives to a large piece of sewed silk on strings. Others are vaporized in catastrophic explosions which light up the sky. Franklin D. Roosevelt said, "War is young men dying and old men talking." Over the past 75 years, the testimonies of the young men who flew with Bomber Command have provided a compelling record of their service and sacrifice. There are now very few living survivors of the brutal bombing war against Germany, which claimed the lives of 55,573 RAF airmen. Ken Cook lives with his daughter and her husband near the village of Haltwhistle in Northumberland, on the high moors between Carlisle and Newcastle. The road up leads me into a landscape of low dry stone walls, its muted colours blanketed by thick snow. Cherry Tree Cottage nestles in the corner of a quiet hamlet, an unassuming house with the rendered walls and stone surrounds typical of the region. Ken's daughter answers the door and leads me into the sitting room, where her father sits in a comfortable chair, clasping an old RAF logbook. A large oil painting of Lancaster bombers flying into the sunset dominates the room. The 95-year-old fixes me with a steady gaze, weighing me up as he might a new recruit. Wing Commander Ken Cook has a natural authority about him, an inbuilt resolve and solidity, but as we talk, his warmth and humour come through. For some airmen, the trauma of conflict was impossible to shake off. Preferring to say nothing, they took their memories to the grave. For others, war was terrible but exciting, to the point that no experience afterwards compared. Cook is a man who has looked death in the face and not been cowed. He has talked about his wartime experiences, given lectures and written a detailed account for his family. Though his short-term memory is now poorer, he becomes animated when he talks about the bombing war. For those familiar with the story of Bomber Command, he is a well-known figure, and, as president of the 97 Squadron Association, he has attended scores of memorials. But at each event, the number of chairs set aside for veterans grows smaller. Second World War bomber crews faced a casualty rate far higher than the infantrymen of the First World War. A soldier enlisting in the British Army in 1914 faced a 14.2% chance of being killed. Of the aircrew who served in Bomber Command, a staggering 44.4% lost their lives. High-altitude flying was exhausting, a physical and mental marathon, and it wasn't uncommon for airmen to fly 3 missions a week. With the appalling losses among their fellows, many thought imminent death inevitable. A sanguine few believed they were immortal, but most airmen simply celebrated every safe return. For a crew to survive 45 operational sorties, it might be assumed that a high proportion of its targets were easy ones. But the Comans crew, whose remarkable operational history forms the subject of this book, flew during the harshest phase of the air battle when Nazi Germany had greatly improved its defences. Ken Cook is now the only surviving member of his crew, and one of the very last witnesses of the Allied bombing campaign. He tells me about being hit by flak, the night fighter attacks, the bombers blown up right next to them. He looks at me and shrugs. What could we do? Through the sheer terror of it all, the crew simply flew on, always completing their missions. Most Bomber Command operations were conducted at night. The initial daylight raids had assumed that bombers in numbers could defend themselves, a theory which was to be painfully disproved. But the RAF's early night bombing had been wildly inaccurate. Urgent solutions were required, and the Pathfinder Force was formed in 1942 to provide accurate target marking. Airmen wishing to join it had to demonstrate they were of above-average ability. Ken Cook joined the Pathfinders in December 1943. 6 men served alongside him in the Avro Lancaster, each tasked with a particular duty. The pilot, Flying Officer Jim Comans, was also their captain. Crews were always referred to by the pilot's name, so they became the Comans Crew, and flew together for 13 months, a period of their lives that would define them all. In common with many RAF crews, they were recruited from across the Commonwealth. The Australian Comans had a Canadian, a Scotsman, and 4 Englishmen under his command. Ken recalls their pilot as bluff, a straight-talking disciplinarian. Older than the others, the 31-year-old from Redfern, New South Wales, didn't suffer fools gladly, but he bonded with the men. The quiet Canadian, George Widdis, was not a man of the world. Remembering him, a broad smile spreads across Cook's face, and the memories flood in. In the mix of cultures, the crew forged their own identity. They did most things together on the base, believing that the closer they were, the greater would be their chances of survival. But this was a professional relationship, rather than the bonding of close friendship. Each of the 7 young airmen displayed extraordinary courage and skill. Like the test pilots for the American space program, whose experiences were documented by Tom Wolfe, the Comans crew were the right stuff. As soon as he was 18 in 1941, Ken Cook was eager to join the RAF. Becoming an airman had an element of romanticism about it. The volunteer reserve was the recruiting ground for future aircrew, and he was sent to train as a pilot in an elementary flying training school. In common with thousands of others, he failed to make pilot, but was offered and accepted the role of bomb aimer. The pages of the small RAF logbook are yellowing but in good condition. Each entry is neatly transcribed in ink, black denoting flying activity, red for operational flying. A simple layout with colours showing the date, pilot, aircraft identity, destination, and flying hours. Sparse though the details are, they chronicle the extraordinary story of one man's war. From the autumn of 1943 to the early summer of 1944, Cook's log lists 45 missions, including sorties to Berlin, Karlsruhe, Schweinfurt, Essen, and Nuremberg. The aim of the crew's final mission, to Châtellerault near Poitiers in western France, on 15 June 1944, was to bomb the railway to prevent fuel supplies reaching the panzers in Normandy. After D-Day a week or so earlier, the air war had changed from the nightly pounding of German cities to more fluid targeting. By summer 1944, the Comans crew had amassed 275 operational hours, with an average flying time of 6 hours per mission. In recognition of his service, Ken Cook was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross in July 1944. Since 1945, fierce debates as to the morality of the bombing campaign have raged. Bomber crews have faced unfair criticism, much of it uninformed. By any reasonable assessment, there is a world of difference in the level of moral responsibility between the commanders giving orders in smoke-filled rooms in London and the 7 anxious young crewmen aboard an Avro Lancaster who were charged with carrying them out. The likelihood that you would have been killed in action was very high. You fought at night against an invisible enemy. Most airmen never saw a single German throughout the conflict. Many of them never even saw Germany in daylight. In the trauma of war, it wasn't the suffering of the enemy that they witnessed, but the sudden loss of one of their own. All too often, fellow airmen disappeared without trace, their folded clothes taken from lockers, the empty beds made up for replacements. Little was said because little was known, and only with the passage of time has it been possible to tell the stories of the men who flew and died in the thousands of operational sorties made by RAF Bomber Command between 1942 and 1945. But the tales of Ken Cook and his 6 fellow crew members who survived are every bit as compelling. Prelude: The Command of the Air. The ivory hue of the eastern sky promised another sweltering day. Ribbons of fine mist drifted over the pastures. Birdsong filled the air. A line of Belgian troops straggled along the road and into the fields opposite. They had been there all night, heavy serge coats and trousers damp with dew. Fighting sleep, their dark conical hats kept dropping onto their Comblan rifles. The previous day, the Imperial German Army had crossed the Meuse 4 miles away, throwing Belgium into crisis. As forward scouts, the Piots expected an attack at any time. A row of bicycles rested in the lee of a hedge 50 yards away, ready to make a swift getaway. 1 mile behind them sat the deep-dug concrete emplacement of Fort Fleurons, one of a string of Liège siege forts. The crack of artillery began at 4:30 a.m., German 77mm shells whistling overhead towards the fort. Crouching deep in the grass, the Belgian troops watched through their gun sights for any movement over the ridges of the fields. They saw nothing. Fort Fleurons replied, lobbing shells in the direction of the German positions. The percussions rippled across the countryside, a wall of thundering echoes. Suddenly, at 5:30 a.m., the shelling stopped. A lone figure stepped onto the deserted road ahead of the men. He walked cautiously towards the Belgian line, his arms extended slightly in front of him. In one hand, he carried a short stick with a handkerchief attached. He was dressed in a black suit. His crisply pressed white shirt and polished shoes exuded importance. Identifying himself as a German diplomat, he asked to see the Belgian army commander of Liège as a matter of urgency. The German was blindfolded and taken first to the fort and then on to the Belgian army headquarters at Rue Sainte-Foy, where he was received by General Lehmann. The message he brought was polite but firm. Surrender Liège by 1300 hours, or it will be bombed by Zeppelin. There was a terse exchange of telegrams between Liège and Brussels, but the final one was unequivocal. Broken diplomatic relations. Continue operations. 15th Mixed Brigade is ordered to strengthen you. The ring of Liège forts had not been tested by the German attackers, so the Belgians were reluctant to surrender the city so cheaply, whatever the threat. The diplomat returned to the German positions and shelling recommenced. 60 miles away, an immaculately dressed Prussian army officer with trimmed moustache and beard surveyed the enormous airship straining on its tethers. At 140 metres long, she was as large as a battleship, a breathtaking Goliath of aerial supremacy. The 38-year-old Hauptmann Rudolf Kleinschmidt was proud to command her, but he knew, given that the majority of airships produced to date had been destroyed by strong winds, fires, or crashes, that he faced a challenging task. Despite his apparent stoicism, Kleinschmidt was anxious, for added to the long list of hazards he faced was that of enemy action. His biggest fear was fire. If the helium sacs ignited, the ship would explode in a giant fireball, incinerating the crew in seconds. Fresh in his memory was the disaster at Johannisthal, near Berlin, on 17th October 1913, when Zeppelin L2 had exploded, killing 28 passengers. That night, shortly after 1 a.m. on 6 August 1914, Zeppelin Z6 slipped its moorings at Cologne and set course for Liège. Z6 had a construction number of LZ21 to denote its operation by the German Imperial Navy. The bombs she carried were artillery shells, adapted with streamers made from horse blankets to give stability. Despite clear weather, it became apparent that the weighed-down Zeppelin was struggling to reach the desired altitude. At 3 a.m., Kleinschmidt made the decision to attack at a lower altitude. Sailing over the roofs and spires of Liège, the huge cigar-shaped craft loomed dark in the pre-dawn sky. The defenders were waiting. The air whistled with the zip of bullets as riflemen in the streets below took aim, each with the ability to destroy the airship. With no time to spare, the Zeppelin crew manhandled the projectiles through a hatch in the gondola floor. As the last explosion rocked the city, the Zeppelin made her slow turn for home. Passing a fort, she was picked out by a searchlight. The clatter of rifle and anti-aircraft fire found their target, puncturing the gas sacks. Limping back and losing altitude, the Zeppelin clipped trees before ploughing into a wood near Bonn. Z6 was damaged irreparably. No men were lost, but Kleinschmidt was stretchered from the tangled wreckage of the gondola. He had been seriously injured and would spend many months in hospital recuperating. The first air raid of the Great War claimed 9 Belgian lives. It was an unsophisticated affair, but showed that the German commanders believed terrorising civilian populations might be an effective way of persuading their opponents to surrender. It was only the start of Belgium's suffering. Within days of crossing the border, the advancing German army massacred men, women and children in a ruthless hunt for guerrilla fighters. Some were shot or bayoneted out of hand, while others faced organised firing squads. 850 civilians died in actions that shocked the world. That Germany had chosen to ignore the 1839 Treaty of London, guaranteeing Belgian neutrality, was a matter of consternation, but the manner in which it invaded Belgium was considered outrageous. In scenes reminiscent of medieval spoiling, the German army rampaged through Louvain. The library was torched, destroying 300,000 books. 248 residents were killed, and 10,000 forcibly displaced. Lurid tales of the killings filled English and French newspapers, announcing a new and brutal age of warfare. The deliberate targeting of non-military personnel, making the civilian an integral part of the war, was a new strategy. The occupation of tiny Belgium cost 23,700 civilian lives. In a chilling portent of the future suffering of Europe, Germany deported 100,000 Belgians as slave labourers and erected an electric fence on the Dutch border, the so-called Wire of Death, Dodendraad, which killed more than 2,000 civilians. From January 1915, Germany launched Zeppelins against Britain. Flying under cover of darkness and with no effective opposition, air attacks accounted for 1,413 killed, most of them in London. The Zeppelins were not the only bombers. 830 people were killed in daylight raids by Gotha bombers, large twin-engine biplanes launched from Saint-Denis-Westrom near Ghent. Some raids were brazen in their execution. On 7 July 1917, 22 Gothas from Kagol 3, the England Squadron of the Imperial German Flying Corps, had crossed the Channel and formed up over Epping Forest before striking at London. Kagol 3 was an acronym for Kampfgeschwader der Obersten Heeresleitung, Battle Squadron of the Supreme Army Command 3. The Times reported the event in sporting terms. As a spectacle, the raid was the most thrilling that London had seen since the air attacks began. Every phase could be followed from points many miles away without the aid of glasses, i.e. binoculars or a telescope, and hundreds of thousands of people watched the approach of the squadron, the dropping of the bombs, the shelling of the German aeroplanes by anti-aircraft guns, and the eventual retreat. Dozens of British fighters were scrambled to oppose the raid. Swarming towards the ungainly bombers, the BE-2C biplanes were unable to reach the necessary altitude. Hundreds of anti-aircraft shells pocked the sky with small flashes, leaving puffs of white smoke. Only one Gotha was brought down, crashing in the sea off Ostend, but only after a long chase by British fighters. Kagol 3 had successfully dropped 4,475 kilos of bombs on docks and warehouses on the north side of the Thames between Charing Cross, the station was hit several times, and Tower Bridge. 57 civilians were killed, leading to demands that air raid precautions be better organised. As a result, police officers were given signs to put around their necks which read, "Police Notice. Take cover." All 79 fire stations in London were equipped with warning rockets, often referred to as sound bombs, fired in threes to warn of an approaching raid. Open-top police cars drove around with buglers on board, some of whom were Boy Scouts. The all clear was sounded on whistles. Alerted by these hastily arranged, almost comical methods, some 300,000 Londoners found themselves ushered into 86 London tube stations. It is estimated that a further 500,000 took shelter in basements and cellars in the capital. Britain was slow to retaliate in kind. It was not until late 1917 that mounting public pressure produced promises of raids. Lord Rothermere, Air Minister, newspaper proprietor, and founder of the Daily Mail, outlined his beliefs in December 1917. At the Air Board, we are wholeheartedly in favour of air reprisals. It is our duty to avenge the murder of innocent women and children. As the enemy elects, so it will be the case of eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. And in this respect, we shall slave for complete and satisfying retaliation. We are determined, in other words, that whatever outrages are committed on the civilian population of this country will be met with similar treatment on his own people. Revenge may have been a matter of national pride, but it turned non-combatant civilians into military targets. Hugh Trenchard, Chief of the Air Staff, took a different view from Rothermere's. A career soldier, he believed that strategy was best formed by prioritising military interests and not by public opinion. He clashed with Rothermere on numerous occasions, not least because he viewed the brash newspaper magnate with suspicion. Nevertheless, a bombing campaign against German cities began in June 1918, much later than its advocates had hoped for. Echo DH-9 and Hadley Page O-400's biplanes, not unlike the German Gothas, succeeded in dropping 660 tons of bombs on German industrial cities, despite struggling against headwinds that brought the bombers to a near standstill. The French were far less enthusiastic, the Germans launched their retaliation against their cities, not British ones. These developments, however faltering they may appear to modern perception, had opened a terrifying new chapter in the history of warfare. German Zeppelin Corps commander Peter Strasser was blunt in his appraisal. Nowadays, there is no such animal as a non-combatant. Modern warfare is total warfare. Strasser lost his life in Germany's last airship raid on Great Britain, when his Zeppelin L-70 was destroyed over the North Sea by a de Havilland D-4 bomber on 6 August 1918. His sentiments might well have found favour with another believer in the principle of total war, an Italian general and theorist of aerial warfare named Julio Douay. Already a passionate advocate of bombing during the First World War, Douay crystallised his thinking in his treatise of 1921, The Command of the Air. Essential to Douay's thinking was a belief in the power of a bombing war to break a nation's morale by destroying its centres of military power, industry, and government. Critical to this process, argued the Italian general, was astute selection of bombing targets. Douay's vision of the bomber as a potentially unstoppable weapon in future wars was the subject of debate in France, Germany, and America in the interwar period. The command of the air was less influential in Britain. There is no evidence that Hugh Trenchard, a key British advocate of strategic bombing, had even read it. But a speech to the British Parliament, A Fear for the Future, made by former Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin in November 1932, seemed imbued with the spirit of Douay. I think it is well also for the man in the street to realise that there is no power on earth that can protect him from being bombed. Whatever people may tell him, the bomber will always get through. The only defence is in offence, which means that you have to kill more women and children more quickly than the enemy if you want to save yourselves. Chapter 1. Uncertain Years, 1919 to 1939. The narrow, dusty streets of Redfern, New South Wales, Australia, seemed a world away from the massive conflict about to engulf Western Europe in 1914. Founded a century earlier on land granted to William Redfern, a doctor and pardoned convict, the area soon became popular with settlers planting vegetable gardens to supply the burgeoning city of Sydney. The broad main streets gave way to alleys of packed, balconied houses. A fresh influx of families came to work on the railway in the 1850s, many of them from Ireland, seeking a new life after the Great Famine. It was here on 2nd March 1912 that James Leopold Vincent Comans was born into an Irish Catholic family. He was destined to become a Lancaster bomber pilot, and he was the oldest member of the crew he would ultimately command. Shortly after Jim Comans reached his 5th birthday, the March Revolution in Russia was sending shockwaves across the world. In August, the Great Strike in New South Wales saw thousands of tram and railway workers take to the streets. In a poor neighbourhood, the suspicions surrounding a new card system for tracking employees led 3,000 men at Eveleigh railway workshops in Redfern to down tools. There was already scepticism that the war to end all wars would do anything to improve working conditions. 2.5 years earlier, in November 1914, the mood had been very different. Crowds packed the piers at Sydney to see thousands of young men on their way to join troopships at Albany in Western Australia. As the ships slowly moved away from the harbour side, bands played Auld Lang Syne and God Save the King. Well-wishers cheered, waved and cried. Paper ribbons between soldiers and their loved ones were stretched, finally breaking to fall into the water. The men on board were excited, most of them never having left Australia before. This was a huge adventure whose allure was dimmed only by the prospect that the war might end before they could take part. Few had any inkling of the terrors that awaited them. The grim harvest of Gallipoli ripped through the nation 5 months later. Columns of names appeared in newspapers, fine printed one-line entries for each man killed or wounded. Gifts given to soldiers on the quayside, pens, lockets and notebooks, were returned to Redfern as the personal effects of the dead. In keeping with regulations, bodies were not returned, compounding the grief that swept the community. Yet Australia had found its soul in the scorched trenches of the Dardanelles. The diggers, always less than enthusiastic about British military discipline, went on to distinguish themselves on the Somme in the late summer of 1916, at Poitiers, and in the mud-churned slaughter around Mouquet Farm. By the end of the war, no one doubted the tough, no-nonsense character of the Australian soldier. In early 1918, Spanish influenza had broken out in Europe, spreading across the continent by the end of the year. With thousands of men flocking back to Australia on crowded troop ships, impatient to reach home, the virus was transported to the other side of the world. Tragically, the population of Sydney, so far removed from the sufferings of Europe during the war, was to feel the full force of the outbreak. The Byron Bay Record of Saturday, 15 February 1919 reported, "A suspicious case reported from the Argyllshire troop ship on Saturday was yesterday pronounced one of influenza. High indignation was expressed on Saturday by Argyllshire troops at having to stay in quarantine. They blamed the state government and attributed their detention to jealousy of the Victorian government." By June 1919, over 40% of Sydney's population had contracted influenza. The Comans family feared for Jim's safety, as newspapers reported daily on those succumbing to it. The very young and old were most at risk, but the pandemic was carrying away able-bodied people at an alarming rate. The strain of flu was so severe that a victim could feel well in the morning, but within hours experience fatigue, fever, and headache that developed into pneumonia. By evening, they could be struggling for breath to the point where they suffocated to death. The city ground to a halt. Owing to a shortage of trained medical staff, first-year medical students were enlisted as doctors, but there was little they could do. 6,000 died in New South Wales during the outbreak. Jim Comans grew up in this gritty, post-war community. He went to the Mary's Brothers High School in Darlinghurst, a Catholic brotherhood. For a child, the imposing 4-storey school on the corner of Liverpool Street seemed enormous. By the 1880s, the broad, planned streets closer to the city centre were becoming expensive. The brothers struggled to afford the plot, problems further compounded by a 20% rise in building costs. Despite the rear of the school resembling a prison, the facade was pleasing to the eye, with horizontal white stone coursers dressing the brickwork. The overall severity of design suggested that neither God nor his representatives were to be taken lightly. At times, Jim was unsure who he should fear the most, the Lord or the brothers. The teachers seemed to have an unending list of punishable offences. But in this stern and sometimes punitive environment, many students flourished. Darlinghurst was performing well, a good number of its students going on to enter university. Jim's first appearance in print appeared in the Catholic press at the 1927 school prize giving, commended as part of the senior cricket competition. Sport became a lifelong obsession for Jim. Whether it was cricket, horse racing or rugby, He was fascinated by anything that moved. In Britain, the immediate post-war period witnessed a series of chaotic events. The influenza pandemic carried away 228,000. Strikes led to civil unrest, and thousands of former soldiers struggled to find jobs. James Cook had been too old for war service. He had left the back-breaking labouring work at Stonehouse Brickworks near Stroud in Gloucestershire to find employment as a gardener. By the early 1920s, he was working at Woodchester Mansion, a large, unfinished house with sweeping gardens and long driveway. It suited James to be out of the dust and smoke of the brickyard. The Woodchester estate had been in financial peril for some time. Construction of the elegant, Pugin-inspired house began in 1858, but was abandoned in 1870 on the death of the owner, William Lee. Merchants from Cheshire, the Lee family had worked their way through an inherited fortune. Owing to further poor investments by William Lee's son, Willie, the funds needed to complete the house had all but dried up. Large portions of the structure remained a ghostly shell, its windows without glass, the interior without floors or ceilings. But the gardens still required attention, although members of the Lee family themselves were reduced to living in the gardener's cottage. The Cook family lived in Randwick, a small village just over a mile from Stroud. Its narrow streets, built into a steep hillside, were lined with weavers' cottages built of honey-coloured limestone, brought down from nearby Colston Hill. It was a quiet, working village, unpretentious, but not poor. Matilda Cook was expecting her 5th child at 42 years old, late for those times. Kenneth Cook was born in April 1923. The baby of the family benefited from the attentions of his older siblings, including his eldest sister, Mabel, who was 18. All of them crammed into Yew Tree Cottage, a small 2-bedroom rented terrace with an attic room. It was a rural upbringing away from the hustle and bustle of the cities. James kept the family supplied with vegetables from an allotment by the parish church. Ken and his brother Charles were members of the church choir and were photographed for the family album in their white surplices. In 1928, Ken began school at Randwick Church of England Primary School, a short walk from their house. It was a tight-knit village, whose inhabitants lived cheek by jowl, and little could be hidden from one's neighbours. With the children all at school, Ken's mother resumed her job in the laundry at Ebley, a bus ride away from Randwick. Passing his 11+ exam, Ken was admitted to Marling Grammar School for Boys in Stroud, making the daily journey by bicycle. He had a passion for sport, playing football, cricket and rugby at school. Academically, he excelled in science subjects, a preparation that would benefit his later RAF career. At times, Ken would accompany his father to work, walking down to cross lanes to catch the bus. He spent hours walking on his own around the grounds of Woodchester. He sometimes watched the various craftsmen at work in the house, particularly captivated by the intricate work of the glazers on the stained glass. In the brief 11 years from Ken's birth until his entry to grammar school, Britain and the world had changed a great deal. The optimism of the 1920s had been lost in the rising tide of turmoil across Europe. By the time the young men of the future Avro Lancaster crew reached their teenage years in the mid-1930s, international tensions were rising, and an arms race had begun. The boys were too young to understand the minutiae and the repercussions of the Treaty of Versailles of 1919, but they could hardly have failed to notice that events in Germany, and in particular the rise to power of Adolf Hitler, were frequently front-page news. The cessation of hostilities in 1918 allowed Britain to return to its primary concern, the governance of the Empire. British participation in the First World War was not solely about defending freedoms in Europe, but also about containing Germany's colonial aspirations. Post-war developments in aircraft design were geared not to facing an enemy with modern industrial capability, but to creating aeroplanes suitable for policing imperial outposts from Burma to Sierra Leone. The dual task of post-war demobilisation and establishing the Royal Air Force as an independent service fell to a former infantry officer named Hugh Trenchard. He had joined the army in 1893, serving in South Africa, where he lost a lung to a Boer bullet, and later in Nigeria, where he distinguished himself in expeditions mapping 10,000 miles of the interior of the country. He was appointed to a temporary lieutenant colonel in 1908 and looked set to continue his career in Africa. However, in 1910 he suffered a liver abscess that forced his return to Britain. After recuperation he sought a new position in the army, but was unhappy with home assignments. A friend, Captain Eustace Lorraine, knowing he was unsettled, suggested he learnt to fly. Trenchard, almost the model of a boy's own hero in his colonial service, realised he had only 3 weeks to qualify before his 40th birthday, the age limit for trainee pilots. By the time he reached Thomas Sopwith's flying school at Brooklands in Surrey, he had only 10 days to complete a flying course. He succeeded in going solo after just 64 minutes in the air, gaining his Royal Aero Club certificate. His instructor was polite about his performance, calling Trenchard a model pupil. But it was clear the newly qualified pilot could not fly well. Part of Trenchard's problem was that he had only partial sight in one eye, which he kept a secret from his flying instructors. In later training, his deficiencies were discovered and, although he qualified as an instructor, he did not fulfill the role. On the outbreak of war in 1914, as a senior officer with flying experience, his services were in demand. He became commander of the Royal Flying Corps in 1915 and Chief of Air Staff in November 1917. Seeing the conditions in which the armies fought in France and Belgium, he became convinced of the need for air power to play an enhanced role in future wars. He believed an air force, independent of the army, was an essential progression in command and strategy. Trenchard's unwavering conviction made him a pivotal figure in the formation of the RAF, as an amalgamation of the Royal Flying Corps and the Royal Naval Air Service in April 1918. By 1919, the British presence in the former Ottoman territories of the Middle East was complicated by a severe shortage of funds. The occupying army comprised 25,000 British and 80,000 Indian troops, and shrinkage was inevitable. When Winston Churchill approached Trenchard as Chief of the Air Staff to explore whether it would be possible for the Royal Air Force to take on an aerial policing role, Trenchard responded enthusiastically, sensing an opportunity to bolster the RAF and ensure its autonomy. Following the granting of Mesopotamia to Britain as a mandate in April 1920, and emboldened by British troop reductions in what is now Iraq, Kurdish and Arab rebels mounted a full-scale revolt, utilising weapons left by the Ottoman Turks. The 1920 Iraqi revolt was no tribal skirmish, but a major uprising that resulted in the deaths of 1,040 British soldiers and many thousands of Iraqis. The financial cost of putting down the revolt staggered British politicians. At £40 million, this was more than the funding for the Arab revolt against the Turks during the First World War. Promising cheaper alternatives than a large garrison, Trenchard's RAF was placed in command of all British forces in Mesopotamia in 1922. The Iraq Command. Smaller ground forces were deployed with armoured cars, the idea being to strike where trouble flared rather than cover huge expanses of territory with troops. Even after the revolt had been put down, tribal conflict continued. Punishment of groups stepping out of line included the bombing of their villages. Sometimes populations received warnings to leave before bombing took place, but unannounced bombing raids proved that the British were willing to use strong-arm methods. The new aircraft used by the RAF in Mesopotamia were upscaled First World War designs. The Vickers Vernon, for instance, which entered service in 1921, was a development of the Vickers Vimy bomber. Larger engines and fuselages allowed greater carrying capacity, but essentially a fabric-covered wooden frame formed the primary structures. The fixed undercarriage remained, as did the open pilot's cockpit. The Vernon was introduced as a transport aircraft, carrying its passengers in a bulbous fuselage. In February 1923, the RAF used the Vernon to transport 500 British troops to Kirkuk in Iraq to counter a threat by Kurdish forces. It was the first recorded movement of troops by air. In May 1924, 45 Bomber Squadron was formed, using the Vernon as bombers. Its commanding officer, Squadron Leader Arthur Harris, supervised the fitting of bomb racks and aiming sights. Harris had been a fighter pilot in the First World War, flying the Sopwith Camel, but this was his first experiment with bombing. When tribal conflict flared in Iraq, RAF aircraft would fly over villages that supported the uprising, dropping warning notices and broadcasting on loudspeakers. 48 hours' notice was given of the intention to bomb, in which time it was expected that local fighting should cease. The village would be bombed if the warning went unheeded. The scenario became a familiar one. Circling high above a mud-brick Kurdish village, the bombers dropped their bombs. The ground pulsed with explosions, obscuring the target with dust. Going in lower, the gunners sprayed the area with machine gun fire. Within minutes, the village had been destroyed. But not only had it been rendered useless to the rebels, more significantly, its obliteration had eroded their will to fight. Harris saw at first hand the effects of aerial bombardment and took note. Casually brutal though the tactic undoubtedly was, it drew little criticism at home in the 1920s. Moral boundaries began to shift and attacks without warning became more common. There was an assumption that the tribal chiefs knew the consequences of sedition, but this was no comfort to the civilian population targeted. Harris's experiences in Mesopotamia convinced him that strategic attacks on civilian targets could help subdue armed forces around them. He noted, "They now know what real bombing means, in casualties and damage. They now know that within 45 minutes, a full-sized village can be practically wiped out, and a third of its inhabitants killed or injured by 4 or 5 machines which offer them no real target, no opportunity for glory as warriors, no effective means of escape." The approach was akin to a public school caning. Punishment must be rapid, but meted out in a controlled fashion. Harris returned from Mesopotamia in 1924 to take command of 58 Squadron, Britain's first heavy bomber unit, equipped with the Vickers Virginia, another development from the Vickers Vimy. His next posting was to the Army Staff College in Camberley, where he served from 1927 to 1929. He was unimpressed with the army, observing that their fixation with horses held them back from embracing new technology. He quipped that they would be happy with a tank as long as it ate hay and thereafter made noises like a horse. He was equally scathing of naval officers, saying 3 things should not be allowed on a well-run yacht: a wheelbarrow, an umbrella, and a naval officer. One of the few army officers he got on with at Camberley was Bernard Montgomery. Harris's loyalty to the Royal Air Force is telling. It is clear that he was entirely committed to the concept of an independent Air Force, but his criticisms of the other services were not solely to do with his RAF allegiance. Harris was developing as an independent thinker in both the development of bombing technology and strategy. His next command was of a flying boat squadron, where he continued to develop night bombing techniques. Promoted to group captain in 1933, he further advanced his career in 1934, becoming Deputy Director of Plans in the Air Ministry. It was from this senior position that Harris was able to press the ministry for the creation of a heavy bomber force. Many senior officers in place at the formation of Bomber Command in 1936 came with experiences of aerial policing in the Empire, and believed that an enemy could not only be suppressed, but defeated by air power alone. Harris's desire to see the RAF obtain the latest aircraft technology was not born out of personal ambition, but from the realization that Britain had fallen dangerously behind the Germans. Whitehall had failed to grasp the leap in innovation from the 1920s into the 1930s, and still relied on First World War production ideas. With a cruising speed of 65 knots, aircraft like the Vickers Vernon were not fast, but were developed in the belief that they would not encounter an aerial threat from fighters. The simplicity of maintenance suited the RAF. Wood and canvas were easily obtained in any part of the world, and the repair skills required were more basic than they would be with a metal design. 55 Squadron, which was also based in Iraq, soldiered on with the Airco DH-9 biplane bomber until 1930. The Airco's replacement, the general-purpose Westland Wapiti, was still a biplane with fixed undercarriage. Even with the threat of war looming, the squadron were equipped with new Vickers-Vincent light bombers in 1937, an open cockpit biplane with few concessions to modernity. General Hans von Ziegt arrived by car in the courtyard of the Bendlerblock in the Tiergarten district of Berlin. The enormous headquarters had been built for the German Imperial Navy in 1914, but now, under the new Weimar Republic, it housed the Reichswehr, the post-war German army. An orderly clicked his heels stiffly as he opened the car door. Ziegt was familiar with this place. He had been chief of staff here for the past 4 months, and now, in late March 1920, he stepped from the gleaming black car as Commander-in-Chief. Faces peered down from dozens of windows around the central square to watch the new man arrive. Ziegt was 54 years old, slim and immaculately dressed in a uniform with a high braided collar, decorative epaulettes, riding breeches, and fine polished calf-length boots. The American scholar, Louis Snyder, wrote of von Ziegt, trim, precise, almost dainty in his well-tailored uniform. He became known as the Sphinx with the monocle. The Bendlerblock had been rocked for 6 days by the Kapp Putsch, a revolt inspired by Dr. Wolfgang Kapp, a Prussian civil servant and vehement critic of the Treaty of Versailles, which had imposed on Germany a heavy burden of reparations. The Putsch was an early right-wing attempt to dispose the government of the Weimar Republic and replace it with an autocratic regime of the far right. When soldiers of General Walter von Lüttwitz, Commander-in-Chief of the Reichswehr, accompanied by groups of Freikorps, occupied the Reichschancellery on 13 March, ministers fled the capital. Ziegt would not be drawn into the intrigue, but also refused appeals from the government to put down the putsch by force. Reichswehr do not fire on Reichswehr, he told them. After thousands of civilians took to the streets, the movement collapsed, with Ludwig fleeing to Hungary on a false passport. The dilemma for the Weimar government was how to placate a restless army. Still 350,000 strong, its officers were deeply unhappy at the signing of the Versailles Treaty, whose provisions would reduce it to 100,000. The notion of the Dolchstoß, which loosely translates as stab in the back, based on the myth that cowardly politicians had betrayed a potentially victorious German army, was gathering adherents in right-wing circles. Vice President Friedrich Ebert had told returning troops in 1919, "No enemy has vanquished you." The answer seemed to lie in the elevation of Siegt, a solid but unexciting officer whose level-headed outlook would hopefully keep the peace. To allay suspicions of future interference by the army, Siegt, in March 1921, set out the Defence Law. Soldiers may not engage in political activity. While on duty, such activity is also forbidden to military officials. Soldiers are forbidden to belong to political clubs or to participate in political meetings. In setting out his stall so clearly, he avoided parliamentary scrutiny. Politicians were uninterested in what he did with his military budget, knowing the task of rebuilding the army within the confines of Versailles would be difficult enough. This was not to suggest that Siegt agreed with Versailles. On the contrary, he had vociferously voiced his opposition to its terms. However, he was a pragmatist who set quietly to work undermining the terms of the treaty, not by pushing soldiers onto the streets in rebellion, but by sleight of hand. He would appear to be dismantling the German armed forces as Versailles demanded, but he would covertly rebuild them into a new force. He was convinced that a future war was inevitable. My own training in history prevents me from seeing the idea of permanent peace as anything more than a dream, whereby it remains an open question whether one can consider it. From his marble-corridored headquarters, there was little Siegt could do but watch, as the treaty terms were imposed. While he could conceal details of the precise number of troops he had, hardware could not be hidden. The Imperial German Air Service, Luftstreitkräfte, fell under the axe of the Allies and was completely dismantled. Germany was obliged to surrender all her aircraft and was forbidden from importing or manufacturing replacements. In 1920, 15,000 aircraft were handed over along with 27,000 aero engines. Most were unceremoniously chopped up and stacked in large piles to be used as firewood. Only civilian aircraft production would be allowed. Here, Siegt saw a chance to build new aircraft and train pilots ready for a time when restrictions on military flying were lifted. In 1920, Siegt secretly dispatched the former Turkish Minister of Defence, Enver Pasha, to Soviet Russia to test the waters for a formal alliance with Germany. Pasha was in hiding, having fled Turkey after being charged with various wartime crimes, including the forced deportation of Armenians, so was in no position to decline the request. As in the plot of any good spy story, Pasha's plane crash-landed in Lithuania, and he was detained carrying papers that could incriminate the Germans. He was sprung from prison by a junior German officer, thus sparing the embarrassment of Siegt. Not to be deterred, a nervous Pasha was dispatched once again, this time successfully returning with an optimistic report. Today I spoke with Trotsky. With him there's a faction that has real power, and also includes that party that stands for an understanding with Germany. That party would be willing to acknowledge the old German borders of 1914. The Treaty of Rapallo between Germany and Soviet Russia followed in 1922, striking a blow at the Versailles Order. Germany was once again beginning to flex its muscles, peeling Russia away from its alliance with France and Britain. Although the agreement stated that Germany and Russia would cooperate in a spirit of mutual goodwill in meeting the economic needs of both countries, a secret understanding was the use of German black funds, hidden from the Allies, to pour into Russian industry. In effect, even under close supervision of the Soviets, German companies took over factories capable of producing weapons, including aircraft. The German businessman Hugo Junkers took advantage of this new accord. He was offered use of a former car factory at Fili, on the outskirts of Moscow, to establish a huge aircraft plant. Junkers was a congenial man, at heart a pacifist, who had not turned his hand to aircraft design until he was 50 years old. His earlier achievements included patenting a tankless gas boiler for filling baths, the forerunner of today's combination boiler. He was a pioneer in the use of metals in aeroplane design, rather than wood and canvas, producing the world's first all-metal monoplane, the Junkers D1, in 1918. Junkers correctly predicted the future in using a lightweight aluminium alloy, duralumin, produced in the Ruhr. The plumbing engineer had become an aviation innovator, but in his deal with the Soviets to produce 300 aircraft per year, he had failed to recognize the financial and political difficulties of operating 1,000 miles from Berlin. It was an expensive arrangement that disappointed both sides, with far fewer aircraft being produced than anticipated. Junkers also built a large factory at Dessau, north of Leipzig, which later fueled suspicions that the grants he received from the Soviets were not fully spent in Russia. Other manufacturers were just as industrious. In 1922, Ernst Haeckel built a plant at Warnemünde on the Baltic, Claude Donnier a factory in Italy, and in 1923, Heinrich Fokker and George Wolf formed the Fokker-Wulf Company in Bremen. The Bavarian Aircraft Company was taken over by Messerschmitt in 1925 to produce sporting aircraft. The full effect of Siegt's secret investments is unknown, but the rapid expansion of production suggests the new companies were well funded. In comparison, Britain's aircraft companies were still struggling to cope with the rapid drop in orders after the First World War. Within the expanse of corridors and offices in the east wing of the Bender block, Siegt was able to conceal his plans for a new German air force. He gathered a small group of officers together in the Defence Ministry. Helmut Felmy, Hugo Sperler, Walter Wever, Albert Kesselring, and Hans-Jürgen Stumpf all joined in the early 1920s and went on to become leading officers in the Luftwaffe. Siegt's influence led to the appointment of his nominee Captain Brandenburg to the burgeoning Civil Aviation Department, coupling military and civil resources. Brandenburg had commanded the Gothas of Kargul III on their raids on London, but in the days when many retired military pilots had civilian positions, the appointment of the former bomber commander did not seem unusual. With the foundation in 1926 of Deutsche Lufthansa AG, a large number of men were trained as pilots in preparation for a time when military flying could commence once again. Within the swirling political intrigues of post-war Germany, however, Siegt had made enemies. He was forced to resign in October 1926 after Prince Wilhelm, the grandson of the former emperor, was seen attending army manoeuvres on the invitation of Siegt. Under Siegt's tenure, the foundations of the new Luftwaffe were set in place, albeit through a number of secret organisations. Siegt died in retirement in 1936 at the age of 70. He was found at home still clutching an English novel after suffering a fatal heart attack. Hitler and Goering, who attended his funeral, poured praise on Siegt's achievements, although whether this admiration would have been reciprocated is debatable. Most senior army officers were cautious of the corporal, considering Hitler a man beneath their social standing. For all Siegt's achievements, he was despised by the Nazis, not least because his wife was Jewish.
This audiobook is free to listen to. Take a rest, enjoy the background music, and thank you for being part of our audience.
Because all my wolves are coming out now. Because all my wolves are coming out now. Because all my wolves are coming out now. Keep on. Because all my wolves are coming out now.
Britain's technological time lag in the aerial arms race was not lost on members of Parliament. Through the 1930s, the government was frequently questioned about the size of Germany's recruiting programme and their lead in aircraft production. Sir Philip Sassoon, Under-Secretary of State for Air from 1931 to 1937, dealt with such matters with the straightest of straight bats. In November 1934, the Conservative MP Boris Whiteside asked Sassoon how large the German Air Sport Association was and whether it received central funding. The Deutsche Luftsportverband was founded in March 1933 by the Nazi Party to train military pilots. Sassoon replied that its membership stood at 60,000. He continued, "I have no information as to the financial or other assistance given to the association by the German government, apart from a grant of 1,230,000 Reichsmarks for gliding and some small grants for prizes and free ballooning." Unconvinced by this reply, Cecil Pike, another Conservative, asked, "Could the Undersecretary say to what extent this association is under the control of the German government?" To which Sassoon simply stated, "I could not say." It was a reply that circumnavigated the unpleasant truth that Germany had been allowed to build a huge air force in waiting. Although Hitler and Goering are often given credit for the formal creation of the Luftwaffe in 1935, in reality it was well established through the early work of Siegt and others. The British government had chosen carefully in their elevation of Sassoon. He was a man whose credentials satisfy the traditionalists, having entered Parliament as long ago as 1912, and served as private secretary to Field Marshal Haig from 1915 to 1918. He had been a parliamentarian since 1912, but beyond the staid bounds of politics, he was a man of considerable wealth, whose ostentatious parties at his home, Trent Park, became legendary. His hospitality furthered his influence. Leading names in politics and the arts were pampered by white-coated footmen, while Sassoon himself flitted from one group to another. He became a keen aviator, flying his own Percival Petrel, a 1937 twin-engined aircraft finished in exquisite red leather. In the 1930s, he became honorary commanding officer of No. 601 County of London Squadron, which fielded 6 millionaire members. Openly homosexual at a time when homosexuality was illegal, Sassoon's wealth and connections enabled him to move effortlessly through society, charming yet supremely resourceful. It is unsurprising that Sassoon was hard to pin down when it came to the difficult questions of expenditure on the Royal Air Force. He shielded the government from scrutiny, sidestepping the thorny issue of underinvestment. As the country slid towards conflict, spending was increased, but the years of prevarication had taken their toll. By the early 1930s, the Treaty of Peace between the Allied and Associated Powers and Germany of 1919 was dead. Through the clandestine actions of men like General Hans von Siegt, the seeds of resistance planted in the 1920s had germinated into open rebellion with the rise of Hitler. While France built the Maginot Line and recruited over 2 million men to their army, the British appeared, both literally and metaphorically, to be still sipping tea and playing croquet on the lawns of their stately homes. Germany's rearmament was no secret, yet in the British tradition of military spending, decisions were left until the last moment. Winston Churchill, often considered too hawkish in his outlook, warned as early as November 1934 that the Germans were rearming with the new, lamentable weapon of the air, against which our navy is no defence, and before which women and children, the weak and frail, the pacifist and the jingo, the warrior and the civilian, the front-line trenches and the cottage home all lie in equal and impartial peril. At Randwick in Gloucestershire, an audible sign of the growing pace of the aerial arms race was the changing tone of aircraft engines. The gentle buzz of the training biplane was replaced with the deeper growl of the Rolls-Royce Merlin. In 1938, the former First World War airfield at Minchinhampton was reopened. Following concerns raised by well-heeled villagers that house prices might be affected, the airfield was renamed RAF Aston Down. Soon the Hawker Hurricanes of 5 operational training unit were crisscrossing the skies above rural Gloucestershire and firing the imaginations of young men such as Ken Cook. As a boy, Ken was no stranger to aeroplanes. Cycling through the lanes to Minchinhampton Airfield, he would watch aircraft like the de Havilland Cirrus Moth or new Miles monoplanes cruising around the circuit. Recreational flying was becoming the pastime of upper-middle-class enthusiasts who wore tailored leather flying jackets over flannels or dainty skirts. In a new Edwardian era of wicker picnic baskets, dainty sandwiches and fine wine, affluent flyers toured the country by air, dropping in on other flying clubs. In the wider world, legendary aviators such as Charles Lindbergh, Amelia Earhart and Amy Johnson dominated the newsreels with epic, record-breaking flights. In Germany, aviation continued to assume a more overtly political hue. Flying clubs held parades and adopted military uniforms with swastika insignia. Few people in Britain had any experience of air travel. For many, the opportunity to catch their first flight arrived in the early 1930s, when Sir Alan Cobham inaugurated his National Aviation Day displays. With the slogan, "Make the Skyways Britain's Highways," his flying circus toured Britain, visiting nearly every town between 1931 and 1935. The shows included pleasure flights, aerobatics and stunts. Gliding, parachuting and wing walking were all staples of the displays, captivating onlookers with feats of daring. Thousands enjoyed their first giddying experience of flying in 5-minute joyrides for 7 shillings and 6pence, many from an open cockpit. In the mid-1930s, during the flying season, one of Cobham's shows would be playing in a town somewhere in Britain. Ken Cook recalls seeing the flying circus near Stroud, a large marquee set up in preparation for thousands of visitors. Most pilots were former First World War airmen, flying machines not dissimilar to their combat aircraft. But a new generation of civilian pilots were making their mark, including women. The Chester Street Chronicle of 28 June 1935 reported, Miss Joan Meakin describes her evolutions by radio telephony while performing aerobatics in her new Wolf glider. Miss Meakin is the first woman to loop a glider, and her machine is the first engineless aircraft to be equipped with wireless transmission. Accidents, and even deaths, were commonplace. Alan Cobham recalled a distressing incident in his 1978 biography. Finally, just before we closed down for good on 30 September 1935, we suffered the appalling tragedy of a mid-air collision over Blackpool. A pilot named Carruthers was waiting for the others to join him so that our arrival could be announced by the usual formation flight, when he suddenly felt a violent impact from below. Carruthers managed to land his aircraft in one piece without hurting anybody, but the pilot of the machine that had flown into him from below, Stewart by name, was killed, as were his two girl passengers and the blind man on whose house they fell. It was a terrible thing. As the clouds of war gathered, the flow of exciting new aeroplane design was constant. Newspapers, while careful not to divulge secret information, were enthusiastic about the new breed of aircraft racing across Britain's skies. The Bristol Blenheim, Fairy Battle, and Handley Page Hampton were sweeping the outmoded string bags before them. The new Supermarine Spitfire was beginning to turn heads. It suited the government to promote these new arrivals to head off criticism that they still lagged far behind Germany in numbers. In some cases, the test of combat would prove British aircraft to be an unsuitable match for their German opponents. The Germans had already honed their designs through their involvement in the Spanish Civil War. After the launch of a right-wing coup in July 1936, Hitler received a request for help from General Francisco Franco to help move his Spanish Army of Africa, based in Morocco, to mainland Spain. An initial group of 22 Junkers 52 transport aircraft flown by Lufthansa pilots were granted. Germany's involvement quickly increased to form the Condor Legion in October, a Luftwaffe unit which provided Franco's nationalists with air support. Göring was keen to flex the muscles of his new air force, seeing the opportunity to use the Spanish conflict as a testing ground. Thus, the Messerschmitt Bf 109 and Junkers 87 Stuka made their combat debut in Spain. The bombing of the Basque market town of Guernica on 26 April 1937 by German and Italian aircraft was without precedent as a targeted attack on a civilian population by an air force and outraged European public opinion. By the time the Civil War ended on 1 April 1939, the Luftwaffe had not only more advanced aircraft than the RAF, but a key advantage: battle experience. In Australia, Jim Comans gained entry to the University of Sydney to study law. Much of his free time was given over to rugby league, which form of the game the students had adopted in 1919, in the face of considerable hostility from the traditionalists of the University Sports Association. Refusing to be browbeaten, the students formed a team to play in the league premiership. Jim joined the university side when he was still a teenager, playing first-class games from 1932 to 1936. These were years marked by disappointment, as time and time again he saw his team soundly beaten. In 1937, the university side pulled out of the premiership, having won only 44 games out of 226. It had become clear that the students could not hold their own against the older professional players, but Jim had made his mark and was referred to as the thinking man's forward. In the formation of character of the bomber pilot, Comans' experiences on the pitch played their part. In both war and rugby, the odds were stacked against him. When put in a difficult position, he had a sharp mind and quick reflexes, important attributes for a man who would fly Lancasters. Faced with a dangerous situation brought about by nothing other than bad luck, many men panicked and were lost. The key to survival lay in the speed of the pilot's reaction in the critical few seconds after the incident took place. In line with Britain, Australia declared war on Germany on 3 September 1939. Australia was already, by the terms of the Statute of Westminster of 1931, an independent sovereign nation, but chose to follow the mother country in matters of foreign policy. Only after 1942, when Australia adopted the statute, would she assume the right to pursue her own diplomatic course. Prime Minister Robert Menzies broadcast to the nation on all radio stations at 9:15 that evening. Fellow Australians, it is my melancholy duty to inform you officially that in consequence of a persistence by Germany in her invasion of Poland, Great Britain has declared war upon her, and that, as a result, Australia is also at war. No harder task can fall to the lot of a democratic leader than to make such an announcement. Jim Comans was 27 years old, and in his first legal practice as an articled law clerk in Rose Bay. Australia was at no immediate risk from the new war in Europe, although Japan's war in China was cause for concern. The Royal Australian Air Force was small, with only 246 aircraft, but would grow to more than 6,000 by the war's end. Although others were volunteering, Jim held back. Older men who had fought in the Great War advised him to think carefully before leaving a promising career in law. It would be nearly 2 years before Jim enlisted at No. 2 Recruiting Centre in Sydney, but he already knew he wanted to fly. After leaving school, Ken Cook started work in the laboratory of a plastics manufacturer at Lightpill Mill, a former cloth mill in Stroud. The Stroud woolen mills had declined, leaving space for other industries to take over their buildings. Lightpill Mill produced casein, trademarked Erinoid, which could be dyed and was useful for making beads, buttons, and other items. When an American firm, Sperry, set up a new plant at Bond's Mill to make gyroscopes and aircraft instruments in 1938, Ken took up a new job with them. Not only did he become familiar with the instruments he would later see daily in RAF service, he also got to know a girl named Muriel Davis, who worked in the same office. This early romance blossomed. The pair would often be seen walking out together at the end of the working day, Ken pushing his bicycle with one hand as they talked. Don Bowes, destined to be a navigator with the Lancaster crew, was born 2 months after Ken Cook, in County Durham in June 1923. He too came from a working-class background. His father Hugh was a miner at the nearby pit. The family lived in Eldon Lane, near Bishop Auckland, where they occupied a brick-built terraced house of a kind similar to thousands of working-class homes at the time. It had no bathroom, and the toilet was outside, at the end of a narrow-walled yard. Standing against the wall was a galvanised steel bathtub, which was brought inside and filled with hot water when the need arose. It was placed close to the fire to keep it warm. At the end of the terrace was a washhouse, with a coal-fired boiling tub, the coppers serving a number of families. Rationing during the First World War had begun only in 1918, and restrictions on most foods had been lifted by 1920. Families in the 1920s had enough to eat, and conditions were tolerable, although few in these working-class communities would have described themselves as well off. While Germany began its inexorable slide towards the nationalist right during this period, Britain enjoyed its first experience of moderate socialism under Ramsay MacDonald, who became Prime Minister of the first minority Labour government in 1924. Hugh Bowes' days as a miner were numbered. Known as a union man, he found it hard to keep down a job in his native County Durham. In the early 1930s, Hugh seems to have been charged with the theft of a turnip. Whether this apparently heavy-handed application of the law was a shot across the bows of a potential left-wing troublemaker, or arose from a simple misunderstanding, is not known. Hugh always maintained he found the turnip on the road after the harvest, but this trivial incident may have had some bearing on the family's move to Castleford in the West Riding of Yorkshire in 1934. The pits there were also reluctant to give Hugh a position, so he settled for work with the local council as a bricklayer and labourer. As a result of his family's relocation, Don had missed the chance to sit the 11+ examination, but after persistent efforts on his mother's part, he eventually gained a place at the King's School in Pontefract. The contrast between the conditions in which Hugh Bowes worked and those of his German counterparts could not have been sharper. While Hugh had suffered discrimination in the pits for his union views, his trade union membership was not illegal in the eyes of the state. In Germany, however, Hitler forcibly dissolved all trade unions within months of taking power. Characteristically, the move came overnight on 2nd May 1933, as police raided trade union offices, arrested officials, and confiscated funds. In their place, Hitler created a National Socialist Labour Organisation, the German Labour Front, Deutscher Arbeitsfront, which took over the representation of the working class. Strikes, a frequent occurrence in German industry, were banned in 1934, but as production figures rose, accompanied by extravagant promises of future prosperity, opposition was forced underground. Those supporting the idea of unions were branded communists. Hitler hated communists almost as much as he hated Jews. A former union man was likely not only to suffer discrimination, but to fall under the suspicion of the Gestapo. Some individuals were executed without trial, while others were sent to be re-educated by hard labour in the concentration camps. Hugh Bowes, a middle-aged man with a glass eye who enjoyed playing the organ at his local Methodist church, would have made an unlikely enemy of the state. However, had the Nazis occupied Britain, as a trade unionist, he would have lived in fear of the secret police. When war broke out in September 1939, Don took work at Castleford Town Hall as a clerk. He was still too young to volunteer, although it was only a matter of months before he would enlist. In the spring of 1940, Ken Cook awoke to hear a new noise high above Yew Tree Cottage. The deep throb of German bombers was to become a familiar sound. At times, Ken could hear the thump of anti-aircraft guns at Bristol, a distant, unnatural thunder breaking the still air of Randwick. Throughout that summer and autumn, Swansea, Cardiff and Bristol were all hit by the Luftwaffe. The war had arrived on Ken's doorstep. Newspapers carried pictures of a dozen wrecked towns and cities. All manner of RAF aircraft filled the daytime skies, training becoming more intense after the evacuation from Dunkirk in late May and early June. The Hurricane pilots, who had learned their trade over the rolling hills and ancient villages of the Cotswolds, gained glory in the Battle of Britain, fought from July to October. Ken was certain that when the time came for him to enlist, he wanted to be a pilot. He had joined the newly formed Air Defence Cadet Corps, later renamed the Air Training Corps, while he was still at school. This early introduction to the Royal Air Force paved the way for Ken to join the RAF Volunteer Reserve in 1941. He confesses that it seemed a natural thing to do. At no point did he consider joining the Army or Navy. The war was about to throw together a group of men from many different backgrounds. Roy Wolford, destined to be the crew's radio operator, was born in Lambeth in 1922. His father, Claude, worked at Woolwich Arsenal, in a position which not only engaged him in a job, but also made him part of a close community. With the demand for weapons greatly reduced after the First World War, the family faced an uncertain future as redundancies took hold. Nevertheless, the Arsenal remained a major employer, with 19,200 employees in 1920. Roy was to lose his father to tuberculosis when he was just 5 years old. Jack Haddon, a family friend who had once worked with Claude at the Arsenal, drew closer to the Wolfords after Claude's death, offering the family solace in bereavement. Haddon now lived in Luton, where he had opened a number of successful cobblers' shops. In due course, Roy's mother married Uncle Jack, and the entire family moved to Luton. When Roy left school, he began an apprenticeship at the electrical firm Snowdon's, connected to the Vauxhall car factory at Luton. Vauxhall had invested heavily in their new 10-4 model, launched in 1937, a small but desirable family car developed with the German subsidiary partners Opel. Within the company, the 10-4 was known as their first £1 million car. The outbreak of war brought rapid changes at Vauxhall. The Luton plant shelved their precious 10-4 model for the duration, production not starting again until 1946. In its place, the line was turned over to the manufacture of the A-22 infantry tank Mark IV, later known as the Churchill. It was a rush design that turned out to be underpowered, unreliable and, in its £2 gun, poorly armed. Churchill remarked in jest that they named it after him once they discovered it was no good. Britain lagged 5 years behind Germany in tank production. The Henschel vehicle plant in Kassel, which Roy would hear about in due course, had been turned over to panzer production as early as 1935. Roy knew what it was like to be caught in an air raid and the terrible consequences of aerial bombing. At the height of the Battle of Britain, at 4:50 p.m. on 30th August 1940, 12 German bombers approached Luton. As people stopped in the street to gaze up at the formation, local boy Fred Morrad climbed on top of a coal bunker to get a better view. The bombers had appeared in the haze of a beautiful late summer's afternoon, 10,000 feet above the Bedfordshire town. There were no air raid sirens. In the effort to protect airfields further south, Luton had been left open to attack. RAF Biggin Hill in Kent had been bombed as waves of German bombers stretched the resources of fighter command to the limit, flying 1,310 sorties against them in a single day. In the tangle of twisting vapour trails across the south of England, the bombers had slipped through the net and headed for Luton. Fred remembers fighters engaging the Germans as they arrived overhead, the rattle of machine guns sounding far above. One bomber fell away, but it was too late. Tiny dots appeared from the aircraft as they released their bombs, 194 in less than a minute, whistling and shrieking as they fell. Watching crowds scattered as blasts ripped through the town, throwing piles of smoke and dust high into the summer sky. Thick black plumes of smoke rose from the Vauxhall plant, followed by the percussive force of a large explosion. 59 were killed in Luton, of whom 38 were employees at the Vauxhall factory. The works gasometer had been hit, blasting the surrounding buildings. There had been no warning for Roy Wolford and the workers at Snowdon's close to the Vauxhall factory that late Friday afternoon. The windows shattered from the force of the bomb blasts, sending workers sprawling to the floor to avoid the thousands of lethal shards of glass. The ground shook and heaved as if massive hammers were pounding the factory. They ran to hide in cupboards, under tables and staircases. When it fell silent, the survivors ventured out into the concrete yard, the drone of the raiders receding into the distance. There was glass everywhere, and pieces of wood and roofing were scattered over a wide area. Casualties staggered out, many of them bleeding heavily from cuts. Helpers rushed inside to bring out cloths to be ripped up to bind the wounds. Others stood motionless, eyes wide in shock, hardly able to believe what had happened. Some reached instinctively for a cigarette to calm their nerves, only to hear shouts of warning about gas. What Roy experienced that day is unclear, but his family recall that he was shocked to the core, suffering a stress-related illness for weeks afterwards. Under these circumstances, it is remarkable that Roy volunteered for Bomber Command. Of all the members of the Lancaster crew, it was the radio operator, huddled over his table in the fuselage of the bomber, who saw the least. While some men joined the Royal Air Force out of excitement or a sense of duty, Roy knew what bombs could do. His choice to serve was probably the most informed of his group. Most of his generation were too young to understand what war was, but they were led by men who knew only too well the misfortune that could befall them. Chapter 2. The Adventure. The broad platform at Paddington Station echoed with the sound of thousands of footsteps. Steaming gently, a Castle-class engine rested at the buffers as passengers hurried from the carriages. Pulling his suitcase from the rack above him, Ken Cook stepped down into the river of people heading for the gates. He was struck by the towering expanse of the roof, huge spans of curved iron giving way to soot-blackened glass. Many of the swarming crowd were in uniform. Everyone, except Ken, seemed to know where they were going. Porters pulling large trolleys stacked with suitcases and trunks shouted to one another, their voices lost in the melee. The cavernous station was filled with sound, slamming doors, whistles, and hissing steam valves. Ken had never been to London before. Following the flow out onto the street, he caught his breath at the height of the Great Western Royal Hotel. Statues gazed down from the high facade, impassively watching the bustle of the taxi rank. Riding the black cab to Lord's Cricket Ground, Ken was struck by the scars of a city at war. The skeletons of bombed buildings scattered his route, large rubble-filled gaps in ornate terraces. Some streets were blocked off by barriers guarded by men in steel helmets. Walls of sandbags protected entrances, small wooden signs pointing to air raid shelters. The RAF had commandeered Lord's as an aircrew reception centre in 1940, handling 115,000 new recruits throughout the war. Ken's arrival was a puzzling experience. Hundreds of men filled the stands or queued on the pitch. Ken was ushered into a section of other men standing with their suitcases at their feet. A barrage balloon hung low over the nursery ground next door, its rear fins sagging lazily. For the next few days they filled in forms, were prodded in medical examinations, interviewed and given uniforms. They slept in the stands the first couple of nights, but afterwards they were accommodated in luxurious apartments on the north side of Regent's Park. Ken could not understand why these flats, still filled with furniture and oil paintings, had been vacated. At the start of the Blitz in 1940, many owners of means left their fine London apartments. Some owned other residences outside the city. Others chose to rent in a safer area. Subsequently, the RAF requisitioned empty properties around St John's Wood to use as accommodation for their recruitment centre. For a young man from the country, London was the beginning of a long journey, both physically and emotionally. After 3 weeks of initiation, Ken was transferred to Scarborough College in North Yorkshire for basic training. The pupils of the public school made way for the RAF, which established an initial training wing here. The autumn days were filled with kit inspections, marching and exercises on the beach, including runs on the headlands. There was no sign of an aeroplane at Scarborough. Finally, after weeks of instruction in military life, at RAF Booker in Buckinghamshire, Ken Cook came face to face with an aircraft he was expected to fly, the de Havilland Tiger Moth. At first glance, the biplane seemed to be all struts and wire. Most of the recruits had never seen an aeroplane at close quarters, but Ken recognised the design from his trips to Minchinhampton. The lower fuselage and wings were bright yellow with green and brown camouflage on the upper surfaces. There weren't many instruments in the cockpit, but the mysterious dials filled with numbers would take time for a student flyer to master. The joystick, a plain tubular piece of metal with a rubber hand grip, projected from the floor. The equally plain metal bucket seats looked uncomfortable. Located in the upper wing above the student's head, a fuel tank fed the carburettor via a tube that looked thin enough to cut with a pair of scissors. The 130 horsepower Gypsy Major engine powered a wooden twin-bladed propeller. Running their hands along the side, the students could feel the canvas stretch taut over the ribs of the frame. Mechanically, everything was simple to understand. Many of the parts were similar to those of a car or motorbike. As a basic trainer, the 1932 Tiger Moth had few faults. The undercarriage was fixed, the top speed of 75 knots hardly rapid, yet for those brave enough it could reach 18,000 feet. It wasn't without some imperfections, but it could handle most mistakes presented by a student pilot. Ken was placed in the front seat for his first flight, the instructor in the rear, enjoying a better view behind the wings. On command, a ground crewman swung the prop and stepped back smartly as the engine spluttered into life. The sudden blast of air was caught by the small glass windshield. As the breeze increased, Ken checked his goggles. The noise of the engine seemed deafening as the vibration travelled through every part of the aeroplane. After a few words through
This audiobook is free to listen to. Take a rest, enjoy the background music, and thank you for being part of our audience.
After you lead the way, I'll follow you. Tonight I'll stay. After you lead the way. Heart racing, we're on the prowl. In the dark, we're not backing down. In the dark, we're not backing down. Whispers in my ear, you're taking control. I can't resist, you got me in a hole.
the intercom, the instructor taxied over the grass to the marked-out runway. Pausing for only a few seconds, he opened the throttles, allowing the biplane to bump and wallow over the grass strip as it picked up speed. The tail slowly lifted and, seeing the horizon over the nose of the aircraft for the first time, Ken wondered for a second if the propeller would strike the ground on the next bump. At 40 miles per hour, the Tiger Moth gracefully parted company with the ground. The small hangars of the pre-war airfield disappeared as the patchwork of countryside beneath them grew smaller. The needles of the dials moved slowly as they gained altitude. You have control. Ken was already gripping the joystick firmly, in anticipation of the instructor's words, his feet lightly resting on the rudder pedals. For the next few minutes, Ken made some gentle port and starboard turns, each time levelling the aircraft back onto the horizon. The voice of the instructor was calm in his earphones. Trying to master the odd sensation of flight was like learning to ride a bicycle. Ken was more than a little frightened by this collection of parts from a hardware drawer. In the elation of flying for the first time, each student was aware that unless they learned quickly, they would fail and be moved to another RAF role. They knew that only 2 out of 5 made it all the way through flying training to frontline service. Many had not even made it this far, refused on grounds of eyesight or other physical condition, including not being tall enough. The instructor brought the aircraft into land, swinging deftly into line with the grass strip. He cut the engine, letting the Tiger Moth glide in quietly. Touching down with a gentle bump, the wheels settled, squeaking and rumbling before the engine was throttled up again to taxi in. Over the next few weeks, Ken learned to love the Tiger Moth. After 5 hours flying, the instructor changed places so that Ken had a better view in the rear cockpit. From here, he could identify the small villages around High Wycombe, which helped him with navigation. Despite his growing confidence, Ken made more than the odd rough landing. When he bounced the aircraft in a series of kangaroo hops, the language in his headset turned colourful. Nevertheless, the students all admired their instructors. It took real guts to get into the cockpit each day and allow boys to place their lives at risk. Some accidents were inevitable, and the flimsy biplane offered little protection in the event of a crash landing. The wood and canvas fuselage would twist and snap as the heavy engine planted itself in the ground. The trainees heard stories of aircraft failing to recover from a spin, flipping uncontrollably to earth and taking pupil and instructor with them. Thankfully, most such incidents occurred at slow speeds and, with a stall speed of 25 knots, the Tiger Moth was not easily upset. After enlisting in August 1941, Jim Comans was following a similar route. After basic training at RAAF Bradfield Park, not far from Jim's Sydney home, he was sent to 4 Elementary Flying Training School, EFTS, in the nearby suburb of Mascot. The Tiger Moths here, so far from the enemy, had no need of camouflage. Their all-silver finish gleamed in the sun against the landscape beneath them. The airfield was modest and, like RAF Booker, had only a few hangars. On the roof of one of them, the word Mascot was painted in large letters to help identification, something that was impossible in the Luftwaffe targeted Britain. Since the training course was held at the height of the Australian summer, student pilots did not have to worry about changing weather, an ever-present factor in rainy, cloudy Britain. RAAF Mascot, now Sydney International Airport, lay to the south of the city, still within reasonable distance of Jim's home. Comans was streamed to be a bomber pilot. Decisions on whether pilots would fly fighters or bombers might be based on their flying style, but sometimes it was simply a matter of fulfilling quotas. After 50 hours on the Tiger Moth, Jim moved to RAAF Malala, north of Adelaide, to train on Airspeed Oxfords and Avro Ansons. These Airspeed Oxfords and Avro Ansons were built in Britain and transported to Australia by ship. In Canada, 1,500 British-built Ansons for the RCAF were supplemented by a further 1,822 planes built by Victory Aircraft in Toronto. Although these aircraft did not exhibit the flying style of fighters, they presented a new level of sophistication to the students. Both Anson and Oxford were twin-engined with a retractable undercarriage. Far more powerful than the basic trainers, they could prove a handful if mishandled. After flying much simpler machines, it was easier to make a mistake with these more complicated aircraft. Solo pilots often forgot to lower the landing gear on approach, only being reminded of the omission when they saw an emergency flare fired from the watch office. The larger complement of levers and switches in the Oxfords and Ansons could cause temporary confusion in the mind of a trainee, and even a few seconds of indecision were enough to provoke a stall. Having successfully completed his Tiger Moth course in May 1942, Ken Cook found himself posted to Canada and the United States for further flying training. But one important matter required Ken's attention before he travelled to Scotland to join the ship that would take him across the Atlantic. Absence from Muriel Davis had made his heart grow fonder, and he returned to Stroud to marry her. The train north took Ken through the highest mountains he had ever seen. Before climbing the slopes of Shap Fell in Cumberland, the train had stopped to have a second bank engine added. Heaving upwards, it was soon over the crest before running down to Carlisle and on through the lowlands of Scotland. Having arrived on the Clyde as instructed, Ken joined a large crowd of servicemen waiting on the dockside to board ship. The SS Letitia loomed above them, a liner turned troopship. The rails and decks were already filled with servicemen peering down at the new arrivals. The mood was light-hearted, men cheering a stumble on the gangplank or a dropped kit bag. A single funnelled 13,500-ton steamship, Letitia normally carried some 1,600 people, but packed in more than 2,300 troops on these long wartime sea crossings. As well as filling the cabins, bigger spaces like the ballroom were filled with palyasses. At 15 knots, she was hardly a transatlantic hare, unlike blue ribbon-winning ships like the Queen Mary or Elizabeth, which could turn 28 knots. A submerged U-boat could maintain only 7.6 knots, so the early spotting of a target and positioning to meet it was key to their success. SS Letitia normally stayed within the confines of a zigzagging convoy. She had been armed with 8 6-inch guns to act as a convoy protection vessel. But the Admiralty decided in 1941 that her role was impractical. She became a troopship. Ken found his bunk in a cabin with 5 others in the enlisted men's section of the ship. Ahead lay a 9-day voyage to Halifax, Nova Scotia. Unknown to the men, Letitia would be sailing alone. Convoy CT-17 had left 3 days before them, and even the captain did not know the reason for their timing. It was in the hands of the Admiralty. During the Battle of the Atlantic, as many as 3,500 Allied merchantmen and 175 warships were sunk. Sending Letitia alone was a calculated risk. Most U-boat operations in recent weeks had been closer to North American ports and not mid-Atlantic. Until 1st February 1942, the codebreakers at Bletchley Park, Buckinghamshire, had been able to crack German Admiralty codes. Particularly precious were the transmissions from surface U-boats sending reports and receiving orders. However, Allied ships now faced a fresh challenge in the form of a new version of the Enigma machines used to relay ciphered messages to and from the German U-boats. The new Enigma machine, the M4, included an added rotary code dial. It would take Bletchley Park a further 10 months to crack the code, and during that time, U-boats took an increasingly heavy toll of Allied shipping. As Letitia sailed along the Firth of Clyde, Ken was struck by the beauty of the hills and inlets of Argyllshire on the starboard bow. The Isle of Arran, and then the Mull of Kintyre, slipped past as they turned north to head out into the Atlantic against a headwind. As the initial excitement of this expenses-paid cruise to Canada subsided, there was little to do on board but play cards and walk the decks. The men had 4 weeks' advance pay in their pockets, ready to be plucked from them by experienced poker players. Carrying a tin mug around helped beat the tea queues, although it seemed odd using it for the servings of warm beer. As it crossed the North Atlantic, the liner made frequent course changes in order to outwit any lurking U-boat. The smoke from the funnel painted a large dark brown streak across the clear June sky, advertising their position for miles around. The lookouts kept constant watch for the trail of a periscope. The long days somehow felt safer than the nights, although the chance of being observed were higher. Once the light finally faded, the dimly lit decks throbbed to the pulse of the engines, seeming louder to the men lying in their bunks. When a big wave swept across the bow, the ship juddered and pitched before settling back into the thudding pattern once again. On they went, occasionally seeing smoke from ships in the distance, but normally the sea and sky were empty. Ken was aware of the dangers of the U-boats. He spent time working out an escape route from his cabin, reassured by being in the upper portion of the liner. He remembers thinking to himself, "I'm going to be careful here and not take anything for granted." After several days, the upper decks were littered with the seasick. Unable to cope with stuffy mess decks, they had dragged themselves topsides, wrapped in blankets. Some lay motionless, curled against a bulkhead. Others sat in lines like beggars. The ship's doctors regularly checked them, cajoling some to return to their bunks, but many, pale and incoherent, were deaf to their attentions. On their final day at sea, a thin strip of land appeared on the horizon. As the word spread, men sauntered up the stairwells to catch their first sight of North America. A Lockheed Hudson appeared high overhead, its twin radial engines rumbling above the sound of the ship. Banking gently in a wide arc, it made several passes, a signal light flickering. They felt safer closer to Halifax, yet ironically, it was here that they were most in danger from submarines. The Germans had launched Operation Paukenschlag, drumbeat, in January, sending individual submarines to penetrate the St. Lawrence River. The captains were given permission by the Kriegsmarine to roam and strike targets at will. Other than through occasional position reports, it was much harder for Allied codebreakers to anticipate the U-boat's intentions. By April 1942, they had sunk 198 ships in the area. By September, they had rendered the river unusable. Letitia made it to Halifax without incident nonetheless. Once the ship had docked, everyone was more than ready to disembark. The scene at the railway station was chaotic, as thousands of men milled around trying to work out where they should go. Ken Cook's itinerary would take him east to Moncton, New Brunswick, before he embarked on a 2-day onward journey to his eventual destination, Albany, in Georgia. For a young man who, until a few months previously, had never even visited London, the epic train journey taking in the whole of the eastern United States left a lasting impression. Ken's training in the United States was part of the Arnold Scheme, an initiative created before America entered the war. In April 1941, General Hap Arnold, chief of the US AAF, flew to London to meet RAF officers at the Air Ministry. He offered to train 4,000 pilots alongside American cadets, an offer enthusiastically accepted by the British government. In the months before Pearl Harbor, RAF recruits were instructed to change from uniform to civilian clothes as they entered the still neutral United States. Between June 1941 and March 1943, 7,785 men entered the scheme, of whom 3,392 failed to reach the required standard for pilots. This high rate of failure was typical of pilot training throughout the war on both sides of the Atlantic. The perception, therefore, that pilots were barely trained before entering combat is illusory. Most had spent 2 years in training before reaching a frontline squadron. By 1943, an RAF pilot averaged 335 hours flying in training, twice as many as his Luftwaffe counterpart, and close to that of a modern fast jet pilot. The loss of so many RAF crews in early bombing missions illustrates the terrible waste of human resources. To the bemusement of the new arrivals at Turner Field, Albany, they were required to undergo a month-long acclimatization course in Army procedure, which included learning American drill. The discipline could be irksome, not least owing to the presence of upperclassmen, Americans on the course above, who could enforce strict rules. These included the practice of insisting their subordinates ate square meals, the American military tradition of sitting bolt upright with arms at right angles, so forming a square shape. Other peculiarities included reporting others for minor infractions, with an exception that individuals who realised they had broken the rules should report themselves. Some servicemen relate stories of bloodied noses when scores were settled later in the course. Not all RAF personnel were ready to tolerate a culture they saw as petty and vindictive, even if, by openly opposing it, they ran the risk of being removed from the course. The daily drone of training aircraft above reminded the recruits why they were there. The Britons arrived still wearing their blue flannel uniforms and sweltered in the heat and humidity of July in the deep south. To their relief, the Americans equipped them with a looser-fitting uniform, which, with the sleeves rolled up, made the 34-degree heat bearable. The airfield at Turner was larger than anything the cadets had seen in Britain. Numerous runways intersected each other, allowing more than one aircraft to take off and land at the same time. The aircraft used on the advanced flying courses, hosted by Turner, included twin-engine trainers like the Curtiss AT-9, a slick, all-metal aircraft that looked very modern. The locals welcomed the British warmly during their time at Turner Field. The southern drawl was different from the accents the men were familiar with from Hollywood films, the ex-Confederates still referring to Northerners as damn Yankees. Ken remembers the Georgians as uncomplicated in their outlook, many of them unsure where Britain was and puzzled as to how to get there. They were eager to introduce the airmen to the food and culture of the South, but also to the jitterbug, a dance that was sweeping America. After a month of tedious drill, the British trainees were released to nearby Dar Aerotech, an airfield that had been a civilian flying field before the war. There was some friction over the proximity of the two airfields, particularly after a collision some months earlier between a Dar Aerotech trainer and a twin from Turner Field, which resulted in the deaths of a student and instructor. Neat lines of Boeing Stearman trainers greeted them at Dar Aerotech. Resplendent with bright blue fuselage and yellow wings, the aircraft had a robust, no-nonsense look about them. The Boeing Stearman, like the Tiger Moth, was a biplane with a fixed undercarriage, but it was larger than the British aircraft. The open, Lycoming radial engine with exposed finned cylinders looked rudimentary, and the Stearman had a coarser engine tone than the Britons were accustomed to. Despite the aircraft's basic appearance, the Stearman's engine produced over 250 horsepower, twice that of the Tiger Moth. In flight, the wooden propellers made a rasping sound, the engine driving the propellers so fast that their tips broke the sound barrier. The flying instructors at Dar were civilians, disarming the students with their tendency to call everyone Buddy, rather than using surnames, as was standard practice in RAF training. This term might be used casually or, should the need arise, in stern intervention. The instructors were amused by the British mix of stuffiness and self-deprecating humour. The limeys had a way about them, but, at times, the exact meaning of their words escaped the Americans. In flying, the instructors wanted their students to gain an instinctive feel for their aircraft. One of them, Kinky Gunn, had enjoyed a career as a Hollywood stunt pilot and made a point of taking his students up and flinging the aeroplane around in aerobatics. The point was to illustrate that they should learn to fly by the seat of their pants, although most felt too ill to fully appreciate the lesson. Supervising the course, gruff Major Knight of the US Army Air Corps tried to keep a tight rein on his excitable and sunburned trainees. He was a man who did not entertain any form of humour, and at times he despaired of the British, who seemed incapable of tight discipline. He would send a man back to Canada for the smallest violation of army rules. Drinking was forbidden, and the mere suggestion of moral indiscretion would produce an explosion of volcanic proportions. Wearing the straight-brimmed hat of a West Point officer, he was nicknamed the Boy Scout by his British charges. Ken Cook was more than ready to clamber into the cockpit of the Stearman. It seemed too long since he had flown. He hoped he had not forgotten too much. To avoid the heat of the day, flying started early in the mornings. Among many differences between the American trainer and the Tiger Moth was the fact that the Stearman's seat had to be adjusted to the right height, otherwise seeing out of the cockpit could be difficult. Many students took off with the seat too low, much to their later embarrassment. When the pilot looked out over the engine, the movement of the propeller and the resulting heat formed a shimmering haze that made it difficult to see the horizon. Ken found the Stearman had a life of its own, testing his nerves. At takeoff, the torque of the engine tended to pull the biplane to port. Rudder technique was essential in keeping her straight. If he was too heavy on the rudder, the aircraft would twitch back and forth, producing mutterings from the instructor. The Stearman was not a fast aeroplane. Her cruising speed was just 90 miles per hour, but when the throttles were opened, she produced a surge of power. Soon the students were learning the feel of the aeroplane, getting used to its whistling wires and creaking wings. Although he was settling into the flying, There was one element that frightened Ken above all other manoeuvres. Landing was proving to be very stressful. Unlike the gentler Tiger Moth, the Stearman's stall speed of 55 miles per hour meant the biplane needed to be flown all the way to touchdown. A good landing involved judging the stall speed correctly. Too much height, and the aircraft would hurtle towards the runway and bounce ferociously. All too often, Ken stressed the landing gear as he fought to keep control, giving his bewildered instructor an experience akin to a fast descent in an elevator. Even once the wheels touched the ground, the Stearman seemed to dig in, propelling it from one side of the runway to the other in a series of chaotic lurches. If all went well, the terrified pilot would eventually gain control, sweating and shaking as the aircraft subserviently rolled to a halt as if nothing untoward had happened. A pilot with 3,000 hours of flying experience in the Stearman, Tom Lowe, still experiences the anxiety that the beast within will manifest itself. To this day, every landing on a hard surfaced runway is preceded by a feeling of apprehension, a dry mouth, a tightening of the sphincter muscle which induces an advanced case of pucker that leaves me wondering if this will be the Stearman landing that will finally jump up and grab me. After 27 hours of flying, 10 of which had been solo, Ken learnt that he had not made the grade. He confesses that he never mastered the Stearman. It made him nervous, and with this lack of confidence, he lost the ability to fly well. He was informed that he would be returned to Trenton, Ontario, to await further pilot training. Ken knew he had washed out, but he still hoped that he could get on a future course. On 21st September 1942, Ken began the 2-day train journey north to Canada, which gave him plenty of time to think about his future. Up until then, everything had gone well for him, but suddenly the dream of being a pilot seemed to be slipping away. At Trenton, he was informed that all future pilots' courses were full. Few who failed got a second chance. The system was pushing hundreds of men into the conveyor belt of pilot training. For those who fell off, there were plenty of other roles to fill. The RAF needed 6 crew members for every bomber pilot. Ken confesses he felt miserable as he returned to the barrack room routine of parades and kit cleaning. There was nothing much to do. Thousands of miles from home, he felt in limbo. After some weeks of despondency, he was offered a position on an air gunnery course for RAF bomber crews. He refused firmly but politely. "Not bloody likely," he said later. A second offer sounded more attractive. Would he be interested in training for the new position of air bomber? This would involve training in navigation, as well as more conventional bomb aiming. He would also train as an air gunner, but this was a secondary role. This time, Ken accepted the offer. If he could not fly as a pilot, a position in aircrew would have to do. Taganrog, Southern Russia, November 1941. Gunter Rahl checked the straps of his harness, shuffling a little in his seat. He was a tight fit, his shoulders rubbing against the sides of the cockpit. After a couple of attempts, the Daimler-Benz 603 engine burst into life. It was a bitterly cold late November day in 1941, the temperature tens of degrees below freezing. The outside of the cockpit was frosted, making the handle slippery as he reached up to close the canopy. He waved across to his wingman, signalling that he was beginning to taxi. The 2 Messerschmitt Bf 109s moved slowly over the deeply frozen ground, weaving from side to side, so that the pilots could see over the long snouts of their fighters. Fully armed and fueled, they lifted off from Taganrog, 200 miles east of the Crimea. Their sweep headed down towards Rostov-on-Don, where palls of thick smoke were rising from a ferocious battle. The Germans had taken the town only 6 days earlier, but now a large Russian counterattack was driving them out. Little did they realise that this was the first successful operation of many that would eventually turn the tide against them. The light was fading when they spotted a group of Russian fighters below them, dark green with red stars on their wings. In the chill air, exhaust streamed telltale white ribbons. Turning quickly towards them, the Russian group broke. They had seen the Messerschmitts. Gunther was not too concerned. He had been in this position a dozen times. When it came to a dogfight, the Me-109 could outturn a Russian every time. He was one of the highest scoring aces on the Eastern Front, supremely confident in both his aircraft and his abilities. He set to work closing in on his prey, like an expert stalker keeping downwind of his victim. After a couple of minutes twisting and turning, he planted himself on the tail of a Russian. He fired a brief burst, his two 13mm machine guns and single 20mm cannon ripping into the fighter. Engulfed in flames, the aircraft tumbled from the sky in front of him. Whether it was the cold, the fading light, or just a momentary lapse, Gunther could not recall. Flying straight and level as he watched the tumbling fireball of his latest victim, he paid for his few seconds of complacency. A Soviet fighter pounced on him, bullets slashing through the thin aluminium skin, killing the engine dead. Gunther reacted immediately, braking and diving, but his power was gone. The prop slowed to a flutter. He had to hope that the Russian would not follow him down to finish the job. He also knew he was over Russian positions, not that the frontier was fixed. In the half-light, he made out some German panzers and decided to belly land as close to them as possible. His approach was too fast, and, noticing a small ravine spanning his landing area, he struck the ground hard before sailing over the gap and churning the aircraft into the field opposite. He remembers a wall coming to meet him, before he was knocked unconscious. His wingman circled above, watching but unable to help. Gunther's wings and engine were torn off in the crash, but there was no fire. Hanging in the wreckage, he was cut out by a tank crew and taken back to a burnt-out school in Taganrog. There was no medical aid available, but eventually he was evacuated to Romania, his back broken in 3 places and paralysed on the right side. Doctors were sceptical about a recovery, falling silent when he told them he wanted to fly again. After months in hospital, his determination paid off, and he returned to flying duties on the Eastern Front in August 1942. He was to survive the war as a high-scoring ace, but he was shot down 8 times, on the last occasion losing his thumb to a P-47 Thunderbolt. Gunther Rahl's first dogfights had been over the English Channel in 1940. Ordered to close escort Junkers 87 Stuka dive bombers, all advantage of the speed of the Me-109 was lost. Spitfires and Hurricanes tore into their formations with devastating effect. He had great respect for the RAF pilots and their aircraft, but he knew that Luftwaffe strategy in the Battle of Britain had been poor. When he moved to the Eastern Front, his dogfights with the Russians resembled a turkey shoot. But what the Russians lacked in skill or technology, they made up for in numbers. Gunther lost many colleagues, experienced men the Luftwaffe could ill afford to lose. That a man of Gunther Rahl's ability ended up 1,700 miles from Calais demonstrates the folly of Hitler's wild leap into Russia in the summer of 1941. It was a strategic blunder that enabled RAF Bomber Command to build a force capable of attacking Germany's cities. After the end of the Blitz in May 1941, Britain's airfields and aircraft manufacturing capacity had been left alone to flourish. Thus it was that when the RAF announced its area bombing directive of February 1942, it possessed the planes and weapons it needed to implement the lethally effective strategy of targeting Germany's cities and industrial centres. While Gunther languished in a full body cast in hospital, large raids on Germany began in earnest. The first major attack was against Lübeck in late March 1942 and created a firestorm that severely damaged the Baltic city. Reichsmarshal Hermann Göring had won Hitler's confidence as head of the pre-war Sturmabteilung, the SA, in the early 1920s. He had reorganised the body from a rabble, as Hitler enthused, but his leadership of the Luftwaffe as its supreme commander from 1935 was vacuous. Much of the strength of the Luftwaffe came from the services of officers recruited under Siegt's secretive direction in the 1920s. Göring, addicted to morphine after a 1923 injury, retreated into a pampered world of fine clothes and looted artworks. Günter Rahl's opinion of Göring was typical of most Luftwaffe officers. At the time I became acquainted with him, I was cold to him. He was a big, fat man, a very pompous man. And not only I, but my comrades felt he was out of touch with reality. He was certainly not respected as an Air Force leader. That Göring lacked experience in directing a coherent air strategy is unsurprising. His pandering relationship with Hitler prevented informed opinion from reaching the ears of the Führer. General Field Marshal Erhard Milch, former head of Lufthansa and Göring's immediate subordinate from 1933, pleaded with him to prevent the madness of a Russian invasion. But Göring forbade him any contact with Hitler. Milch was correct in believing that the Russian front would lose Germany the war. By late 1942, the Luftwaffe, although sustaining great losses, still managed to maintain a force of 2,500 aircraft on the Eastern Front. Had these resources been available to attack Britain in 1941, it is unlikely that the manufacture of the Lancaster and Halifax could have taken place in such numbers. Airfield attacks would have limited the building up of bomber command forces and kept Britain firmly on the back foot. One significant problem would have remained, however, the flow of trained pilots from Australia, South Africa, Canada, and America. The men enjoying the adventure of a lifetime under untroubled skies abroad were the slow-burning fuse of a demolition charge. Embarking on his second career in the Royal Air Force Volunteer Reserve, Ken Cook made the 35-mile journey from Trenton to Picton, Ontario. He found himself on another large airfield, 31 Bombing and Gunnery School. The huge expanses of flat land around the airfield were filled with low scrub and trees. Viewed from the air, the landscape defined itself as a patchwork of thousands of fields, stretching in wide bands along the shores of Lake Ontario all the way to Toronto and beyond to Lake Huron. The lakes were huge, yet navigators needed to be careful not to cross the invisible line of the US border mid-lake, 25 miles south of Picton. To the north, the land was uncultivated and wild, extending some 500 miles across Quebec and Ontario to Hudson Bay. It was not uncommon for crews to become lost, sometimes hopelessly, in the Canadian wilderness. On 30th October 1942, an Avro Anson flying out of Patricia Bay in British Columbia went missing with 4 crew on board. The crashed aircraft was not discovered until October 2013 by logging workers of Vancouver Island, finally allowing recovery of the bodies. The skies above North America seemed much bigger than at home, but the baking sun of Albany had long since set. It was October 1942, and chill winds were beginning to whip across the airfields at Picton. Gradually, the rich hues of autumn faded. A portent of the harsh Canadian winter. Rows of H-shaped, shingle-clad huts filled the site, their red corrugated iron roofs ready for the coming snowfall. The site was well planned, with tarmac roads connecting the accommodation blocks. Trainees lived in dormitories with shared bathroom facilities. In front, 6 cavernous hangars dominated the view, providing shelter for the training aircraft and space for classroom work. Although a white steel security fence topped with barbed wire secured the boundaries, the risk posed by spies or saboteurs was slight. Life for servicemen was Spartan, but when leave was taken, it was possible to travel as far as New York City to see the sights. Ground training was supplemented by flights in the Avro Lancaster, Faithful Annie, or the Flying Greenhouse, as it was affectionately known. Designed as a light bomber, it fulfilled many roles throughout the Empire, mostly in training and light transport. Through the deep-snowed months of December and January, Ken trained with 33 Air Navigation School at Mount Hope near Hamilton. The Fairy Battle, an aircraft introduced in 1937 but considered obsolete less than 3 years later, served as their principal trainer. Too large and underpowered for its single engine, the Battles were hopelessly outclassed in the Battle for France in 1940. They flew 100 miles per hour slower than the Me-109s they were pitched against. Flying over a featureless white landscape presented problems for trainee navigators as they sought out waypoints for course changes. Snow showers often limited their visibility, leaving them reliant on dead reckoning. When the dark strip of Mount Pleasant's runway appeared in front of the nose, there was a feeling of relief, but the pilots still had slippery concrete to contend with, capable of depositing the unwary into the large snowbanks along the edges of the runway. Ken Cook completed his bombing and gunnery courses successfully, also receiving his commission as pilot officer. The rank of pilot officer was held by all receiving a commission in the RAF, and did not necessarily denote that they were a pilot. Soon he was homeward bound on RMS Empress of Canada, but this time in the officers' quarters. Although the opulence of the ocean liner was somewhat diminished by the presence of thousands of troops on board, some areas still carried the refinement of their pre-war days. The wooden-panelled upper-class cabins with brass wall lights and patterned carpets were a reminder of an age of peacetime cruising. Empress of Canada would not enjoy such carefree times again. She was torpedoed 3 weeks later off the west coast of Africa by the Italian submarine Leonardo da Vinci. Of 1,800 passengers, 392 were lost, over half of them Italian prisoners of war. After home leave and the chance to spend some time with Muriel, Ken was posted to RAF Wigtown on the Dumfries and Galloway coast. He made acquaintance with the Blackburn Boater, a large bomber that, like the Fairy Battle, had failed to live up to expectations. Despite its underwhelming performance, Ken enjoyed his time dropping sticks of practice bombs and firing machine guns. Although very small compared to the Lancaster, Ken remembers the Blackburn Boater as a real aeroplane. As in Canada, life for the trainee airmen was simple and uncomplicated. There were opportunities for the pilots to vary their flights, to drop in on airfields that offered hospitality or interesting flying. The Isle of Man, Scottish Isles, and Lake District peaks all offered excellent sightseeing opportunities, although the boater's near-allergic reaction to climbing had to be kept in mind. This was to be Ken's last posting to an isolated unit. Hereon, he would be thrust into the culture of bomber command. The business of war became serious. Training apart, an airman needed to prepare himself for action and the close proximity of death. In early June 1943, the men were ushered into the large, flat-ceiling crew room at RAF Cottesmore in Rutland. Most had arrived only a few days before, found a bed with an upright locker next to it, and deposited their kit. They knew that the next milestone in their training was to be crewed up. Around 100 men assembled for the first time, glancing around at the mass of unfamiliar faces. The instructions were simple. They were to organise themselves into crews. Crews would form around the pilots and, other than ensuring that there were the right number of men for each position in the room, there was no further interference by senior RAF officers. It was a process that resembled a Christmas party game, but the act of self-selection created a psychological bond that locked the crew together. They had all volunteered for aircrew, but most decisions after this had been taken for them. But now, for a brief moment in their military career, they took back control. The choices they made in that crowded room would define their destinies. The crews gathered at RAF Cottesmore were brought together by the exigencies of wartime and drawn from all parts of the British Empire. There were Australians, New Zealanders, Canadians, and South Africans. Whether each individual lived or died in the future might depend on the personal connections they made in the next 10 minutes. A brief conversation, a first impression of a pilot, a sympathetic engagement with another trainee. Henceforth, they would be bound to their new colleagues as interdependent members of a team. Except for the interruptions of illness, injury, or death, most crew members would remain together for the duration of their tour of duty. In numerous cases, the men would share not only the day-to-day rhythms of each other's lives, but also their final moments. Many of the men who crewed up that day lie together in lines of white headstones in cemeteries from Utrecht to Berlin. Ken Cook remembers being one of the first to meet Jim Comans. They talked only briefly, but Ken was impressed by the Australian. They struck it off immediately, although Ken later felt Comans remained somewhat aloof in his relationship with the crew. Comans, too, had married in 1942, but being 11 years older, he had an air of authority about him. Navigator Don Bowes was also an officer, and like Ken, washed out from pilot training school in the USA. George Widdis, the Canadian upper gunner, had likewise made the journey from Ontario across the Atlantic in early 1943. The new crew was completed by tail gunner Jock Bolland from Scotland, flight engineer Ken Randall from Birmingham, and the Luton man Roy Wolford as radio operator. All were in their early 20s. The room was filled with the babble of conversations. This was it. After nearly 2 years in the Royal Air Force, they were finally part of a crew. Even at this early stage, it was possible to read their characters. 3 were quiet, unassuming men, 1 gregarious, and the other 3, all officers, shared a more phlegmatic approach, but with a twinkle in their eyes. RAF Cottesmore was a busy airfield. Day and night the air was filled with the roar of aircraft taking off and landing. Gone was the slower pace of the Empire training grounds. 14 Operational Training Unit, 14 OTU, was in a state of perpetual motion, feeding replacement aircrew as needed to the front-line squadrons. Losses were mounting, but the bomber force was continuing to expand. The crew knew they had 4 months of intensive training before they were posted to an operational squadron. For the first time, they were close to bomber country, with its many airfields stretching from North Yorkshire to East Anglia. The spectacle of gathering bomber streams fascinated them. As twilight fell on the long June evenings, the heavies began their rumbling climbs over the countryside. Halifaxes, Lancasters and Stirlings rose like gnats in the distance, soon visible only as tiny dots against the deepening blue skies. The month before the crew formed at 14 OTU, the Dambusters raid of 16th-17th May had enthralled the country. Suddenly, bombers had captured the imagination of the public in a way that the Spitfire and Hurricane pilots had done in the summer of 1940. Although the activities of Bomber Command were reported in newspapers or in the clipped tones of BBC announcers, there had been nothing as exciting as this since the Augsburg raid of April 1942. The newspaper headlines were dramatic. Dambusters, heart of Ruhr flooded. 100 miles wave, and stories of the raid occupied many column inches for days afterwards. Photographs of the breached dams pouring water were more arresting than blurry, high-level images of smoking factories. A new hero, Wing Commander Guy Gibson, was born, a boy's own figure who had already enjoyed an illustrious RAF career. He had been posted to Cottesmore with 14 OTU for 2 brief weeks in 1940, but he was unhappy and successfully lobbied to be moved. A pre-war pilot, Gibson was thrown against the enemy in the ill-equipped and inexperienced bomber force that found itself struggling in France in May and June 1940. He had survived by luck, but in the years following, he became an outstanding pilot. The crew's first flights together were from a satellite training airfield, RAF Saltby, a 7-mile drive in a blue RAF bus. The Vickers Wellington was a far bigger aircraft than the men had flown in before. Squat and menacing, it carried 2 Bristol Pegasus radial engines in bulbous housings close to the wing root. Its 64-foot wingspan did not match the Lancaster's 102 feet, but in length the fuselage was only 5 feet shorter. A prodding finger revealed that its fuselage was canvas stretched over a complicated duralumin frame. Introduced in 1936, the Wellington had been the RAF's most modern bomber, yet with the massive increase in wartime production, its use had declined, Bomber Command favouring the new Halifax and Lancaster. Although the Wellington's role as a long-distance bomber had diminished by 1943, it continued to serve coastal command in the Battle of the Atlantic, as well as serving in training units. While German designers flung themselves determinedly into the all-metal aeroplane, old habits died hard in Britain. Designers did not fully trust the new technology. The Hawker Hurricane, a hugely successful fighter, still had a wooden-ribbed, canvas-covered rear fuselage. Part of the problem was engine capability, and arguably the Germans at the start of the war were still ahead in power output. The Wellington was still capable of comfortable speeds for a bomber at 235 miles per hour, but 40 miles per hour slower than the Heinkel HE-111, a similar-sized aircraft carrying the same bomb load. The Wellington might not have been the latest bomber, but to the crew it was a technological marvel. Jim Comans had already been taught how to fly the Wellington. The next step was to see how he could command a group of men crewing it. Climbing the short yellow ladder in the nose of the aircraft, the crew was struck by the complexity of the geodesic structure with its thousands of interlocked diamond shapes. Designed by Barnes Wallis, the geodesic airframe, which bore some similarity to a Zeppelin, comprised a latticework of criss-crossing metal struts, creating a fuselage that was light but extremely strong. Wellingtons had survived many attacks over Germany, returning with canvas burned off and large punctures in the fuselage. Apart from the cramped turrets, it was far roomier than other aircraft the crew had flown in. However, the Wellington was far from luxurious, offering little head height. Some consideration had been given to allowing natural light into the fuselage, via a long strip of windows over the wing root. The crew were familiar with the equipment it carried. The radios, navigation aids, and cockpit instruments were the same as in other trainers. Ken Cook's first flight with the new crew took place on 11th June 1943. He took off at 1100 hours, and the flight lasted 2 hours 55 minutes. Familiarization with aircraft and crew, he wrote in his logbook. Like the Avro Anson, Ken's regular training companion, the Wellington, had a canvas-covered fuselage, which offered no protection from the deafening noise of the aircraft's engines. The tips of the propellers seemed to spin inches away from the cockpit. Despite some shortcomings, the Wellington, or Wimpy, was a well-loved and reliable aeroplane, which continued in production until 1945. The crew was beginning its airborne training but getting to know the detached voices from the intercom began in the bar, at dances, pubs, and cinema showings. All bomber aircrew held a minimum rank of sergeant, a social standing that enabled the men to mix more freely with the officers. Aircrew had their own set of rules regarding rank when they were in the air. It was common for a flight sergeant to be a pilot and have commissioned officers in the crew, yet as skipper, he had command over them. The promotion to sergeant allowed higher rates of pay in recognition of the training undertaken, but it also ensured better treatment in the event of the individual becoming a prisoner of war. The Germans still maintained a strict military code of honour in dealing with downed airmen. Non-commissioned officers were treated with greater deference than men of lower rank. The crew flew most days, dodging the rainstorms and thunder of an unsettled month. The Wellington, often lightly loaded, proved powerful and agile in the air. The men had taken Jim Coman's piloting abilities on trust when they first met, but nothing that had happened since had dimmed their confidence in him. As they talked with other crews, however, it was clear that not all pilots were made of the same stuff. Rough landings were a common complaint. Tales of poor handling and muddled thinking were swapped around the bar. In these respects, Coman's caused little concern. Not only was he a good pilot, his air of command inspired confidence. Incidents and accidents were commonplace, a constant reminder that flying was a hazardous occupation. On the day of the crew's first flight from RAF Saltby, a Wellington of 14 OTU crash-landed on the Chatsworth estate in Derbyshire, injuring some of the crew. Engine problems had caused a loss of power, and FO Leo Patkin was forced to perform a wheels-up landing, writing off the aircraft. Simple errors could prove fatal, as in the case of Sergeant Wilford Collins, who raised his flaps instead of the undercarriage on the night of 6 December 1942, and was killed when his Wellington ploughed into a field not far from the end of the runway. By the war's end, 89 servicemen were buried in Cottesmore's Village Cemetery Extension. Nationally, operational training units lost 558 aircraft in 1943, only a small fraction of them to enemy activity. In August 1943, the crew were deemed fit to move to the next stage of their training. Excitement and apprehension mounted as they were posted to 1661 Heavy Conversion Unit, HCU, at RAF Winthorpe near Newark. Most of the men had experience of 5 or 6 different aircraft types, but now they came face to face with a career-defining Leviathan, the Avro Lancaster. The aircraft seemed very high compared to the low-slung Wellington. The tyres were bigger than any they had seen, and the capacious wheel bay seemed large enough to hold a small car. A huge bomb bay ran from the nose to beyond the rear of the wing, open doors revealing the mounting points and control mechanisms. The skin was all metal, finely riveted in squares, giving a sleek but robust look. The ground crew were proud of their aircraft and devoted time to introducing the new arrivals to every area of the bomber. 4 inline Rolls-Royce Merlin engines protruded from the leading edge, their smooth cowlings meeting the propeller hubs. Even the exhaust stubs were designed for speed, angled rearwards, as in the Spitfire, to give a few added miles per hour. They had seen the Lancaster in flight, the Rolls-Royce Merlin engines sounding smoother and more melodious than the radials of the Wellingtons. In daylight, the cockpit was light and airy, with the canopy extending rearwards towards the navigator's table. The Lancaster Mark Is of 1661 HCU had already seen squadron service. Battle damage repairs on the skin were noticeable. They were veterans, yet still examples of one of the most advanced aircraft of the war to date. Another emotion stirred the crew as they looked around the Lancaster for the first time. It was the feeling of receiving a special gift, perhaps akin to buying a first car. The Lancaster was inspiring, frightening and engaging, all at the same time. The next few weeks were filled with exercises and classroom work. Most of the flying was done at night. Radio operator Roy Wolford had only flown 19 hours in darkness, but within 3 weeks his total had risen to 60. Despite the intensity of the training, questions began to gnaw at the pits of their stomachs. How would they cope in action? Would their nerves hold? The gunners knew the speed a fighter could fly at them. In daylight they appeared as specks closing in quickly. The target appeared in the gun sight for only a few seconds before whipping away above or underneath them with incredible speed. In the dark, the sudden movement was unnerving. In training on several occasions, friendly fighters had appeared so quickly that there was not time to aim. More frighteningly, there were times when neither gunner saw them until the snarl of the fighter's engine overhead made them duck. Occasionally, a damaged aircraft would drop into RAF Winthorpe, its fuselage holed with fist-sized puncture wounds, its sides and wings peppered with smaller flak shards. This dark intimation of what lay ahead could not be dwelt on. There were daily hazards in training to overcome. In their third week at Winthorpe, Lancaster W4929 did not return from a night navigation exercise. All 8 of its crew died when it crashed high in the Black Mountain near Fan Fool in the Brecon Beacons. The accident was a stark reminder that flying was inherently dangerous. The Comans crew flew the next day, practicing evasive manoeuvres under the supervision of squadron leader Pattinson. After 1 3/4 hours of being flung about the sky, including numerous corkscrew manoeuvres, they were grateful to land safely. The men of the crew had changed over the last 2 years. Most had left their local railway station with 1,000 thoughts packed into a small suitcase. Some had dreamed of becoming fighter pilots, effortlessly sailing through cloud-drifting skies like Douglas Bader or Bob Tuck. Gradually, they had been drawn into a darker world of black-painted bombers. 1661 HCU was introducing them to their new nocturnal world, technicians in a piece of complex machinery. Their training prepared them for the worst, treating injuries, how to use survival equipment, parachutes, and evasion techniques. They had all watched the films Target for Tonight and One of Our Aircraft is Missing, both of which centred on the experiences of Wellington bomber crews. They were drawn to the men's heroism and intrigued by the bombers they flew in. However, as the moment approached when they themselves would have to undertake operational flying, the future began to appear less romantic. There were also wives and sweethearts to consider, but more immediately, the well-being of their comrades. Roy Wolford carried with him the memory of the Luftwaffe's bombing of Luton in the late summer of 1940. At least now he would be able to strike back at an enemy that had destroyed the Vauxhall factory, killing young girls on the shop floor in a deadly shower of flying glass. The attack had affected him deeply. The events of 31st August 1940 never far from his thoughts. But now he was in love. A chance decision by the crew to go for lunch in nearby Newark led to Roy meeting a local girl, Phyllis Brewer. They had much in common. She too had experienced the effects of a factory bombing raid. Her father worked at the Ransom and Marles ball bearing plant in Newark. It was attacked on 7th of March 1941 by 2 German bombers, a raid in which 41 were killed. Her grandfather had ridden to the factory on his bicycle, anxious for news of his son, who had worked in the tool room. He was stopped at the gates by policemen. The wrecked roofs and rising smoke told the story all too clearly. Happily, Phyllis's father was safe, although shaken. As the wheels of Lancaster F. Freddy touched down after their final training flight, on 23 September 1943, the crew knew their own phony war was over. After 2 years of training, the RAF had given them just 23 hours night flying time in the Lancaster. Only one training session had lasted as long as an actual raid. Now they were to be propelled into the real world of a bomber crew. Their operational posting appeared on the notice board. They were going to No. 9 Squadron, based at RAF Bardney in Lincolnshire. Chapter 3. Lancaster. Wearing the attire of an early aviator, the figure stands gazing in admiration at a model of a Wright biplane held in the hands of his outstretched arms. His high boots, loose-fitting jacket and flat cap, with open-face balaclava beneath, mark him as an explorer. The bronze statue in Agincourt Square, Monmouth, was erected in memory of an aviation pioneer who lost his life in pursuit of his passion. Charles Rolls was educated at Eton before going up to Cambridge University in 1895, but he was soon consumed with a love of early motor cars. Dirty Rolls always seemed to have his hands stained with oil. At the age of 18, he bought his first car in Paris, a Peugeot Phaeton, and joined the Automobile Club of France. It was the first car resident in Cambridge, and only the third in Wales. In 1903, he established a world land speed record of 93 miles per hour in a French Morse car in Dublin. A year later, he met Frederick Royce and created one of the most iconic of all manufacturing brands, Rolls-Royce. Within months, they had produced their first car. Rolls was also a keen balloonist, and as the aeroplane began to make its presence felt, his interest in aviation led him to purchase a French-built Wright biplane. In appearance, it did not differ greatly from the model that had skimmed the flats of Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, but it had a new tail assembly with a rudder. As a founder member, Rolls became licence holder No. 2 of the Royal Aeronautical Society. On 2 June 1910, he successfully completed a double crossing of the English Channel without landing, starting and ending at Dover, an event also commemorated with a statue of Rolls on the town's esplanade. Town councillors at Monmouth, a few miles from the Rolls country seat at Clancatic, immediately proposed a statue to be erected in Charles's honour. Their enthusiasm was no doubt spurred by the realisation that the town lacked famous sons. Henry V had been born in the castle, and Lord Horatio Nelson paid a brief visit in 1802. Monmouth badly needed a hero. Sadly, within weeks of the council's proposal, Charles was dead, killed during a show at Bournemouth on 12th July when the newly designed tail sheared off his biplane. Horrified spectators saw the aircraft lift, twist in the air, and plunge to the ground. Charles fell only 20 feet, but without head protection, he succumbed to his injuries. The Times stated, "He is the first Englishman who has sacrificed his life in the cause of modern aviation." The statue, unveiled in October 1911, is a poignant reminder of the heavy price paid by the early pioneers of aviation. Royce continued with the Rolls-Royce Company, finding success with luxury cars and aero engines. Had Rolls lived, he would have seen his company expand beyond all expectations. Henry Royce died in 1933, but not before designing his enduring legacy, the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, which entered production in 1935. The 12-cylinder, 27-litre engine was to become a war winner, and like other great inventions, was updated and modified during its period of production. It had the ability to transform an unremarkable aircraft design into a class leader. The story of the Avro 683 Lancaster, an aircraft renamed after its meeting with the Rolls-Royce Merlin, is one of success, but the original aircraft, the Avro 679 Manchester, proved to be a misadventure. Avro's chief designer, Roy Chadwick, had been with the company for 20 years. As he stood by the runway at Ringway near Manchester 24th July 1939, he made polite conversation with visiting dignitaries from the Air Ministry, but hoped this test flight would not be delayed much longer. Neatly dressed in suit and tie, his hair was closely combed down and pencil moustache carefully trimmed. He was part of the management, but his heart lay in hours of painstaking work at the drawing board. Like his mentor and early employer, A.V. Rowe, he was one of the new breed of aviation pioneers. Unlike Charles Rolls, who had poured his wealth into the new sport of flying, he was not a child of the landed aristocracy, but was born on a farm, the son of a mechanical engineer. His latest brainchild had taken years of development. Winning the tender for the Air Ministry's specification P-13/36 had been an exciting prospect. The project was to deliver a new medium bomber for the RAF capable of carrying 6,000 pounds of bombs at 275 miles per hour over a range of 1,000 miles. P-13/36 envisaged it would be a twin-engine bomber that would require catapult-assisted takeoff, an idea so outlandish it was not pursued in the final design. The 36 in the specification denoted the year, 1936, and even before their current bombers like the Wellington, Whiteley and Hampton had seen action, planners were looking ahead to the next generation of aircraft. Of the company's tendering, two designs were chosen, the Avro 679 and Handley Page HP.56, later named the Halifax, as reserve. The award of the primary contract would lead to significant orders, initially mooted at 1,500 units. The Avro team were accustomed to maiden flights, but the Avro 679 had drawn a larger crowd of company and Air Ministry officials than normal. Workers gathered in small knots outside the Avro hangars to watch the new aircraft. It promised to be the most technologically advanced aircraft in the world. Many functions were hydraulic, and the new Rolls-Royce Vulture engine promised 1,750 horsepower, approaching twice the output of the recent Merlin. It had been an unseasonably wet day, and the test flight was held back until 6:30 in the evening. The 679, now named the Manchester, lined up on the runway, pausing for permission to take off. The buzz of anticipation was interrupted by the swell of engines. Gradually gathering speed, the prototype Manchester L7246 accelerated past the watchers, lifting off above the fine mist of water from the runway. The takeoff run took much longer than anticipated. The Manchester, with Chief Test Pilot Sam Brown at the helm, disappeared from view. With no radio fitted, the waiting officials were left in suspense. Overhead, the Manchester rumbled unseen above the low cloud, eventually breaking through the grey, overcast sky to land 17 minutes later. As L7246 trundled onto the taxiway, Brown gave the thumbs up through the open cockpit window to Chadwick and Roy Dobson, Avro's managing director. The early optimism was punctured, however, when Brown made his post-flight report. Both hydraulic pump shafts had broken, and the engines had run very hot. Brown had to nurse the Manchester home watching engine temperatures. It handled heavily, requiring considerable physical strength to keep control. In the period leading to the test flight, Chadwick had become increasingly anxious about the weight changes of the design. It seemed each month saw additions to the concept. Unlike the early designs of Chadwick's youth, for which nearly every component was built on site, the Manchester was an amalgam of equipment built by other manufacturers. The new bomber was a carrying platform for ordnance, powered turrets, radio, navigation, and bomb-aiming equipment. Further flights revealed that the aircraft was slower than specified, at times struggling even without loading. The problems were not all of Avro's making. Key to the success of the aircraft were the new Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. They were not performing well, producing 300 horsepower under Rolls-Royce's promised performance. 2 Manchester prototypes were tested throughout August and September 1939, revealing a catalogue of issues, most connected to the engine and hydraulics. Rolls-Royce were optimistic, believing they could iron out teething problems with the Vulture. Sam Brown found plenty of challenges on each flight. On Sunday, 11th October, he took off from Ringway for a 45-minute flight. It was the 9th test flight and, to date, every one had experienced a technical failure of some description. Bringing the Manchester round onto approach, Brown had just fixed his eyes on the runway when an explosive judder threw the aircraft off balance. The port engine had blown up, forcing pistons and conrods through the crankcase. The aircraft yawed as power was lost, and Brown fought to keep control. Losing precious altitude at an alarming rate, he kept the nose straight ahead and abandoned any attempt to reach the runway. After 2 nerve-testing minutes, he was relieved to see the airfield boundary fence slip beneath him. He set the aircraft down firmly on the grass, bouncing on the Dunlop balloon tyres, and rolled safely to a stop. He confessed in his diary that he had rather a shaky time getting her down. With both engines replaced and work to the propellers and hydraulics, Brown flew a week later, but reported the aircraft very difficult to control. Only after a further 5 days of intensive work at Avro, during which Roy Dobson turned the screws on his overburdened staff, was Brown able to make his first trouble-free flight. However, once the Gremlins had found a home, they aimed to raise a family. It seemed that at almost every turn, the Manchester was jinxed. After a small number of successful flights, it was time to hand the aircraft over to the testing establishment, A and AEE Boscombe Down in Wiltshire. A and AEE stands for Aeroplane and Armament Experimental Establishment. On Tuesday 28th November, Avro test pilots Brown and Thorne took off in L7246 to make the flight from Ringway, but after only 10 minutes, both engines stopped. Side-slipping into an open park at Sharness Hall near Stoke-on-Trent, the pilots managed to land safely. Only then did they discover, to their embarrassment, that they had failed to open the fuel cocks to the main petrol tanks. After discussions with the owner of the property, it was agreed that, with the felling of several trees, the Manchester could take off again to return to Ringway for checks. The Avro team had to emphasise to the reluctant owner the importance of this new secret aircraft and that there was a war on. Finally, 12 days later than planned, the Manchester was handed over to Boscombe Down. Test pilot Collins conducted the first extended flight on 20th December 1939, but not without drama. He experienced a hydraulic failure and trouble opening and shutting the bomb doors. To round off his difficulties, he was attacked over the South Downs by RAF fighters who failed to recognise the unusual aircraft as British. To Collins' credit, he flung the Manchester around enough to shake off the over-enthusiastic attackers. On the next flight, 3 days later, L7246 crash-landed in a field of cabbages after the port engine failed. The second prototype sent in replacement subjected test pilots to a constant stream of problems. With 20 airframes already on the production line at Avro's Woodford factory, the project was in crisis. To compound the anxiety of Chadwick and Dobson, competitors Handley Page were closing fast in the race to provide a bomber. Their concept had been developed as a backup to Avro's as the Air Ministry's safety net. Handley Page had abandoned the idea of a 2-engined aircraft in favour of 4 engines early in their design process. Their pragmatic approach relied on proven engine performance and not promises given on a new and untested power plant. The Halifax took to the air 3 months after the Manchester, but immediately became the front runner. Avro were floundering. It was not the first time that Handley Page had beaten Avro in a design competition. It seemed history was repeating itself. With little expectation that the Air Ministry would commit to an extensive order, the Manchester was threatening to be a costly debacle. The lineage of the Avro Lancaster can be traced to a stable in West Hill, Putney, belonging to the brother of Alio Rowe. While in the Merchant Navy, Alio had become fascinated with aeroplanes, and on his return from sea, devoted himself to the new enthusiasm around flight. The passion of the young men involved in pioneering British aviation knew no bounds, and many took risks that led to their eventual deaths. Alio appears to have been headstrong, but not reckless, although his ability to fall out with others typified a pioneer. Alio was accepted for the post of secretary at the Royal Aero Club in 1906 after an interview with Charles Rolls, but he was soon lured away to work on a new seaplane project with G. Allo Davidson that enjoyed the backing of Sir William Armstrong, of the later Armstrong-Whitworth Company. The aeroplane was being built in Denver, Colorado, and Rowe relocated to work on the project. However, disagreements over the design and tensions over his salary led to his returning home after a short period of time. Alio returned to model making to test his aeronautical ideas. The science of plane making was new, and although mathematicians were already getting to grips with the algorithms of flight, for the pioneer, discovery was a far more practical process of trial and error. Unlike some others who rushed into building their own aeroplanes, Alio did not have deep pockets. Those who were wise learned to fly by keeping company with leaders like Blériot and Wright, but many others were self-taught. There was no legislation governing pilots until the 1920s, although the use of airspace for international travel was under discussion much earlier. It was only when Rowe won £75 in a Daily Mail flying model competition in 1907 that funds became available to build his own full-sized aircraft. The free tenancy of stables in Putney gave Alio the space he needed to build his Rowe 1 biplane. Rowe's first successful attempt at flight was at Brooklands in June 1908, an occasion he claimed was the first combination of a British aircraft and a British pilot. These early forays were a series of short hops rather than sustained flights, leading John Moore Brabazon to claim the crown as the first Briton to achieve powered flight in a heavier-than-air machine in 1909. At times, Rowe was so short of money, he resorted to using paper to cover parts of the aeroplane rather than canvas. His temperament seems to have led to disagreements with the management at Brooklands, and he left to set up a new workshop under a railway arch in Walthamstow Marshes. With further help from his brother Humphrey, who was persuaded to put up funds, A.V. Rowe & Company came into existence in January 1910 in rented space at Brownfield Mill in Manchester. It forged a partnership with the region that would last nearly 80 years. Alio learned his craft quickly, and as the threat of European conflict gathered pace, his fledgling company produced the Avro 500 biplane in 1913. It displayed at Hendon, the global shop window for designers, particularly those who recognised the importance of military contracts. The Avro 500 wooed the crowds with its speed and manoeuvrability, but, just as importantly, it impressed the aviation correspondents. The Daily Telegraph wrote in high praise. The spectators at Hendon were given a remarkable demonstration of the wonderful qualities of this fine Avro biplane, whose splendid performances stamped it as one of the finest aeroplanes ever designed, if not indeed the finest of all. Much of Rowe's success can be traced to Roy Chadwick, who, as an 18-year-old, joined Rowe in 1911 as a personal assistant. He was Rowe's foil, quieter by nature and, as a draftsman, more practical in translating Rowe's shifting ideas to paper. By 1918, Chadwick was appointed Avro's chief designer, a young man whose wide-ranging abilities would lead to myriad Avro creations over the next 30 years. Conflict had brought a tidal wave of funding into aviation throughout Europe. For many aeroplane companies, the First World War catapulted their businesses from backstreet enterprises to large-scale manufacturers. Companies were formed that later became the backbone of the British aviation industry through to the 1960s. Avro, Blackburn, Bristol and Sopwith all flourished during the war, with Sopwith's fortunes being revived by its incorporation with Hawker in 1920. By 1918, Roy Chadwick's office was filled with more than 100 draftsmen, many of whom had not been previously involved in aircraft design. It was a thrilling time for an aircraft creator, for after years of penny pinching, the government had pumped huge amounts of money into aviation. Avro's runaway success in the First World War was the 504 biplane. Originally produced as a fighter, it quickly became the mainstay of pilot training. More Avro 504s were manufactured than any other type of aircraft during the war, 8,970 being produced in total. Success brought with it unwelcome constraints. Although the design office worked on 15 different aircraft types, it seemed Avro were destined to provide only trainers. Proposals for fighters, and even large bombers like the Avro Pike, did not get beyond prototype stage. It seemed that competitors Handley Page had a near monopoly on producing bombers, a reputation that stifled all attempts by Avro to break through. The end of the First World War caused immediate financial problems for the inflated aircraft industry. Suddenly, order numbers dropped, and all firms needed to shrink or face bankruptcy. The success of the Avro 504 alone was not enough to counter the inevitable contraction. The solution was to sell 68% of shares to Crossley Motors, who utilised spare production facilities. In the interwar period, Avro continued to supply training aircraft, with another big seller, the Avro Tutor, proving to be their most successful design of the era. The Tutor was a biplane known as the Type 621 and became a mainstay of pilot training with the RAF until 1939. The story of Avro is one of a small number of successful designs that outsold their competitors by a considerable margin. As the 1930s dawned, Avro still lacked a successful bomber in its catalogue. The Avro Anson of 1935 was to be another boon aircraft. Intended for maritime reconnaissance, the Anson was used as a light bomber, but excelled in transport and training roles. Avro produced 8,138 Ansons, with a further 2,882 produced under licence in Canada. The Anson remained in RAF service until 1968. The Air Ministry produced a confusing number of specifications for new aircraft in the years leading up to the Second World War. As Germany forged ahead with new aeroplanes, most of them all-metal construction, Britain's response was woefully inadequate. The Handley Page Hayford appeared in squadron service in 1934, a huge biplane with a fixed undercarriage and spats. The cockpit was open, with the front gunner perched in the tip of the nose, obscuring the pilot's view. Life was no better for the rear gunner, who sat hunched in the slipstream halfway down the wood and canvas fuselage. This lumbering leviathan could reach 115 miles per hour, a whisper of the 217 miles per hour top speed of the Dornier 17 that flew later that year. The government fought off probing questions, insisting even as late as 1938 that the Royal Air Force could adequately match the Luftwaffe, even though home strength was 1,750 aircraft to the Germans' 3,700. Winning the 1936 P-13/36 bomber contract propelled Avro into a new arena of bomber design. The direction of the company had changed in 1928, when Alio Rowe sold his interest in Avro to Armstrong Siddeley. Rowe had not abandoned his aircraft pioneering interests, forming the Saunders Rowe Company in Southampton to build flying boats, but he left Roy Chadwick behind at Avro. Vickers had bought into Armstrong Whitworth in 1927 to improve its standing in heavy engineering and, in turn, sold the aircraft arm of the company to J.D. Siddeley. Chadwick and the design team could see that crew positions in the new Handley Page Hampton or Armstrong Whitworth Whitley were cramped. The Hampton was particularly small, nicknamed the Flying Suitcase, although the Whitley provided an outlay that, when scaled upwards, gave Avro ideas for their Manchester. The company association with the makers of the Whitley also helped in the transfer of technical knowledge. Arguably, the Manchester carried many of the design elements of the Whitley. The protruding jawline of the forward section, twin tail and crew stations were similar. The Whitley was powered by two Rolls-Royce Merlin engines. Some of the design specifications of P13/36 were very strict. Others were open to interpretation. The pilot's seat, if not in the centre of the fuselage, is to be on the port side and is to be adjustable in flight through a 4-inch vertical range. Armrests are to be provided. In the materials section, 22. All parts of the aeroplane that contribute to its final strength in flight are to be of metal. 23. With any form of fabric covering wing or tailplane, the leading edge shall be metal covered. Certain principles had been established as good practice by other manufacturers. The new bomber would have powered turrets rather than handheld machine guns or mounts, even though the P13/36 specified the latter. It was a concept that the British correctly anticipated would be more effective. The Germans chose to equip their aircraft with standard mounts, with the gunners holding the stock of the machine gun. While there were many cases of pursuing fighters being shot down, results were patchy. The effects of recoil and movement on the mount meant accurate aiming was difficult, the gun tending to spray bullets over a wide area. The Battle of Britain proved that German bombers could not defend themselves adequately with hand-aimed guns. Fighters had to be employed to fly in close support, often disadvantaging themselves in height and speed. Powered turrets gave gunners a stable platform to fire from, but the British still relied on the Browning .303 machine gun, which fired a small caliber bullet. In some senses, British developers were locked into the idea that the higher fire rate of the smaller round produced more chances of damaging an enemy aircraft. The Germans, using two 7.92mm wing machine guns and a single 20mm cannon firing through the spinner of their Messerschmitt Me-109, proved the case for high-caliber weapons. A small number of Spitfires were fitted with 20mm cannon during the Battle of Britain, 19 Squadron, but they proved problematic. Fighter Command had its wishes granted in November 1940, with new Spitfires built with the stronger C-wing, capable of carrying cannon. Despite the proven advantages of the 20mm cannon, Bomber Command was not given access to them, despite Air Marshal Harris's requests. Even the larger .5-inch gun was denied until late on in the Bomber War. Some of the problems came in persuading the Air Ministry that the .5-inch was better. They believed the effective range was too similar to the .303 to be an advantage. The reality of experience showed that a German fighter could stand off and hit an RAF bomber with its cannon before closing into the .303 Browning's range. Although the technical arguments were explored in the Air Ministry, a very British form of bureaucracy stayed their hand. The .303 round had been introduced into the British Army in 1889 and, after the First World War, Britain held millions in stock. Some estimates place the stock available at the start of the Second World War as enough for 100 years of use. the Ministry of Defence only disposed of its last stocks of .303 ammunition in 2005. One of the first questions asked within the ministries in arming a new aircraft was, will it use the .303? In the United States, Boeing was developing their B-17 Flying Fortress. It was designed on the principle that flying in formation with cross-covering fire from other aircraft would provide a strong defence. Using a combination of powered turrets and side-mounted machine guns, the Fortress looked invincible on paper. The downside was that it was operated with a 10-man crew, a lot of extra weight in guns, ammunition, and gunners. This restricted its climb speed and bomb load. When the B-17 appeared over Europe from July 1942, German fighter pilots spent time studying the arc of fire of the B-17s, even using models to teach where the weaker defensive points were. The result was the high-angle beam attack. Striking from above, German fighters dived through formations, hitting the B-17s in a near-collision course with devastating effects. The projected bomb load of the new Manchester, at 8,000 pounds, was 4 times the size of Germany's leading bomber, the Heinkel HE-111. Chadwick's enormous bomb bay, running much of the length of the fuselage, was a feature that enabled a constant development in bomb technology. Wing loading set the Manchester and later Lancaster apart from nearly every other bomber of the Second World War. The design of the large spar running through the fuselage was an inconvenience for the crew, who had to slide over it to reach the rear of the fuselage. But it was incredibly strong. It allowed innovators like Barnes-Wallis to dream up new weapons, the bouncing bomb or gigantic 12,000-pound tall boy. In attempting to solve the problem of the intrusive wing spar, the consolidated B-24 Liberator, an American heavy bomber, slung its fuselage under a high wing. Although a very competent bomber, the B-24 had a tendency for the wings to fold if damaged near the wing root, with terrifying consequences. Fellow Americans on B-17s considered their aircraft far safer, pitying the B-24 flying boxcar crews in daylight raids. It seemed German fighters would always head for the B-24s first. The new generation of wider fuselage aircraft was necessary not only for crew accommodation, but the increasing amount of equipment for navigation and bomb aiming. It seemed that a human was an integral part of the machinery, providing guidance but given little consideration in the provision of comfort. The war would be a radar-led conflict, and the wider body of the Manchester design allowed for a multitude of black featureless boxes to be mounted. Both the British and Germans were developing long-range radio beams that enabled bombers to follow a course to the target. The Germans expanded the Lorenz radio device that had been invented to guide Lufthansa aircraft. The advent of Knickerbein aerials allowed bombers to fly along a single radio beam and find a transecting beam close to their target. Knickerbein means crooked leg, a reference to the shape of the transmitters. Countermeasures, including jamming or misdirecting beams, began in earnest in 1939 under R.V. Jones at the Air Ministry. Britain's answer was longer in development. Oboe, a system using a transponder to measure distances to the transmitting station, did not start operating until December 1941. Its improved cousin, G, came into service in March 1942. The introduction into Bomber Command of the world's first airborne radar in February 1943 changed the parameters of the bombing war. With H-2S, the first airborne ground-scanning radar system, a bomber could navigate independently of ground devices, plotting its own course. Unfortunately, the technology was discovered by the Germans almost immediately, when a Vickers Wellington carrying the device was shot down just 2 days after it was introduced. However, countering the effectiveness of H-2S was a huge challenge. The generation of British heavy bombers developed at the start of the war all had the important factor of space available for future developments. Eventually, radar dishes were slung underneath bombers in oval bulges. The RAF could not countenance 10-man crews. Even a co-pilot was a luxury in the eyes of the Air Ministry. Pilot training was being increased, but the Manchester could only have one pilot. For all the striking innovation of the Manchester's fuselage, one problem dominated, namely its lack of engine power. To improve handling, Chadwick needed to extend the wings to 90 feet on the prototypes. Avro were walking a tightrope. It seemed their innovation would be wasted unless Rolls-Royce could provide a solution. The Vulture engine was the result of development of another successful engine, the Peregrine, which had a standard V-form cylinder bank like the Merlin. By adding a second cylinder bank to make an X formation, it was hoped to double the power output. The idea of 2 engines instead of 4 seemed a sensible proposal, but in practice, the Vulture was a step too far. By early 1940, the confidence of the Air Ministry was badly shaken. With the country at war, the need for new aircraft was urgent. Yet the Manchester was failing to live up to expectations. The Ministry had already committed to introducing the Manchester, although the decision to go ahead smacked of desperation to increase bomber production rather than prudence in matters of design. After a conference of 37 senior officers, ministers and civil servants at the Air Ministry in April, it was agreed to push ahead with the production of the Manchester, even though Roy Chadwick had plans to dramatically change the aircraft. He proposed to lengthen the wing and fit 4 Rolls-Royce Merlin engines. Chadwick still believed in the layout of the bomber fuselage and wing shape, and the redesigned fuselage looked similar to the original. Chadwick told the Air Ministry that the improved model would bear a different number, the Avro 683, and new name, the Lancaster. In hindsight, Chadwick achieved the near impossible feat of creating brilliance from tawdriness. The Lancaster was the silk purse created from a sow's ear. In the new bomber, Chadwick found power, agility, and payload ability that outstripped anything in service to date. On 9th January 1941, Sam Brown opened the throttles on the prototype Lancaster B2-308 at Ringway and was catapulted into the sky with such ease and confidence that he could hardly believe the difference. It was immediately apparent that the Lancaster handled well. She turned quickly, responding to the gentlest of touches. Marvellous. Easy to fly and light on the controls, Brown reported ecstatically. Unlike his experiences with the prototype Manchester, there was no downside to his report. As news of the Lancaster's success reached the Air Ministry, it was decided to upgrade the production lines, principally at Avro's works at Chatterton, near Oldham, to convert to the new aeroplane. The other option was to scrap the project completely and convert the production lines to the Handley Page Halifax. The Lancaster upgrades seemed to make more sense. While the new Lancaster was built, 193 Avro Manchesters were pushed out to frontline squadrons. They flew 1,269 sorties, but lost 78 aircraft to enemy action and a further 45 to technical failures. Their retirement to training roles was swift once the new Lancaster was available. With limits on production space, the Lancaster was eventually produced by 5 other companies: Armstrong Whitworth, Austin, Metropolitan Vickers, and Vickers Armstrong. In Canada, a special aircraft company, the Victory Aircraft Company in Ontario, was created to produce the Lancaster. Squadron leader John Flap Sherwood of 97 Squadron at RAF Woodall Spa, southeast of Lincoln, received orders to pull 7 of his Lancasters from operations for special training. It was April 1942, and the aircraft had been with them for only a few weeks. The target would remain secret, but the training orders were clear. long-distance flights were to be undertaken in daylight at low level. The Lancasters were to be grouped in 2 triangular Vic formations of 3, with a spare aircraft following in case of technical failures. Taking off from RAF Woodhull Spa for the first time, the aircraft closed up before flying in loose formation and creeping slowly down to acclimatise themselves to low level. Every part of the pilot's instinct was to gain altitude, but, as Sherwood levelled out at 200 feet, the Lancaster was pleasingly stable. Looking across to his left and right, he saw the other Lancasters take up station. They were unaccustomed to formation flying, so at first kept a cautious distance. As their speed built up, each crew member experienced the exhilaration of thundering across open fields. Trees and houses flitted past the bomb aimer's domed perspex viewpoint. It seemed at times they flew close enough to grab branches as they passed. As they pressed lower, people on roads stopped in their tracks, open-mouthed. Some, caught unawares, ducked or threw themselves to the ground. As tail gunners watched the prone figures recover themselves, they were already too far away to see the furious reactions. What impressed the crews was how ably the Lancaster handled. When they encountered buffeting caused by rough air in a valley, the bomber bobbed a little, but in a split second the pilot had corrected, continuing their hurtling journey. They had a week to train, gradually increasing their flying times. Threading their way north, they avoided towns and dodged chimneys, church spires and radio transmitters before launching a mock attack on Inverness. Squadron leader John Nettleton from 44 Squadron at RAF Waddington, a dozen or so miles west of Woodhull Spa, was also part of the training exercise with 7 of his Lancasters. He was to lead the operation. Wherever its target was, the crews were not unduly worried. They believed they were flying too low for flak to reach them, and with the combined gunnery of 3 Lancasters together, fighters could be driven off. The confidence of the crews was mirrored higher up in the chain of command. The Lancaster was their wonder aircraft, but in the elation, they were about to ignore hard-won lessons. The early days of the war demonstrated that sending in bombers in daylight was potentially costly. Only when close fighter support was provided did the heavier aircraft stand much chance of getting through. When the briefing room map was revealed on the morning of 17th April 1942, the crews at Woodhull Spa erupted into laughter. Someone had moved the ribbons to create a course that seemed to cover most of Europe, a practical joke that eased some of the nervous tension. Wing Commander Collier walked to the front to begin the briefing as the room came to order. "Well, gentlemen, now you know where the target is." Puzzled silence. Had he not noticed someone had interfered with the map? Gradually it dawned on the crews that the blob that lay at the end of the ribbons, marking the Bavarian city of Augsburg, was indeed the real target. As Collier continued, they had to suspend their disbelief. They were to fly 500 miles each way in broad daylight over occupied Europe. It was beyond their comprehension that such a flight could be possible, even given the outstanding handling of the Lancaster. The target was the MAN diesel works in Augsburg, which made U-boat engines. The submarine threat worried Churchill. 253 ships had been lost in the first quarter of the year, and without strikes on submarine production, there seemed little way of staunching the hemorrhage of merchant shipping. Seeing an opportunity to demonstrate how Bomber Command could change the fortunes of war, Air Marshal Harris authorised the attack on Augsburg. It was somewhat out of character for Harris, who generally much preferred to concentrate his forces against larger targets, but his options were limited by the fact that the Lancaster was still arriving at squadrons in small numbers. It was a bold gesture. If the bombers were successful, it would improve the reputation of the RAF and perhaps further the perception that air power could defeat the Germans without the need for a major land invasion. Even the most optimistic planner knew that getting the Lancasters through the defensive belt of northern France would require stealth and not inconsiderable luck. At low level, the aircraft had the best chance of ducking German radar, which was still primitive, but was still very capable of detecting raiders in the clear space of the English Channel. By avoiding towns, they could reduce the risk of anti-aircraft fire, but if they were attacked by fighters, their chances of escape were limited. The plan was to draw Luftwaffe fighters away in a series of air raids on the Pas de Calais by Boston bombers supported by 100 Spitfires. The hope was that the German fighters would have landed to refuel just as the Lancasters swept across the region. The mood was sombre as ashen-faced airmen returned to their quarters to write their final letters to loved ones. These were propped up in their lockers with other personal items they wished their families to receive. It was a convention played out before every raid, yet that day the stakes seemed higher than ever before. At RAF Woodall Spa and Waddington, the 14 Lancasters were filled to the brim with petrol. Lancaster fuel tanks were lined with layers of rubber, a self-sealing device that reduced the risk of fire. Even with this innovation, the crews knew they would be flying what were, in effect, massive Molotov cocktails. Each carried 4 1,000-pound bombs, with time delays of 11 seconds to enable the bombers to be clear of the target before they exploded. The briefing had included detailed maps and photographs revealing the area of the MAN factory they were to hit, which was no bigger than 2 football pitches. With an attack height of 50 feet, it would take every ounce of skill to plant the bombs in the right place. Takeoff was timed so that the attack in the late afternoon allowed for the cover of falling darkness on the return leg. Sherwood of 97 Squadron was the first to take off from Woodall Spa. His Lancaster's wings bowed under the weight of the bombs and fuel load, but he cleared the boundary fence safely. One by one the others followed, the pounding tone of the Rolls-Royce Merlins filling the airfield. At startup, the squadron's reserve aircraft flown by Ernest Rod Rodley was called forward as an engine malfunctioned on another bomber. It seemed the whole base had turned out to see the squadron off. Airmen and WAAFs lined the runway waving as each Lancaster lumbered past. WAAF stands for Members of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force, whose numbers would reach a peak strength of 180,000 in 1943. In the cockpit and gunners' positions, hands waved back, fleeting glimpses of faces that would not be seen there again. At Waddington, the scene was much the same, as 44 Squadron took off and formed up over the station before heading south. Reducing their height, both formations converged at Selsey Bill on the Sussex coast. 44 Squadron's spare aircraft turned for home, wishing the others well. With throttles open, the Lancasters dashed across the channel at low level. The tail-end Charlies kept watch for telltale changes on the wavetops that would warn them they were too low. At this level, the mesmerising pattern of the sea could trick the eye of the pilot. Sherwood noticed Nettleton was taking a course north of their planned route. As the two formations opened out, Sherwood decided to pursue the original course. Since the plan had been for the two elements to separate closer to the target, he concluded that Nettleton's change would make no difference. The formations pulled up sharply over the cliffs near Le Havre before planting the Lancasters firmly down to 50 feet again as the French landscape rushed beneath them. The diversionary attack by the Bostons was 40 minutes early, and as Nettleton's formation passed close to the airfield at Beaumont-le-Roger, near Évreux, German fighters were returning to base. It was Nettleton's second Vic, piloted by Sanford, Crum and Beckett, that first spotted the dots of German fighters in the sky. There was still hope they might not be seen. The closest fighter was on its approach to the airfield, wheels down, sinking lower towards the hedgerows. In profile, it moved lazily towards the ground. In a few seconds they would be obscured from view. Sanford held his breath. They would shortly cross the nose of the fighter, their distant silhouette a giveaway. Crum and Beckett closed up to Sanford, the grass of the fields whipping wildly as the Lancasters sank as low as they dared. The fighter suddenly pitched upwards, its wheels popping back into the wings. For a time it looked like it might turn again, for the airfield as it flew parallel to them. They could sense the indecision in the pilot's course. What were these strange aircraft? Other fighters began to power down towards them, and, with a twitch, the first fighter banked to attack. The Germans had never seen a Lancaster before, and, as the turrets of the 3 bombers started pouring tracer rounds towards them, they approached cautiously. Realising the defensive machine guns were .303s, they launched their attacks from the beam. Closing quickly to 700 yards, they opened fire, breaking off before getting into the range of the lighter machine guns carried by the Lancasters. By now, 2 waves of fighters, Messerschmitt Bf 109s and Focke-Wulf FW 190s, had joined the chase, 30 aircraft weaving in pursuit of the fleeing bombers. Crum was injured in the first attack, as shells ripped through the canopy, showering him with shards of perspex. Deadman, Crum's navigator, was concerned to see blood running down Crum's face, but was relieved when the pilot waved him away with a smile. Beckett was also hit, and flames began streaming from the wings. The crews could see cannon shells thudding into the fields and buildings around them, sending up plumes of earth and shattered rock. Beckett fell back as the other crews watched helplessly. His Lancaster, engulfed in flames, hit a tree and exploded. Crum was also in trouble. He ordered the bombs to be jettisoned, knowing the delayed action timers would allow him to fly clear. Mindful that pulling up, or banking, would expose him to even greater strength of attack, he knew that whatever he decided to do needed to be on the present course. As cannon shells tore repeatedly through his aircraft, the end had to come. Throttling back, Crum ploughed his bomber into a wheat field, clipping the heads before wallowing to a halt in among the crops. Scrambling out, the crew attacked the fuel tanks with fire axes before setting fire to the Lancaster. Sanford's was now the sole remaining aircraft of his Vic. The man who always flew wearing pyjamas under his uniform for luck had an impossible fight on his hands. He steered his Lancaster under power lines to try to shake off his pursuers, but all 4 of his engines were ablaze, and he hit the ground in a ferocious explosion of flame. Nettleton, Garwell and Rhodes looked on, knowing they were now in the firing line. The fighters closed on them. Rhodes fell next, guns jammed and turrets out of action, his cannon-raked aircraft transformed into an inferno. Rising suddenly, the Lancaster's nose pitched for the sky before stalling and falling to earth. A wheel broke free of the fireball, bounding across the fields as if it was chasing the other Lancasters. Nettleton and Garwell pressed on through the attacks, chunks of their aircraft being blown away, their guns broken and useless. But the Germans had reached the extent of their range. The fighters melted away, leaving the 2 Lancasters to continue their wild flight. Despite instructions that if one member of the Vic were lost, the remainder should abort the mission, they pressed on. Further south, Flap Sherwood's 2 Vics of 3 passed unmolested. In the distance they could see a number of burning aircraft fall to the ground, but assumed this was from the diversionary raid by the Bostons. They pressed on for hundreds of miles, flashing scenes of daily life below them clearly visible. A French farmer in a large field doffed his cap and bowed to them as they passed. A parade ground full of German soldiers scattered as the gunners gave them a quick burst. Turning to fly down Lake Constance, they passed a white steamer serenely cutting a gentle wave in the water. On the stern, a German officer pulled out his Luger and fired at them. They could see the smoke rising from the barrel. 10 miles south of the target, at Lake Ammer, a Bavarian duck hunter fired his shotgun at them. Other than this, they met no resistance. German controllers were aware of the bombers. The telephones kept ringing as reports came in giving the position of the low-flying intruders. They were convinced the target would be Munich and scrambled fighters to search for the oncoming aircraft. But puzzlingly, there seemed no sign of them. Nettleton and Garwell were still ahead of Sherwood's aircraft as they crossed a ridge and saw Augsburg spread out before them. It was late afternoon, and Augsburg had been enjoying a festival. Food stands filled the streets, and a fun fair with a Ferris wheel entertained children as crowds began to wander home for their evening meal. Some, not realising the bombers were British, waved enthusiastically. Crossing the Munich railway line, the two Lancasters burst across the city. Gunners in flak towers and rooftop machine gun posts began firing a steady stream of tracers towards them. Incredulously, they saw the 88mm batteries firing shells from level barrels hitting buildings around them as they flew. The 88mm anti-aircraft gun was one of the most feared German weapons of the Second World War. It was deployed very effectively as an anti-tank gun. As the British airmen saw the turn in the river, the sheds of the MAN works came into view. A lone machine gun post on top of the factory roof fired into them at point-blank range. Dropping their bombs, they swung away, watching the sides of the factory suddenly crumple as the delayed action bombs exploded. Garwell was on fire. The whole of his fuselage, rear of the cockpit, was an unstoppable roar of flames. With no time to consider pulling up to parachute out, he decided to crash land. Looking across to Nettleton, he gave him a two-finger salute before banking towards fields on the outskirts. Blinded by smoke, the wireless operator, Flight Sergeant Robert Flux, banged out the top hatch above the navigator's table, momentarily clearing the choking fumes enough for Garwell to flop the Lancaster down in a field at 80 miles per hour. Jumping clear, the crew realised they could not reach two of the crew trapped in the inferno of the fuselage. Flux, whose actions probably saved the crew, had been flung from the aircraft through the hatch and killed, his body pinned under an engine. By the time Sherwood's 97 Squadron Vic reached Augsburg, they could see the smoke rising from the damaged factory. The German gunners were expecting them and poured fire into the approaching Lancasters. In the first section, Sherwood, Rodley and Hallows bombed successfully, but a plume of white haze on Sherwood's wing burst into flame. The fuel tanks were holed. As the others turned away, Sherwood's plane struck the ground at full speed in an enormous explosion. The second section of Penman, Deverell and Mycock bore down on the corridor of intense fire. Releasing their bombs, all the aircraft were badly hit. Mycock's plane blew up shortly afterwards. All the crew were lost. Of the 12 raiders, only 5 returned, all of them badly damaged. 49 aircrew had died. Shortly after landing, Penman called on Sherwood's wife, who lived on station at RAF Woodall Spa. Having seen the squadron leader's aircraft destroyed on the ground, he felt it was his duty to inform her of her husband's fate. However, she assured Penman that he was still alive, and that she would know if he had been lost. This sense of telepathy, not uncommon in the wives of aircrew, was all too often inaccurate. But not on this occasion. Remarkably, 6 weeks later, news was received that Sherwood had survived. Catapulted from the Lancaster, still strapped to his seat, he had landed in trees, suffering only minor burns. The rest of his crew had died. The Augsburg raid was one of the most daring and, some might say, foolhardy missions of the war. It was born of overconfidence in the abilities of the Lancaster, yet it performed very well given the hand it had been dealt. The tooling area of the MAN factory was hit, but there was little disruption to its engine-making capacity. The Royal Air Force did not abandon low-level daylight raiding, but they realised that the Lancaster was not the aircraft to undertake such raids. In the checks and balances in the introduction of the Lancaster, Augsburg served as a reminder that the heavy bomber was vulnerable in daylight. It confirmed, albeit through tragic loss, that night operations were the only realistic options for the RAF bombers. Had the Air Ministry maintained that the Lancaster should not be used in action before all trials were complete, the Augsburg raid might not have taken place. On 24 April 1942, exactly a week after Augsburg, a Lancaster undertook tactical trials at the Air Fighting Development Unit at RAF Duxford in Cambridgeshire. To test its flying and defensive characteristics, the Lancaster was pitted against 3 Spitfires. Report 47 stated, "Fighter affiliation has proved that if a formation of Lancasters simply relied on low flying, it will always provide an easy target for fighters. It cannot be overemphasized that flying at ground level is not in itself an adequate form of evasion when attacked." Nettleton was to receive the Victoria Cross for his actions in the Augsburg raid, later touring the Avro factory at Woodford with Chadwick and Dobson for a Pathé newsreel. Sherwood, although recommended for the VC, received a Distinguished Service Order. Air Marshal Harris saw the Augsburg operation as a key tool in promoting the work of the Royal Air Force. Despite glowing articles in newspapers, few in government were convinced by the RAF's performance in the field of bombing. Action by ferry battles on 12 May 1940 over the Albert Canal in Belgium had won 2 Victoria Crosses, but the aircraft was too slow to be a credible bomber. Daylight raids over the Kiel Canal in the Battle of Heligoland Bight in December 1939 had pitched Hamptons and Wellingtons against the latest German fighters. Despite exciting newspaper headlines, the Daily Mail reporting, "RAF bomb Nazi fleet," "Direct hit scored on battleships," "Attack a success," "Official," little damage was done, and the RAF suffered unsustainable losses. A sharp lesson had been learned, and daylight operations for heavy bombers were suspended. Night bombing was the only strategic option that would work. At a time when Harris needed victories, the Augsburg raid looked like a costly mistake that ignored the lessons of 1939 and 1940. However, for all the failures of what many saw as a stunt on Harris's part, at its operational heart was an aircraft that he knew would stand up to scrutiny. In the Lancaster, Harris had not only a highly effective bomber, but a star worthy of adulation. Like the Spitfire, the Lancaster was aesthetically pleasing, and while this quality alone could not guarantee its success, it went a long way towards impressing informed correspondents. The Engineer magazine was invited to inspect the new Lancaster in August 1942. After Augsburg, the Air Ministry was already talking about the bomber being a war winner. The magazine liked the look of the Lancaster, finding it had particularly graceful lines and a pleasing appearance, perhaps rarely seen in large military aircraft. The modular design meant the Lancaster could be built in different sections and even transported to different sites for final assembly. This the engineer liked too. The design, the maker's claim, lends itself to rapid and relatively cheap production, as the entire machine is built up of numbers of components which are manufactured largely as separate and self-contained units, and are easy to transport and to assemble. Although it would be unlikely for a magazine to publish a negative review of a new military aircraft, there is a sense that the statements made were not the chaff of propaganda. An attractive aeroplane could prove to be its downfall. Vice Marshal Hermann Göring promoted the Messerschmitt Bf 110 as a fighter purely on the basis that he liked the look of it. Lacking the manoeuvrability to withstand attacks by RAF fighters, it suffered unnecessary losses in the Battle of Britain. Unlike under the Nazi regime, where key strategic decisions could be steered by a small number of men, Harris had the Air Ministry and politicians to contend with. Members of Parliament had free rein to ask questions of the Prime Minister and even suggest their own solutions in strategic matters. On 27 May 1941, the day of the sinking of the battleship Bismarck, Arthur Woodburn, MP for Clackmannan and Eastern Stirlingshire, had put the following question to the Prime Minister. Would the right honourable gentleman consider the dropping of weeping gas bombs on the Bismarck to see whether she could not be captured? While such impractical suggestions did not bother Harris, it was vital for him to keep the Prime Minister on side. Churchill himself was quite capable of putting forward operational ideas of his own, some of which exhausted his aides in their eccentricity. A further strength of the Lancaster was that its capabilities not only fulfilled the wishes of the strategists, but also created new possibilities for weapons designers. The Lancaster that entered service through the summer of 1942 soon won the confidence of its new crews. In addition to being more powerful than anything they had been equipped with to date, it flew with ease, showing an ability to manoeuvre well if the need arose. And in squadron leader John Nettleton, VC, the Lancaster crews had a courageous role model. Most new aircraft types appeared in publications like Aeroplane or Hutchinson's Pictorial History of the War. The servicemen often saw photographs and read descriptions of new aircraft before they flew them. In many cases, the glowing reports as to their capabilities did not match their flying experience. Aircraft like the Blackburn Boater made their limitations known immediately. Others, like the Fairey Battle, promised great things until they were put to the test in the air. The Lancaster was rare in that it lived up to the expectations of the prospective crews. Arguably, the Handley Page Halifax performed equally well, but the Lancaster had the blend of style and quality the RAF needed in the arena of public relations. On 13th July 1943, John Nettleton was lost on an operation to Turin. Because of the short summer nights and the distances involved, the bomber force had to take a longer route home from northern Italy. As day broke, Nettleton's Lancaster was caught by day fighters in the Bay of Biscay and shot down. His body was never recovered. But by now the Lancaster had a new hero. Wing Commander Guy Gibson had led an audacious raid on the dams of the Ruhr Valley using Barnes-Wallis's bouncing bomb on 16th-17th May 1943. His Lancasters had been modified by cutting out the bomb doors and narrowing the depth of the fuselage where the weapons were carried. Such major surgery on an airframe attested to the Lancaster's burgeoning reputation as a rugged bomber. After the Avro Manchester debacle, the success of the Lancaster is made more remarkable by its continued development and also, more fundamentally, to its remarkable ability to adapt and develop. Many frontline aircraft proved too difficult to improve. The Vickers Wellington served admirably, but its designs could not be stretched far beyond its original structural parameters. The Lancaster was different. It evolved continually throughout the war. More powerful engines, changes to bomb-carrying configurations, and more sophisticated radar installations continued to keep the Lancaster at the forefront of service. Although the purpose and fitting out of the Lancasters changed, few structural modifications were made throughout the war. Roy Chadwick's design lived on after the war in the form of the Avro Lincoln. Introduced in 1945, it soldiered on in the RAF service through the jet age until 1963. The Avro York was a wartime development that sported a wider body for transport command duties. The Avro Shackleton, developed from the Lincoln, remained in service until 1985, an aircraft that used the Rolls-Royce Griffin engine, essentially an improved Merlin. Sadly, Roy Chadwick's greatest creations were to outlive him. His final months were spent working on designs for the Avro Vulcan and the Avro Tudor, a new civilian transport aircraft. On 23 August 1947, Roy Chadwick was killed in a crash at Avro's Woodford Works after the test tube had failed to get airborne. The loss of a man not only of outstanding ability, but a humble and likeable figure in the industry, was keenly felt throughout the company. The first B1 models differed little from the later B3 marks. A stopgap B2 model was equipped with Bristol Hercules radial engines instead of the Rolls-Royce Merlin, as the former was in short supply owing to the demands of fighter production. The long-term answer lay in the United States and the Packard Motor Car Company. The Packard V 1650-1, a license-built Merlin 28, produced 1,350 horsepower. Throughout the war, Packard produced over 55,000 units, providing engines for the Lancaster B3 and P-51 Mustang. By the time the Jim Comans crew flew their first Lancaster at 1661 HCU at RAF Winthorpe in August 1943, many of the Lancaster B1s in use at the airfield had already been operational aircraft, but were now withdrawn to training duties. The standard aircraft in service, and the version the crew encountered as they began flying with 9 Squadron, was the B3. It was a thoroughly tested and very reliable aircraft, one that inspired the confidence of its crew. Most of them agreed that, if they were to risk their lives, they couldn't think of a better aircraft in which to do so than the Lancaster. Chapter 4. Bardney. Jim Comans was off Tamarama Beach, floating on his back, looking up at an azure sky. He felt the waves lifting and dropping him gently, the warm sun bringing a welcome drowsiness. But all was not well in this brief, picture-perfect dream. Moments later he was in his RAF uniform, sodden and cold, the sun that had been so bright a moment ago giving way to a chill darkness. A rush of panic filled his mind. Everything dimmed as featureless faces appeared out of the gloom. His eyes focused, and he recalled where he was. The sleep of exhaustion had overcome him for only a few minutes. This was not how James Vincent Leopold Comans imagined his war would end, adrift in the North Sea with 6 strangers in a yellow life raft. The dank smell of stale seawater, petrol and vomit brought him back to reality. They had been there some hours, carried along by a stiff breeze. He could feel the surge of the waves pulling at the underneath of the J-type dinghy. Seeing no horizon, the movement of the sea against an overcast sky was their only reference point. There should have been 8 of them in the raft, but 2 were missing. They had taken it in turns to be sick over the inflated walls of the pitching raft. Now, with knees drawn up and backs pushed firmly into the sides, each of them fought the pervasive nausea. Their world had shrunk. An oval red box containing a very pistol and 3 red flares was a precious possession. They had agreed that there was no point firing them all in the dark. A rescue boat would still struggle to find them. Their hopes were pinned on the BC 778 Gibson Girl distress transmitter. Shortly after they had clambered aboard the small circular dinghy, they had deployed the radio antenna, a box kite on a 200-foot wire hurled skywards on a rocket. The transmitter was a yellow hourglass-shaped box with a winding handle on top. Taking it in turns, they placed it between their legs, cranking the handle to send a Morse SOS signal. It gave them something to do, but there was no way of knowing if it was working. All they could do was wait for the morning and hope that the wind and tide would not drag them out further into the North Sea. The day had started with mixed feelings of excitement and apprehension. Jim Comans' name was on the notice board to fly that night. His last training flight had been 5 days before. At last, after many months, he was to fly his first combat sortie. He would be a guest aboard Flight Lieutenant Leonard Hadland's Lancaster, the spare bod, an eighth man on an experienced crew. It was standard practice to send a new pilot on his first sortie with another crew. After the briefest of introductions, Comans joined the crew for the briefing. They were heading for Bochum, a city in the Ruhr between Essen and Dortmund known for its coal and steel production. Although Comans had spent time studying maps of Western Europe to familiarise himself with likely targets, Bochum was not a name that had imprinted itself on his mind. This would not be a milk run. The Ruhr was heavily defended. But Bochum was only 60 miles from the Dutch border, so it would be safer than some of the flights that penetrated deeper into Germany. The 28th of September 1943 was a typical autumn day. Grey, cloudy and breezy. RAF Bartley, 10 miles east of Lincoln, was home to the Avro Lancasters of 9 Squadron. The base had opened 5 months earlier and, in some respects, it felt like an unfinished campsite. 9 Squadron had made it their own and would remain there throughout the war. A bus dropped the Hadland crew off by the nose of Lancaster ED 648, which bore the squadron code WSD painted in big dark red letters along the side. All 9 Squadron aircraft carried the code WS, the RAF roundel and the identification letter, in this case, D for Delta. Today they would benefit from a daylight takeoff, a luxury few would enjoy during the coming winter of 1943 and 4. The Lancaster had no second pilot station, and Jim stood in the cockpit as Hadland and Flight Engineer Sergeant Ken Taylor went about their pre-flight checks. They were airborne at 1820, and, as they began the climb up towards the assembly area, Taylor gave up the flip-down seat to Comans, in so doing unwittingly surrendering his life. Within a minute of takeoff, they were in cloud, but breaking through, they arrived in the orange rays of the setting sun. Other Lancasters were rising out of the cloud into the dusk, twinkling perspex catching the light. Their black undersides glowed as if tongues of fire were playing off the curves. Comans had flown in exercises before, but had never seen this many bombers together. More dark dots were rising to join the stream from other airfields, the air alive with activity. As the light receded, the rich dark blue dome above enveloped them, and the Lancasters slowly faded into the night. It was too beautiful an evening to be at war, yet their pent-up anxiety forced their minds back to the task. The course set was a series of jinks and turns to try to outwit German radar. If all went well, they would be back on the ground around 11 that night, and Jim would have completed his first operation. From what Comans could observe, the journey to the target went well. As they approached the Ruhr, he could see the searchlights of Dortmund to the left and those of Essen to the right. There was a lot of cloud underneath, and as they drew closer to Bochum, Jim leaned over to look down as far as he could see. Flak was exploding below them, creeping its way higher until, at 20,000 feet, it began to burst around them, momentarily producing dazzling flashes. Through the buffeting air of the anti-aircraft fire, he could see marker flares directing their way in. The bomb aimer was calling that he could see the target markers, and at 20:51, the bombs were away. Hadland's crew seemed unflappable. They had done it all before. With its load lightened, the Lancaster wanted to soar upward, but Hadland deftly banked her at the end of the bombing run. The compass moved steadily as the navigator called out the new course. Jim found the experience of sitting as a passenger a little unnerving, his hands and feet subconsciously flying the Lancaster. Weather conditions deteriorated on the return leg. Lancaster ED 648 rocked and dropped in strong gusts, straining against a headwind. The buffeting sounded like a giant fist punching the sides of the alloy fuselage. The windscreen ran with water, forming tiny streams before spraying off the canopy frame. Hadland began his descent over the North Sea, hoping to gain better visibility beneath the cloud base. Despite recommendations that they should not descend below 7,000 before landfall, the pilot pushed on. They were not more than 20 minutes to touchdown, but there still was nothing to see. Not even a glimmer of light marked the horizon. As the pilot let down through the cloud, the altimeter began to sink, 7,000 feet, 6,000 feet, gently downwards, but all remained dark outside. Suddenly Comans was jolted powerfully against his seat straps and flung towards the instrument panel. A deafening explosion ripped through the aircraft, accompanied by rushing and tearing sounds. Jim sat stunned for an instant. He was immediately aware that the engines had stopped, the canopy engulfed in spray. The horrible reality dawned, that they had crashed into the sea. Water began to gush up from the shattered nose. The next few minutes were a haze. Somehow, whether through guidance or instinct, Comans was propelled through the top hatch and found himself squatting on the wing root against the curve of the upper fuselage. Dark shapes moved around him as the crew tried to deploy the dinghy. Jim noticed that the propellers were bent, the engines hissing furiously as plumes of steam were forced upwards. The Lancaster wallowed in the water as waves started to break over the upper wing surfaces. With her nose dipping and tail rising, she would sink before long. Comans clambered into the now inflated raft from the trailing edge of the wing. Shapes were being pulled from the water. Gasping and shaking, they plunged headlong into the middle of the raft, lying there for a few seconds in relief. "Who's in?" a voice asked repeatedly. The Lancaster's twin tails protruded above sea level, like dark flags against the gloom. Gradually, between the wave tops, they slipped lower, and then they were gone. The crew broke out the paddles and started to manoeuvre the raft as best they could, calling out the names of missing men. Within a couple of minutes, all they could see was the falling and rising of the nearest wave. Taylor and Beams, the flight engineer and bomb aimer, were gone. Hadland speculated that the altimeter must have been faulty, that they had hit the water as he dropped to 1,000 feet. Comans, however, suspected he had misread the altimeter. As a solicitor, it was in his nature to question. He was frustrated that he had not been watching the altimeter at the point of impact, but there was nothing that could be proved either way. ED 648 was on its way to the bottom of the North Sea, and, in all probability, 2 good men had gone down with her. Above them, the deep musical note of the returning bomber stream filled the sky, reminding them of their perilous position. They had taken the passage over sea for granted on many occasions, but now, in the swell, they wished they could hear the drop of the undercarriage and the skid of tyres on the asphalt beneath them. Soon the aircraft overhead were gone, leaving only the sound of lapping waves around the raft. After the longest night of their lives, the growing light of dawn revealed the occasional glimpse of a dark strip of land on the horizon. They paddled towards it, but struggled to make headway with blades that seemed little bigger than a child's seaside spade. Somewhere in the middle distance was movement. A white trail bigger than a wave, surely a boat. Hadland stood up uneasily, pitching the dinghy from side to side. They fired a flare and watched the hissing trail of smoke soar into the air above them. It exploded with a pleasingly loud crack above their heads. The fierce red glow of the dropping star looked unmissable and, more than anything so far, filled them with optimism. They could now hear the drone of an engine, the noise getting closer with each second. It had not occurred to them until now that a rescuer might be German and not British, so it was a relief to see the dark blue hull of an RAF rescue launch with a familiar roundel on the side. The launch was soon upon them. Cutting its engines, it drifted gently the last few yards alongside the dinghy. Outstretched arms reached down as ropes were thrown towards them. They knew they had been very lucky. On the deck, blankets were flung around their shoulders as they were ushered down the steps onto bench seats in the cabin. Tea had never tasted so good as they warmed their hands on the sides of the tin mugs. They had barely sat down before the boat's powerful engine swelled and they began powering towards the shore. The launch from 22 Air Sea Rescue Unit landed the crew at Grimsby. Such launches patrolled constantly after a raid, or when a report of any missing aircraft was received. In all, they rescued 13,000 British airmen throughout the war, but the hostile environment of the North Sea reduced airmen's chances considerably. Had it been winter, they knew that rescuers might have been pulling their frozen bodies from the raft. They had been adrift for 8.5 hours, but they still hoped Taylor and Beams might be found. Sadly, this was not to be. Kenneth Taylor's body was recovered from the sea over 2 weeks later, on 16th October. Kenneth Beams was never found. Shortly after breakfast, news reached the Comans crew at RAF Bardney that Jim had not returned. The term missing covered many possibilities. It was a catch-all word that could remain on a man's record for many weeks before missing presumed dead would be applied. If Comans had been shot down on his first mission, it would have been poor luck, but not unheard of. There was nothing to do but hang around waiting for news to come through. It was too soon to discuss their futures. Each man knew that without a pilot, they would be split up to fill vacancies in other crews as the need arose. After months together, it would be a bumpy ride adjusting to a new skipper. Comans arrived back at camp from Grimsby later that day. He wanted to sleep, and, respecting his wishes, the crew left him alone to do so, although there were 1,000 questions they wanted to ask him. When the time came to talk, exhaustion had turned to indignation. Comans aired the opinion that Hadland's story about a faulty altimeter was dubious, and that he had flown the Lancaster into the sea by mistake. But in this criticism, bluntly put, there still needed to be deference to seniority. Hadland was a flight commander. In fairness to Hadland, an instrument reading mistake seems unlikely, as he was an experienced pilot with many flights under his belt. To be hundreds of feet adrift with a dual-needle altimeter would have been a schoolboy error. The RAF Court of Inquiry convened to look into the incident also took the view that an altimeter fault was the only possible explanation. Whether Comans' testimony contradicted Hadland's is unknown, but it seems unlikely, given Comans' legal training, that he would have proffered his theory without hard evidence. On 1st October 1943, the Comans crew were together again for a training flight in DV-284, G. George. It was the first 9 Squadron aircraft they had got their hands on, a modern Mark III Lancaster, and not the slightly worn Mark I they were familiar with on 1661 HCU. They had a slot booked at the bombing range at Wainfleet on the northern side of the Wash to conduct several high-level bombing passes. Ken Cook had flown there before, the ribbon of coast giving way to brown mudflats that stretched for miles. On a clear day, it was possible to see the Humber estuary to the north and the coast of East Anglia sloping away to the south. The day was sullen and overcast, so bomb aimers would use H2S radar to determine their position rather than the optical bomb sight. They climbed to above 10,000 feet. Over the range, their timing had to be perfect, or their slot would be taken by other aircraft, and this was their last chance to practice bomb before they flew against Germany. Navigator Don Bowes fed forward their position, and once the range controller had called them in, they began their bombing run. They completed 4 attacks, each time dropping a single bomb. The voice of the range controller crackled over the radio. To their relief, the results were satisfactory. All the crew had admiration for the men on the ground, for they knew that misguided bombs, even practice bombs, could cause damage. Their flight had only lasted an hour, but it was an important confidence-building trip, reassuring the crew that Comans had not been too shaken by his recent North Sea excursion. 2nd October 1943. Munich. It is often believed that a crew were allocated their own aircraft for the duration of their combat flying. Although a crew might settle in to using an individual Lancaster, there was no guarantee it would be available to them on every trip. Ken Cook's logbook appears to show they completed 10 flights in G. George, of which 3 were on missions. However, the practice of recoding replacement aircraft reveals that DV-284 was lost halfway through the Comans cruise tour, and that her place was taken by a new aircraft, also coded G. After 205 hours of flying training, of which 88 had been at night, Ken Cook boarded Lancaster EE-188 and readied himself for his first mission. As he did so, the question at the forefront of his mind was, what have I got myself into? The road to this, his first operational flight, had been a long one, taking him from RAF Booker to Lord's Cricket Ground and then to Georgia and back, dodging U-boats as he crossed the Atlantic. Their target tonight was to be Munich, a city that was not only a target of military importance, but also the heartland of Nazi ideology. Hitler's failed beer hall putsch here in 1923 led to his imprisonment in Landsberg jail to the west of the city, where he wrote Mein Kampf. In the pseudo-religious fervour of the Nazis, Munich was a place of temples and meeting places. If Nazism had a holy city, this was it. But Munich lay at the farthest reaches of the Lancaster's range. The longest the crew had flown at night was 5 hours and 10 minutes. Munich was to stretch them by a further 3 hours. They were being thrown in at the deep end. What Ken remembers most vividly was the effect of anxiety on their bowels. It was to be a lingering problem throughout the flight. Once they were in position, the chances of relieving themselves were limited. Ken describes this first mission as an SOB flight, an acronym that did not carry the meaning usually represented by these letters in American English, but rather meant shit or bust. In this earthy description, the reality of the bomber crew is far different from the dashing heroism portrayed by actors like Richard Todd in The Dam Busters. A good mission in Ken's eyes was one from which he returned with dry underwear. Munich's geographical location, only 200 kilometres, 130 miles from the Swiss border, raised the possibility of some interesting escape routes in the event of an emergency. Throughout the war, 250 Allied aircraft crashed or made emergency landings in Switzerland, after which their crews were interned. Although their treatment was generally good, some American servicemen testified to rough treatment from their captors. It seemed there was a measure of pro-German sentiment on the part of some of their Swiss prison guards. American aircrew with German ancestry tended to suffer more than others. Should their aircraft be hit, the prospect of flying a crippled Lancaster home across 700 miles of Nazi-controlled northern Europe was a daunting one. The icy North Sea presented a final challenge to a crew losing height. Even if they survived a ditching, they had only a few minutes in the water before the onset of hypothermia. Some chose an alternative route to try to avoid captivity. The decision ultimately rested with the pilot, as he assessed how badly damaged his aircraft was. Nearly all airmen hated the idea of the parachute, in many cases preferring to stay with their stricken craft until it was absolutely essential to bail out. With escape kits including maps, rations, and a photograph that could be used in false civilian papers, those who parachuted to safety over eastern France could choose to head west and south in the hope of making contact with the resistance group. By early 1943, the ranks of the resistance had been swelled by ever more repressive German policies. A new regulation decreed that all Frenchmen between the ages of 20 and 22 must serve 2 years working in Germany. The promised good wages failed to materialise, and it became clear that these French migrant workers were slave labourers in all but name. Knowing the conditions that awaited them in Germany, many young Frenchmen chose to leave their homes and obtained forged papers to avoid deportation. The resistance movement they joined began to devise more sophisticated escape routes for downed airmen, taking them through Vichy, France, to the Spanish border, and eventually repatriation via Gibraltar. By now, the swell of the engines of a Lancaster was a familiar sound. Each crew member tensed a little as the fully laden bomber picked up speed down the runway. They would never feel relaxed until the wheels had come up and the engines settled into the long climb away. As the Coman's crew took off, they hoped for an uneventful trip. No amount of training could fully prepare them for the experiences that lay ahead. Statistically, they faced much higher odds of loss or injury in their early sorties. Ken Cook was determined to keep his head down and do his job to the best of his ability. It was his way of controlling his feelings of fear. In the close confines of the Lancaster, each man was directly connected to the aircraft by his oxygen supply. The black rubber corrugated hose from their face mask connected to the panel close by with a brass bayonet fitting. Within minutes of connecting up, they had forgotten about the rubbery smell as they got on with the early tasks of the flight. Their world had become the enclosed space around them, the small plotting desk, the dimly lit instruments, or the globe of a gun turret. On a long flight like this one, their progress seemed slow. They knew they were flying at nearly 200 miles per hour, but at this altitude, with little light outside, they sensed only the vibration and noise of the engines. Most could not see anything but their own station in the Lancaster. The flight seemed to be going everywhere, Ken recalls, straying east into Austria before turning west again towards Munich. They could sense Jim Coman's putting the aircraft into the turns, a gentle bank that seemed to accentuate the heaviness of the loaded bomber. After 3 hours flying, the lakes around Munich came into sight, the towering, snow-capped peaks of the Alps dominating the view from Ken's bombing position. In the clear night, he glimpsed the lights of neutral Switzerland twinkling across the border. It seemed strange that life there was going on as normal, while the rest of Europe was embroiled in war. A curtain of hundreds of searchlights created a white wall rising above Munich. There was no choice but to fly through it and hope that their matte black underside would hamper the view of German observers. Flak rose from Munich, travelling upwards almost lazily, far more slowly than they had imagined. Other than Coman's, no one on the crew had seen flak before. The novelty of these peculiar fireworks soon began to wear thin. Ahead, Ken could see the target markers were clearly visible, intense glowing lights for below. Picking up the Wormsee at the start of the bombing run, they turned towards the city centre and began their nerve-jangling straight and level flight. The Wormsee changed its name to Starnberger See in 1962. Ken released the bombs from 17,000 feet. 11 Lancasters had been dispatched from 9 Squadron, and all of them dropped their bombs within 5 minutes of each other, shortly after 22:30 hours. The attack was deemed a success, the squadron report reading, "Bombing was concentrated around the TIs, target indicators, and many bomb bursts were seen. Several large fires were left burning." Flight Sergeant James Argent, pilot of JA 690, reported that the glow from these fires could be seen in Strasbourg, 175 miles away. Far beyond Munich, the vast German Reich stretched deep into Central and Eastern Europe. That same day, 500 miles away near Krakow, German Governor General Hans Frank issued an edict to attempt to legitimize the mass killings taking place in occupied Poland. Far removed from day-to-day life in his quarters and offices at the palatial Wawel Castle, Frank's reign of terror was gathering momentum. Non-Germans who violate laws, decrees, official regulations or orders with the intention of hampering or interfering with German construction work in the Government General will be punished by death. In the days following, prisoners from Warsaw jails were dragged into the streets and shot by firing squad, their mouths filled with cement or taped over to prevent them shouting final patriotic words. They were killed in groups of up to 200 at a time. Those laying flowers at the sites afterwards were fired at indiscriminately. Shortly after landing at RAF Bardney, the crews gathered around small tables for debriefing, sipping tea and smoking as intelligence officers plied them with questions. It was an interesting relationship because it was not in a crew's interest to report their failings. If they had dropped short or in the wrong place, it would be better to blame failing equipment or the shortcomings of the Pathfinders. Although the official report credited 9 Squadron with accurate bombing on their 2nd October mission, the individual reports mention creepback, bombs falling short of the target. By the time the crew made it to their bunks, it was past 4 in the morning. For some, sleep was easy to come by, but others lay awake for some time, playing the night's events through their mind. In their half-sleep, they were still flying, the bunk vibrating to the hum of the Lancaster's engines. As they slept, orders for the day were received and crews allocated. They would be flying another raid that night. Bomber Command took advantage of the cycles of the moon, using the darkest nights to launch their raids. If the weather permitted it, crews would find themselves flying almost daily at some times of the month. 3rd October 1943. Kassel. The medieval city that was home to the Brothers Grimm had developed over the centuries as capital of the region of Hesse. Located on the Fulda River, Kassel was a natural crossing point, bringing trade and prosperity to the whole region. As the railways developed through the Industrial Revolution, the city became home to the Henschel Works, a locomotive manufacturer. The engine works moved to the tank building in 1935. Henschel constructed the Panzer I and III, the factory expanding throughout the war and using as many as 8,000 workers, many of whom were forced labourers. Like dozens of other industrial towns and cities across Germany, Hitler's arms race had made it a prime target for Bomber Command. From 1st of August 1942, Henschel were the sole producers of the Tiger, the most sophisticated and feared tank of the war. During Operation Barbarossa, the realization that Soviet tanks were superior to anything available to the Germans had come as a shock. Designer Erwin Adder's solution was a robust, over-engineered heavyweight, 50 tons, with 120mm armoured plate in places. The Tiger's 8.8cm gun packed a punch that was hard to defend against. Despite huge advantages over its lighter opponents, the Tiger's price tag limited production. Some in the Wehrmacht were scathing of the monster, dismissing it as an impracticality, an expensive tin can. The RAF had hit Kassel on 3 previous occasions, the last attack on the Henschel factory having taken place in late August 1942. Given Kassel's importance, its 1-year escape from the attentions of the bombers is remarkable. All this was to change from 3rd October 1943. It was the start of a series of devastating attacks on the city, which was to be obliterated in a further 17 raids before the war's end. The Comans crew were once again allocated EE-188. Although they had flown only 1 mission in her, the feeling of continuity was comforting. Few Lancasters on the squadron were considered old. ED-188 had rolled off the production line at Chatterton, near Manchester, less than a year ago. She had joined 9 Squadron 3 months earlier, but even that apparently brief period of survival made her a lucky aircraft. It was enough time for the paint to flatten and lighten, and for greasy marks to appear around handles and engine panels. Newer paint, some of it carrying brush marks over the factory-sprayed finish, marked where the aircraft's skin had been patched to repair flak damage. In daylight, the older warriors had a weather-worn look, wearing their scars like campaign medals. Sometimes whole panels several feet square had been reskinned. At other times, smaller holes were patched with plates, each corner curved with a close riveted perimeter. Unlike preserved examples in museums, the operational Lancaster was rarely repainted in its entirety. There were neither the facilities nor the time available to respray the aircraft. Kassel would be another daylight takeoff at around 1830, and a much shorter flight, 5 hours, rather than the 8 to Munich. On the map, Kassel looked like a short hop over the Dutch border, but no aircrew was naive enough to believe this could be easy. This part of northwestern Europe was one of the most intensely defended areas in the world. Pathfinders would mark the target first, and 9 Squadron were among the workhorses following in their wake. As the bombers took off, they formed into a stream of 547 aircraft. 223 Halifaxes, 204 Lancasters, 113 Sterlings, and 7 Mosquitoes. The Mosquitoes were equipped with SAR-8 radar detection and homing devices for night fighter duties. Their task was to defend the bomber stream and attack Luftwaffe fighter airfields. The Sterling was the poorer cousin of the Lancaster and Halifax, flying more slowly and more conspicuously than the others. The 4 Bristol Hercules radial engines produced circular glowing exhaust rings that could be easily visible from a distance, leading many pilots to question the wisdom of sending the Sterling into action. By December of that year, the Sterling was relegated to a training role, leaving frontline service almost exclusively to the Halifax and Lancaster. With numbers came the certainty of air attack, as the bomber stream entered the hornet's nest of German fighter defence. As the sun set golden on the rim of the horizon, the numbing cold penetrated the thick layers of clothing. None were more uncomfortable than tail gunner Jock Bolland, cramped into his perspex and metal booth. At least he had an electrically heated suit, but many turned them off in the knowledge that drowsiness could kill them more quickly than the cold. Gunners had complained that the curved panel immediately above their head reflected light, and that night fighters approaching from above were being missed. Some began to break or remove the upper panel, preferring to endure the icy 200 miles/hour blast than risk missing an attacker. Orders were received that the panels were to be immediately replaced, but, in a standoff, the gunners won the day. The turret remained open to the elements. Bob Pearson, then a 19-year-old tail gunner, remembers. My face was exposed to the slipstream, the temperature of which plummeted the higher we went, but it was better to freeze than not to see the enemy. Some rear gunners greased their cheeks with lanolin to ward off the effects. We were often exposed to temperatures of -30 or -40 degrees. My breath froze into an icicle in front of me. I waited until it was 3 or 4 inches long before breaking it off with my hands. They, at least, were warm, thanks to the 4 pairs of gloves I had on. As the crew crossed the border into Germany, the attacks commenced. Fires could be seen in the sky as bombers were hit by fighters. Trails of tracer rounds could be seen curving through the sky, thin flashes of light marking machine gun fire. At Minden, not far across the German border, a Junkers 88 with upward firing guns began to stalk ED-188. He had seen a contact on his radar screen, a blip of light moving at the right speed for a bomber. Unseen, the night fighter moved in the cover of the dark landscape below. Lining up onto the silhouette of the Lancaster above, he fired a burst from his 2 upward-mounted 20mm cannon. Ken Cook was checking the bomb bay as the fierce crack of shells whistled past. Tracer shot by close to the starboard wing, alerting Comans to a near miss. A split second later, 20mm cannon shells ripped through the floor of the cockpit, leaving the smell of cordite lingering in the air. detectable even with oxygen masks on. Air roared up from the shattered Perspex nose. Shouting a warning, rear gunner Jock Bolland reacted immediately, swinging his turret towards the attacker, but the Junkers was still invisible to him. Pushing the nose down, Comans turned sharply to port, turning on his wingtip into the corkscrew. Flung against their seat straps, the crew clung instinctively to the nearest support. Anything loose in the aircraft, pencils, maps, and bottles containing urine, ricocheted around the sides of the fuselage. Counting on the agility of the Lancaster to confuse the aim of the fighter, Comans bottomed off the sweeping manoeuvre before heading into a climb. They were now flying against the flow of the bomber stream, and it was essential they turned again onto their original position. As he had hoped, the fighter had overshot them and disappeared. After the suddenness of the attack, Comans was aware that the sound of the engines had changed. Looking to his right, he saw the starboard inner engine streaming smoke. Flames flickered around the panels by the exhaust stubs. Instructing Flight Engineer Ken Randall to activate the engine fire extinguishers, Comans shoved the throttle lever of the damaged engine back to the stop and reached for the kill switch. Randall moved quickly. Flipping the spring-loaded cover on the fire button, he paused for a moment to double-check he had identified the correct engine before pressing. Watching the airspeed stabilize in the climb, they waited for the extinguishers in the engine nacelle to kill the flames. It was a tense few minutes. Not only could the fire have ignited the main fuel tanks, but, had it spread, the torch of flame from the engine would have signalled their position for miles around. There was no question in Comans' mind of their continuing the mission. They were at the wrong altitude and position in among a stream of hundreds of other bombers. If they weren't picked off by fighters, they might collide with another aircraft. The voices over the intercom were clear and strong. Everyone was shaken, but unhurt. Comans ordered Ken Cook to jettison the bomb load. They were heading home. It was a risk to leave the bomber stream. Lone targets on enemy radar were fair game for the prowling night fighters. With the weight of bombs gone, the three-engined aircraft seemed to be sprightly enough, and as the minutes passed, confidence rose that they would make it home. With no other bombing duties, Ken took up position in the front turret to keep watch. Secondary problems needed to be overcome, not least that the pneumatic system was fed from the shutdown engine. Initially, this was not an issue. The pneumatic system recharged an air bottle, feeding wheel brakes and radiator shutters. As long as 80 pounds per square inch remained from 300 pounds, the brakes would operate. Another factor that influenced the decision to abandon the bombing run was the lack of vacuum pressure to the bomb site. While there was a vacuum pump on both inner engines and pressure could be transferred, a single pump could supply the flying instruments, but not the bomb site as well. With only 3 engines, it might be necessary to throttle back at times to stabilise the engine temperatures, so Comans relied on flight engineer Ken Randall to keep careful watch. Comans allowed their altitude to slip away on the home leg. Below 10,000 feet, their oxygen masks could come off. It was a relief to breathe without them, although the chilly air tended to set off bouts of coughing. At last, as they dropped below cloud level, they saw the Lincolnshire coast pass beneath them. But even here, they needed to be vigilant. Enemy fighters could be lurking, ready to attach themselves to the incoming stream. It was not unknown for aircraft to be shot down on their final approach. Over the intercom, upper gunner George Widdis began to sing, and soon the whole crew joined in. This communal singing of popular numbers became a tradition as they approached base. Each time it was George who started it, his accent adding a touch of North American glamour. Wireless operator Roy Wolford was also a keen singer. He would enjoy performing in amateur opera after the war. A sense of euphoric relief swept the aircraft as they touched down. 30 minutes ahead of the rest of the returning force, the first to land back at RAF Bardney. It was 1 minute past midnight. The crew always relished the few minutes it took to taxi to their dispersal, savouring the rumble of the tyres beneath them. Opening the bomb bay doors, they swung off the Perry track onto the circular dispersal area assigned to them. They were home. As they shut down and left EE-188, the ground crew were already playing torches on the damaged engine. Oil and fuel were dripping from holes, splashing dark onto the light grey concrete beneath. The wing had been sprayed with machine gun bullets, but the calibre told them it was not German cannon fire from underneath. Rounds from a German fighter would normally produce large, ugly holes in the aluminium, gashes that were several inches long. But these were neat, punched holes, smaller than the width of a little finger, caused by bullets fired from a Browning machine gun. EE-188 had been hit by fire from another Lancaster during the fighter attack. Ironically, it might have been this fire that saved them. Had the Junkers 88 had time to refine his aim, his cannon would have hit the central fuel tanks, destroying the Lancaster in a huge fireball. Such damage was an occupational hazard. Since the Browning .303s used as turret guns in the Lancaster had an effective range of as much as 1,500 yards, incidents of friendly fire were common. Further forward, the damage to the nose was clear. A series of larger holes recorded the German 20mm cannon hits. Only a few feet further back and the shells would have entered the bomb bay, with disastrous results. Instead, and seemingly by a miracle, everyone in the cockpit had remained unscathed. We were lucky. Very lucky, on that occasion, recalls Ken Cook. The ground crew carried over a large wooden stepladder, ready to turn the securing catches to take off the engine side panels. At the very least, it looked likely they would have to make an engine change, and with hangar space limited, they would need to do it here in the open, and begin now. The deep rumble of approaching engines announced the return of the main force. 11 Lancasters gradually joined the circuit, feeding their way down to the runway at Bardney. It was clear that the fighters had been the biggest threat on this mission, and although no aircraft had been lost from the squadron, damage was apparent. At the start of the bombing run, a Focke-Wulf 190 had pounced on Lancaster ED-654, flown by Pilot Officer Walkup. Cannon shells ripped through the fuselage, killing the upper gunner, Sergeant J. Leslie. The tail gunner, Sergeant Mullet, was injured, but reported the FW-190 destroyed in the attack. The intercom and oxygen connection to the rear of the Lancaster was inoperative, and the fuselage holed. For ground crews, seeing their bomber return with damage was disturbing, but nothing was more distressing than removing dead or injured comrades. Evacuation would be carried out immediately the aircraft had rolled to a stop on the nearest piece of Perry track to the runway. Vehicles rushed to the scene, eager hands gently lifting injured crewmen out of the Lancaster's rear door onto a stretcher. Once the ambulances had left, the ground crew would bring a tractor and tow the Lancaster to its dispersal point using a towing arm attached to the rear wheel. The task of cleaning blood from an aircraft was a grim one. Those on the ground also carried a heavy burden. Walkup did not fly again for 2 weeks, but his next flight proved the hazards of flying the Lancaster with one pilot. Sent to Hanover on the night of 18th October, the crew reported no target attacked. When aircraft at 53.20 north and 03.50 south, crew noticed that captain was unwell and not in complete control of the aircraft. It was decided to return to base. Captain just managed to land the aircraft at base and immediately thereafter became unconscious and was taken to hospital. The nature of Walkup's illness is not recorded, but he was removed from flying duties. Away from the dangers and challenges of flying missions over Germany, the crew's accommodation at Bardney was hardly luxurious. The Nissen huts tended to be slightly damp and, as autumn took hold, decidedly chilly. In the wee small hours they didn't care. Pulling the coarse woolen blankets further round their shoulders, they were soon asleep. They didn't stir when the orderly came in at 7 o'clock rattling the pot-bellied stove. He might receive the odd grunt of thanks, but little more. At times through that autumn, they awoke to find neighbouring beds vacant, tidily made up, lockers emptied, ready for replacement airmen. It was as if invisible hosts had spirited away every trace of the previous crew. Nothing was said, but they knew that the previous occupants of these beds were missing, and not expected to return. There were no expressions of grief or gestures of remembrance in the huts. The new men would arrive as quickly as fresh sheets appeared on their beds. In these early weeks of their operational career, the Coman's crew were learning the harsh realities of combat. In training, it had been possible to beat off a fighter attack, claiming that since the guns had loosed off a few hundred blank rounds, their defence had been successful. Fighter affiliation pilots were scathing of reports of their supposed downfall. Pilots who played the enemy in dummy attacks during training. Some of them had fought in the Battle of Britain and derided the idea that they were easily shot down. For all the rigours of training, it could never prepare a pilot for the reality of battle damage and the peculiar problems it caused. Once on a mission, it was as if the pilot's operating notes had been thrown to the wind with only a few scattered pages remaining for reference. For the crew, it was a matter of making it up as they went along, of trying to work out whether technical failures were simple or complex. Fear was perhaps the most corrosive element. When an incident occurred, there were specific drills that the crew were trained to follow, but in the eye of the storm, terror could all too easily take hold again. A crew's mental toughness would dictate its success or failure, and its chances of survival in the future. The incident of Warcup's illness illustrates the courage and dedication of the crew. Although parachuting out of a Lancaster entailed considerable risks, it would arguably have been more sensible to abandon the aircraft than to entrust its landing to a semi-conscious pilot. 22nd October 1943. Kassel. The Coman's crew had unfinished business at Kassel, as did Bomber Command, once they discovered that most of the bombs dropped in the first raid had fallen well short of the target. Damage was reported as far as 15 miles away. With the Henschel plant still in full operation, the US AAF returned in daylight 4 days later, hitting the plant with 122 B-24 bombers. Kassel had reached the top of the list for targets requiring a knockout blow. The largest raid of the war so far was scheduled to be launched against the town on the night of 22nd October 1943. The bomb load chosen was a mix of high explosives and thousands of 4-pound incendiaries. The aim was to create a firestorm in the city centre. It was a brutal and merciless strategy, and one that has attracted much controversy and criticism since, but it was entirely in keeping with the Allied strategy of seeking to disrupt German war production. The bombing of Hamburg 3 months earlier, in July 1943, had been deemed a success. Operation Gomorrah, which consisted of 8 days of attacks that left 42,600 civilians dead and 37,000 wounded, had produced the most destructive outcome of any Allied raids to date. Its impact was believed to be so terrible that Nazi Germany would succumb rather than see similar destruction. It was a calculation that proved to be incorrect, although supporters of the area bombing campaign noted how effectively Hamburg had been neutralised as a centre of industry. It was a logic that, at the time, was hard to argue against. With hindsight, strategists have spent much time exploring theoretical alternatives to area bombing. However, with no Allied soldier yet landed on French beaches, the pressing task was to degrade the German war effort to a critical point before invasion. The crew briefing for Kassel detailed the approach to the target area, a deceptive feint towards Frankfurt before turning sharply onto the target. Taking off at 1800 hours, the city was already burning fiercely when the crew arrived 3 hours later. Ken Cook reported that they attacked at 21:08 from 20,500 feet, dropping their bombs on the southeast corner of the fire. Almost simultaneously, another large fire took hold 4 miles away, and, as the crew turned for home, they could see enormous black clouds of smoke rising. Pilot Officer Manning's crew reported seeing the fires joining up into one massive conflagration. Only minutes later, Manning was hit by a concerted fighter attack involving 4 aircraft, at least 3 of which were Junkers 88s. With the upper gunner killed and tail gunner injured, his Lancaster suffered extensive damage in the 6-minute action. Remarkably, Manning limped back home. His Lancaster was EE-188, the aircraft that had taken the Comans crew successfully to Munich and scraped back from Kassel on their first aborted mission. She had been repaired in a matter of days after the first Kassel attack, but now she faced more in-depth repair. She would return to combat operations 19 days later. Her luck finally ran out on the night of 17th December with Pilot Officer Ian Black and crew on the return from Berlin. RAF Bardney received a radio transmission from her minutes before the end, but no more was heard. EE-188 crashed near Salzburgen, close to the Dutch border, 250 miles from Berlin, killing everyone on board. Black had been caught by night fighter ace Major Egmont Prince zur Lippe Weissenfeld, flying a Bf 110 G4 from Twente airfield in Holland, less than 20 miles away. 25-year-old Lippe Weissenfeld came from the royal household of Lippe, one of the German provinces that lost its monarchy in the new Republic of 1919. He had originally enlisted in the Austrian army, but transferred to the German Luftwaffe in 1939. In August 1943, he was awarded the Knight's Cross, having been credited with 45 aerial victories, nearly all of them at night. 3 months after his successful interception of Pilot Officer Black in EE-188, Lippe Weissenfeld was killed in a flying accident on 12 March 1944. Even from far above the city, the effect of the raid on Kassel was terrifying. Few at 9 Squadron had seen anything as destructive. While large fires were seen on many raids, the scale of damage inflicted on this city was new to them. As at Hamburg, the intensity of burning buildings, many of them wooden-framed medieval structures, created a firestorm. 100-mile-an-hour winds took hold, spreading flames but dragging in oxygen to feed them. Many were suffocated as they took refuge in shelters and basements. Others, attempting to flee, were dragged back towards the inferno. High explosive bombs had ruptured water mains, making firefighting all but impossible. Fires burned for a week after the attack, as rescuers fought desperately to save buried survivors. As in Operation Gomorrah, the destruction was of biblical proportions. The death toll rose to over 10,000 and made a further 150,000 homeless, many of whom chose to become refugees rather than risk staying. Although dry weather had helped the fires of Kassel, further west, strong winds, lashing rain, and low cloud limited operations. Harry Clamper's days, when flying was near impossible, were common. These were typical English autumn days, when Bardney disappeared in a fine mist of dampness, obscuring dispersals and flattening the mood of the ground crew. Even with waterproofs, it was hard to keep dry. By the end of October, the Comans crew had flown 5 combat missions, all to cities in Germany. They had been diverted to different airfields because of damage or bad weather on 2 occasions out of the 5. They were beginning to fight the long battle of winter. While planners were happy with the onset of longer nights, the crews realised their life was perilous enough without bad weather to contend with. Despite night flying training, Jim Comans had never flown in such conditions. Another idea was forming in Jim Comans' mind, perhaps born out of his competitive sporting nature, or perhaps from the need to be a leader rather than a follower. The idea was to volunteer for the Pathfinders. Another 9-squadron crew, led by Jack Anstey, had volunteered and waxed lyrical about their promotion. Ken Cook remembers how any decision to volunteer had to be unanimous, but he adds, "We were young and always looking for a challenge. Besides that, we were good at our job, and we knew it." Nevertheless, a meeting was held with the squadron commander, its mood appropriately serious, given the perils of the course the crew were contemplating. Each member of the Comans crew was asked whether he was happy to join the Pathfinders. No one demurred. There was a price to pay for their enthusiasm, however. A normal tour of duty lasted 30 missions, after which a period of leave was offered. A second tour of 20 missions could be undertaken, but this was at an individual airman's discretion. Pathfinders would normally end their operational flying after 45 missions. Having flown 10 missions with 9 Squadron, the crew were to begin their tour of operations with the Pathfinders immediately. They were not to be offered a break or a period of leave until they had flown another 35 missions. 18th November to 16th December 1943. Berlin. Arthur Bomber Harris, Air Officer Commanding-in-Chief, RAF Bomber Command, directed operations from a large leather-top desk at RAF High Wycombe. The brutally successful attacks on Hamburg and Kassel had whetted his appetite for intensifying the attacks on Berlin. If Germany was to capitulate under the weight of Allied bomber attacks, it had to be during the winter of 1943-44. Harris had a huge force at his disposal. He knew the weight resting on his shoulders. The air armada he commanded was comparable to any of the great fleets of history, and infinitely more powerful than Nelson's at Trafalgar. Nobody could predict the outcome of such force, but it seemed sensible to assume it must bring about the end of the war. Harris knew that once spring came, the invasion of northwest Europe would change priorities, taking the momentum away from his strategy. Having seen the horrors of the trenches at first hand, there was no doubt in his mind that a land war would be cruel and costly. Harris concluded the only way Hitler could be shaken was to pulverise Berlin, destroying Nazi governmental structures and disrupting communications. Harris wrote to Churchill on 3rd November 1943, urging American cooperation with his plans. "We must get the US AAF to wade in with greater force. We can wreck Berlin from end to end if the US AAF will come in on it. It will cost between us 400 to 500 aircraft. It will cost Germany the war." The US AAF, however, badly burned by heavy losses sustained in the Schweinfurt-Regensburg mission of August 1943, would not join Harris's assault on Germany's capital, and Bomber Command would embark on the Battle of Berlin on its own. The start of the operation against the German capital was planned for 18th November 1943. By December, with the aid of early damage reports, Harris was touting the view to the Air Ministry that Berlin would be so damaged it would be in a state of devastation in which surrender is inevitable. Such optimism was not shared by the Lancaster crews at RAF Bardney, for whom each target presented a fresh challenge. After a brief but successful mission to Dusseldorf in early November, the Comans crew prepared for their first trip to Berlin and the first raid in Harris's master plan. Those who had flown there before tended to suck air through their teeth when Berlin was mentioned. Others were more guarded in giving an opinion, but all agreed Berlin was a difficult target. Tonight, it would be important not to hang about. as the rising moon was still strong enough to betray them. But the raid was not to be for the Comans crew. Less than an hour out from Bardney, and only minutes after the navigator had uttered the words, "Enemy coast ahead," the starboard inner engine began to splutter. They were still climbing, or trying to, but it was clear that the ill-performing engine was impeding their progress. Their Lancaster ED-532 was fully loaded, the wings bending perceptibly with the weight. Fuel for such a long trip was a fine balance, and the increased huffing and puffing from the starboard inner was a problem. Comans asked Don Bowes for a return leg course to take them over the bomb jettisoning area. Only a fool would consider bringing back a bombed-up Lancaster in these circumstances. The jettisoning area was marked on maps as a triangular zone at sea, and maritime and air traffic was warned off using it. They had been flying for only 1.5 hours when they touched down at RAF East Kirby, only 13 miles from Bardney. Another faulty Lancaster, W5011, was on the inbound leg to Bardney, so it is likely that Comans was directed to East Kirby instead. Lancaster W5011 made a dramatic arrival back at Bardney 15 minutes later, ploughing across the runway in a wheels-up landing. The reason for return was a sick navigator and a port engine playing up. Why the undercarriage did not function is not clear, nor did it concern the flustered ground crews, who needed to remove W5011 as quickly as possible and sweep the runway free of debris. Fortunately, there were no further early returns, leaving the runway clear for the main arrivals. But 2 squadron aircraft were lost that night. Despite 2 Lancasters from 9 Squadron being detailed to fly a North Sea dinghy search the next day, nothing was found. Although early returns were commonplace, there would always be an examination of the facts by the flight commander to make sure the aircraft had not returned under flimsy pretenses. One of the first indicators of pilot or crew fatigue was the return rate. Although pilots were always cautious about embarking on long flights with any form of technical failure, the return rate for missions with tough targets was higher. Conversely, crews did not like to return early and risk suspicion of LMF, lack of moral fibre, an offence which would see them removed from the squadron with haste. There was little doubt in this case that ED-532 was sick. She required 2 days in repairs before Comans could take her back to Bardney, just hours before he would embark with her once again for Berlin. 2 Lancasters had failed to return from the 18th November raid on Berlin. One was DV-284 G. George, the first 9 Squadron Lancaster the Comans crew had flown 7 weeks before on that grey morning over the Wainfleet Ranges. She wasn't their aircraft. They had not been flying long enough to develop a relationship with a particular Lancaster, but she was one of their regulars. Only the day before they had flown G. George on a practice bomb mission. On DV-284's last, ill-fated journey, she was flown by Pilot Officer Gordon Graham and crew. With them was Pilot Officer John McComb, on his first acclimatization mission before piloting his own crew. McComb was the son of a labourer from the tightly knit terraces of the Shankill area of Belfast. His father James had married Liza Young at the imposing Townsend Street Presbyterian Church in 1919. They were very proud of John as their eldest son. Not only had he succeeded in pilot training, but a month before this flight had been promoted to pilot officer. It was a rise in social status they could hardly have imagined before the war. But all their hopes for John would be cruelly swept away when DV-284 was caught by flak 95 miles southwest of Berlin. It looks likely she was caught in the flak belt of Leipzig, crashing near the small town of Bergwerben. Although he would have been a face among the crowd of some 140 men in the briefing room at RAF Bardney, it is unlikely that Ken Cook met John McComb. He was new, had probably been on base for less than a week, and was lost too soon to feature in the memoirs and stories of the squadron. After the war, the crew of DV-284 were reinterred together at the Berlin 1939 to 1945 War Cemetery at Charlottenburg, close to the shores of Lake Havel. They lie together in the city they could not escape. The bomber crews had no idea of the target strategy of their superiors. However, it became very apparent that Berlin had become a central focus for Bomber Command. After the technical issues and aborted mission of 18th November, the Coman's crew flew against Berlin on 22nd, 23rd and 26th of that month. It was a level of combat flying they could hardly have imagined as they were pottering around Britain in Avro Ansons a year earlier. Berlin would be the most frightening ride of their lives, hundreds of aircraft converging on the city night after night. As they jostled for position over the burning maelstrom below, they could see Lancasters to each side of them and, most disturbingly, underneath them on the bombing run. The planners had hoped each element of the stream would arrive on time at altitudes that would avoid such crossovers, but the reality was far more chaotic. Even if each crew had managed to navigate successfully, the effects of headwind and occasional avoidance measures meant that timings were fluid. To the credit of 9 Squadron, most aircraft embarked on their bombing run within minutes of each other after the 600-mile outbound journey. However, once the bombers approached the searchlight and flak belts, it was every man for himself. Ken Cook recalls the shock of a near miss over Berlin on the final run into target. As they concentrated on flying straight and level, a roar like an express train pounded their aircraft. A Lancaster passed above them, missing by only a few feet. George Widdis stared wide-eyed from his upper gunner's position at the huge dark underside of the aircraft as it swept over them. The downdraft swung their Lancaster, juddering Coman's controls for a second as their unwelcome friend disappeared to starboard. It happened on more than one occasion, and for a crew already tensed for the possibility of fighter or flak, this sudden interference reduced their chances of returning home with unsoiled underwear. Another 9 Squadron Lancaster, EM-361, flown by Flying Officer Reed, experienced a terrifying stall spin when trying to avoid a collision with another bomber at 21,000 feet. Reed estimated the spin lasted over 30 seconds as the aircraft plummeted 7,000 feet before he regained control. Had the design of the Lancaster not been so sturdy, undoubtedly the wings would have folded underneath the enormous strain. In these desperate late November nights over Berlin, it was clear an uneventful mission was an impossibility. The squadron were losing 1 bomber per trip, sometimes 2, with many reports of near misses, accidents, or unpleasant incidents. The return flight of 23rd November was marred by poor weather conditions, with some crews reporting electrical storms and torrential rain. Flight Lieutenant Hadland described his last 100 miles as bumpy indeed, with the cloud base down to less than 1,000 feet. After his extensive swim in the North Sea, he knew all too well the consequences of losing too much altitude. The Coman's crew reported the last 100 miles to be very unpleasant, heavy rain hampering their progress. Others did not make safe landings. After overshooting when their undercarriage indicator lights failed to show, Pilot Officer Ward and crew in DV-327 suffered a sudden drop on their next approach, causing the Lancaster to slip starboard, crashing short of the airfield. They were lucky. All walked away from the accident unhurt. Another crew from 9 Squadron in Lancaster ED-656, flown by Pilot Officer N.G. Robinson, were not, the bomber crashing 10 miles north of Bardney and killing all but 2 of its crew. The losses of 9 Squadron were typical of these operations. Loss rates were running at over 3% of the force sent, but at this early stage in the battle, Harris was not too concerned. Later the rate would rise, with some raids losing over 7% of their bombers, figures close to disastrous. When the crew returned from their mission on 26 November, the third they had made to Berlin in 5 days, it is apparent they were in good spirits. The raid had gone well for them. The target marking had been tight, and Ken Cook felt the bombing to be smack on point. Their entry in squadron records is concise. Primary attacked, 21,000 feet. Concentrations of fires seen east and west of AP, aiming point. Green flares dropped in centre of concentrations. Attack concentrated. Best of 3 this week. Meanwhile, word had come through that they had been accepted to join the Pathfinders. Their posting was to be to 97 Squadron at RAF Bourne, close to Cambridge. But before then, and immediately after Christmas, they were to be sent on a navigation course to RAF Upward, south of Peterborough. The Comans crew's last mission with 9 Squadron was to Berlin on the night of 16th December 1943, a date that would become infamous with Bomber Command. Black Thursday, a raid in which dozens of bombers were lost. The enemy on this night was thick fog, which made landing extremely hazardous. The Comans crew returned safely to land at RAF Leakenfield, north of Bardney, in the East Riding of Yorkshire, after feeling their way home through intensely thick mist. Bombers were scattered all over the eastern region, but 97 Squadron suffered the most, losing some of their most experienced crews in crashes. Across Europe, for most people, Christmas 1943 brought little to celebrate. In Berlin, the floor of a large gymnasium was filled with the victims of Bomber Command's deadly sorties. Christmas trees lined the walls as undertakers brought in hundreds of coffins. Despite generous sprinklings of disinfectant among the contorted shapes, the smell in this makeshift morgue was appalling. There would be no respite for Berlin amid the smoking ruins and shattered roads of the city. Bomber Command would return with redoubled ferocity in the new year. In southern Italy, near Ortona, on the coast of Abruzzo, Allied troops celebrated in their forward positions, a little disgruntled that the Germans appeared to have the luxury of a church service across the valley. The battle for Ortona raged throughout the Christmas period, a fierce close combat battle likened to Stalingrad by those who fought there. At Carthage in North Africa, Churchill had been dangerously ill with pneumonia and heart problems. Suffering a fever that lasted 6 days, even Churchill was unsure of his chances of survival. He told his daughter Sarah not to worry. "It doesn't matter if I die now. The plans for victory have been laid. It is only a matter of time." By Christmas Day he had recovered enough to meet with General Eisenhower, although he was still in his dressing gown. For many, not able to leave the confines of barracks and air bases, Glenn Miller's live broadcast performance from the Halloran General Hospital in Staten Island brightened their day. But few could forget it was a Christmas at war. In England, the Pathfinder navigation course began at RAF Upward on 27th December, setting the Comans crew on the next leg of their adventure. Chapter 5. Bourne. The Road to Black Thursday. April 1941. Skimming just below the dull base of the clouds, the German pilot kept the Junkers Ju-88C low and fast as his navigator checked their bearings. If a night fighter appeared, he would pull up into the overcast. The rooftops of a large town appeared ahead. He steered to port, keeping Cambridge on his right. Easing the aircraft gently upwards, they spotted the St. Neots Road running ahead of them, and their target appeared as marked on their map. The smooth runways caught the light, a new moon revealing just enough to guide the Junkers to them. In a broad, sweeping turn, the aircraft lined up along the centre of the runway. It was impossible to miss, being longer and wider than most of the men had seen in Germany or France. He bore down across the base of the runway and, As the broadness of the new asphalt filled the pilot's view, he knew this was an easy target. Speeding past the first intersection of the runways, the crew could hear the muffled explosions of their bombs behind them. The Junkers crew expected anti-aircraft fire to streak towards them, but there was no sign of opposition. Going around again, the pilot flew towards the network of low buildings until their mass was just in his gun sight. He pressed his trigger, feeling the pounding of the guns in the aircraft's nose. He pulled up sharply, tipping the Junkers on one wing as his rear gunner fired a few rounds towards the target. Enough. They knew they would have awoken every defence for 100 miles around. Getting the Junkers down towards the hedgerows, they sped homeward. It was first light before a party of men set out to look at the damage at RAF Bourne. They had been warned that going out in the dark was dangerous in case the raider had sown butterfly bombs. A little over 18 inches long, these small grenades had spring-loaded arms that shot out of the body to arm them. If they were touched on the ground, they would go off. Thankfully, this morning, there was no sign of the devices. This had been a standard lone intruder attack, typical of dozens the Luftwaffe launched across Britain. Curious foremen gathered around the depressions of the bomb craters. Many of them had never seen one before. They agreed they were a nuisance, but could be repaired soon. Most of the debris could be shoveled back into the holes and packed down before new concrete was poured and asphalt relaid on top. Happily, the raid caused no deaths or injuries. The airfield was unfinished and there were, therefore, few men around the site. Nor were there any aircraft at Bourne that April day. They would not be arriving for some time. For centuries, these fields had been farmed without disturbance. Crops had been planted, grown, and harvested here, across the many years of change from the Norman conquest to the Napoleonic Wars. Little broke the quietness around the small villages of Bourne, Little Granston, and Hardwick. They prospered as Cambridge, their sophisticated neighbour 8 miles to the east, grew in size and importance. In the 19th century, more affluent visitors discovered the villages and began the rural escape, building handsome houses with gardens. Girls from the villages found work as servants, cooking and cleaning for their wealthier neighbours. Most workers were employed on the land, but the Great Depression reduced Bourne's population to less than 600. The motor car brought new visitors, dodging horses and alerting walkers with noisy horns. Carefree students, picnics in their rucksacks, roamed the narrow lanes on bicycles on sunny Sunday afternoons. The gentle pace of life had changed little until the day, in the summer of 1939, when a car arrived in the yard at Grange Farm. Men in suits and trilbies stepped out, accompanied by an RAF officer. There had been word for some time around the farmers' markets that land was being bought up for airfields. RAF Oakington, 4 miles to the northeast, had already displaced its tenants to begin construction. The strangers at Grange Farm walked out into the fields carrying stands and theodolites. They paused to hold wind speed measuring devices above their heads, noting measurements on clipboards. There weren't too many gradients to survey. They could see that most of the surrounding land was flat, both south of the St Neots Road and around the lane that led west to Bourne Village. On the eastern boundary, the settlement of Highfields Calcutta presented a slight challenge with its lines of houses, long gardens, and small holdings. Still, they felt there was enough room to fit the 3 transecting runways. Ancient hedgerows and trees would have to go, but there was no question of protest delaying the work. The farmer watched their progress with growing apprehension. The men had spent hours in his fields, so he knew that the interest of the Air Ministry was not a passing whim. As the delegation packed the boot of their car, they refused to be drawn on the nature of their work. They had 4 more farms to visit, after which the farmers would be informed in writing. Land surveys were taking place throughout the region, and in some cases nothing further was heard. Perhaps this too was just another contingency plan to be stored away in a manila file in the depths of Whitehall. But for landowners around Bourne, the answer was swift. Letters arrived from the Air Ministry stating which fields were to be requisitioned. Financial compensation would be provided, but this offered little comfort to those who were losing land that had been in their families for generations. Complaints were widespread. The Rutland branch of the National Farmers Union reporting that, in 99 cases out of 100, RAF officers had no idea about farming. Even furious interventions by local politicians had little effect. There was a war on, they were told. The novelist E.M. Forster warned, "The fighting services are bound to become serious enemies of what is left of England. Wherever they see a tract of wild, unspoiled country, they naturally want it for camps, artillery practice, bomb dropping, or poison gas tests." If Forster's intervention seems a little melodramatic, it is worth recording that, by 1944, as much as 11 million acres, 20% of Britain's land surface, was under some form of military control. Directions issued by the War Office in May 1940 regarding the acquisition of farming land instructed that the military had absolute discretion to override any such objections. Complaints would not be permitted to seek redress in the courts, and there was to be no public inquiry or further consultation. The landowner was powerless to stand against the will of the war ministries. The land for RAF Bourne was acquired in early 1940, with 400 acres taken from Grange Farm in the south, Great Common Farm in the west, and Highfield Farm. Grange Farm was so reduced that it ceased to exist. In common with many others whose acres were requisitioned for defence use during the Second World War, the owners were unable to recover their land after the end of the conflict. The site of the farmhouse and buildings fell within the river of new concrete that formed the runways. Once they were swept away, they were gone forever. One wooden-clad barn survived to be used for motor vehicle garaging, a forlorn memory in the featureless expanse of runway and grass. Local children remember the first signs of change came with the felling of trees. Soon afterwards, an army of men and bulldozers moved in to clear away any encumbrance to the new airfield. From dawn until dusk, the fields reverberated to the groaning of tracked vehicles crashing through the bases of hedgerows. Convoys of lorries transported large quantities of earth as diggers began cutting a network of channels in the soil, in which workers laid miles of drainage pipes. The size of the task amazed the villagers, who gazed across the new landscape stretching far into the distance. Thousands of tons of crushed stone were brought from quarries in a stream of dumper lorries, trailing dust clouds in their wake. When the time came to lay the runways, men stripped to the waist to toil over large steel frames as machines pounded the soft concrete slurry flat. An average airfield took 18,000 tons of cement and 90,000 tons of aggregate. Many said it was the hardest work they had done in their lives. It soon became apparent that one of the roads from Bourne would have to be rerouted as it crossed the airfield's planned accommodation area. A small village of green Nissen huts appeared in the fields. Invented by the American-born army officer Peter Nissen in 1916, the curved roofed huts were easily built in sections and required only a concrete pad to sit on. Accommodation blocks, washrooms, offices and briefing rooms all clustered around narrow paths. The Nissens were supplemented with concrete sectional buildings, brought onto the site and bolted together. The simplicity of the buildings belied the extraordinary efforts required to support them. Drainage, sewers, pump stations, water pipes, fire hydrants, and miles of electrical and telephone cables had to be installed and laid. Had RAF Bourne been one of only a few airfields built, it would have still counted as an engineering wonder, but it was one of hundreds of airfields that were constructed around the country at the same time. The enormity and ambition of this building programme is little short of awe-inspiring. Only 4 miles away to the northeast, its sister airfield at Little Granston was also under construction. Before the war's end, the RAF had more than 800 bases in use, from radar sites to small backwoods flying fields, scattered the length and breadth of Britain. Bomber Command had 103 operational bases stretching from North Yorkshire to Suffolk, each averaging 2,000 staff. Although it was originally proposed as a satellite airfield for RAF Oakington, Bourne soon took on a life of its own. Even as the lone Junkers 88 attacked in April 1941, plans were in place for the nearly completed airfield to be upgraded. The new specifications meant that the runways would be lengthened and widened to take the expected new generation of heavy bombers. Finally, in February 1942, it welcomed its first operational aircraft, 101 Squadron flying Vickers Wellingtons. Local boys stood wide-eyed in wonder as the bombers flew into RAF Bourne. It was a sight they would become familiar with, but each remembered the first time they saw the Wellingtons enter the circuit before landing. Approaching slowly, the sound of engines seemed to fill the sky. The outline of their dark, bulbous fuselage would change shape as the wheels dropped. Lining up on the runway 2 miles away, their landing lights appeared, shining brightly against the grey sky. The shape of their wings grew larger as others filed in behind them, ready to land. Sweeping over the hedges of the nearby fields, they sank onto the runway with a distant screech of tyres. The boys pedalled furiously along the lanes to get a better view. The arrival of the Wellingtons had been the last piece in the giant jigsaw puzzle. The site was now packed with airmen, 1,805 men and 276 women. The invasion was not unwelcome. Local businesses, not least the pubs, prospered, and while some still considered the destruction of the farms to be an act of vandalism, others saw the new airfield as a business opportunity. For the next few years, the buses into Cambridge were fuller and more frequent. The university, however, was quieter, as many undergraduates chose to break their studies to serve in the forces. The regular town and gown population was boosted by numbers of blue uniformed airmen collected from a dozen or more local airfields in the evening rush for cinemas and dances. The influx of Americans had not yet got underway in early 1942, and the Royal Air Force men still had the pick of the ladies, although they were frequently in competition with soldiers. The pace of flights around Bourne became constant. Through the day, Wellingtons would take off for test flights and navigation exercises. With other airfields nearby, it seemed the drone of aircraft was constant. In the early evenings, the Wellingtons hung low after takeoff. Everyone in the area got to know the straining sound of Bristol Pegasus radial engines at full power. Sometimes they circled the airfield as they gained altitude, before breaking into a loose formation to fly east. At this early point in the war, 101 Squadron was only fielding 8 to 10 aircraft per raid, sometimes fewer. The dots of the bombers had finally disappeared into the gathering darkness. Several hours later, the noise of the returning Wellingtons would once again fill the quiet lanes and gardens of Bourne. But under the cloak of darkness, the villagers could not see how many came back. Sometimes, inevitably, bombers that took off safely failed to return. Their losses affected other communities, hundreds of miles away in Holland, Belgium and France. Wellington R1703 of 101 Squadron, stationed at RAF Oakington, crashed at Boksburg Heide near Genk in Belgium on 31st August 1941, killing 3 of its crew. The Germans buried the bodies of 22-year-old pilot officer Frederick Ashton, Navigator Sergeant Ernest Lane, and wireless operator Sergeant John Redden on barren heathland near the village. The graves soon became a symbol of resistance, with flowers and stones laid around them. When they were desecrated by German sympathisers, local children continued to restore the graves. A wooden cross made by Polish labourers was put up, but was repeatedly torn down. A more substantial concrete cross was constructed in secret at the nearby Winterslag coal mine in 1943 and erected with a firm foundation. This became known as the Heidekruis, the cross on the heather, and would lead to the building, after the war, of a larger monument to 139 RAF aircrew who had lost their lives in the region. The cross began a tradition of remembrance, with children laying flowers every second Tuesday in September. Bomber Command's onslaught on German cities in the early months of 1942 produced many angry protests from the Nazi propaganda machine, but little in the way of retaliation. The Luftwaffe had its hands full in Russia and lacked the bombers to attack airfields like RAF Born. The Germans knew precisely where the bombers were flying from and which squadrons were based at each airfield. Special holding and interrogation centres, Dulag Luft, were set up by the Luftwaffe for the growing stream of shot-down airmen, the principal camp located at Oberursel near Frankfurt. Dulag Luft is short for Durchgangslager der Luftwaffe, Air Force Transit Camp. Captured Allied airmen spent time at the Dulag before being housed permanently in a Stammlager, or main camp. In addition to interrogations, much information had been gleaned from high-level photography. Now that the British had good radar cover and integrated fighter units, the Germans knew that launching raids was a trickier proposition than it had been in 1940-41, when the skies had been comparatively open. However, some response was required. On 12 September 1942, high above the English Channel in a Junkers 86 R2, Sergeant Horst Goetz could clearly make out the French and English coasts far beneath. His crew sat in a pressurised cabin, to their knowledge untouchable from interference by enemy fighters. At 42,000 feet, their nitrous oxide-injected diesel engines purred, powering two four-bladed props slicing the thin air. This was one of Hitler's secret weapons, a reconnaissance plane that was clearly visible to British radar, but flying 20,000 feet above the ceiling of a Spitfire. From their eagle's eye, the Germans used banks of cameras to photograph large swathes of England, plotting every airfield. Suddenly, a flash of sunlight to the rear of the Ju-86 formed into an unmistakable shape. The navigator alerted Goetz that he had seen a fighter, but how could this be? Goetz had watched Spitfires try to close on him before. Their distinctive shapes and slim noses pointed upwards had always failed to reach his altitude. This time disbelief turned to alarm as the Spitfire closed in, firing at the Junkers. Cannon shells whipped past, flashes of bright light zipping and cracking over the cockpit. The fighter dropped away after its first attack, but was not for giving in. For the next 45 minutes, Junkers and Spitfire engaged in the highest dogfight of the Second World War, as Goetz tried to slip and turn his slow bomber away from the sleek blue fighter. When a heavy thump resounded through his aircraft, the German knew he had been hit. Goetz finally managed to make his escape, turning for home in the knowledge that the Ju-86 had lost its invulnerability. The Junkers 86 had first appeared high in the skies of Britain in 1940, and, for a brief period, flew without challenge. Strangely, the Junkers 86 was not the product of an extensive scientific program, but a remodel of a redundant design. The early 86, supposedly designed as a civilian passenger plane, was in fact a bomber. It had flown in the 1930s during the Spanish Civil War, when Nazi Germany supported Franco's nationalists in Spain with the Condor Legion, but it was found to be too slow. The bomb load was small, and by the outbreak of the Second World War, the Junkers 86 was pushed into the reserves. When Junkers answered the call to provide a high-level reconnaissance aircraft, they chose to modify the 86 rather than create a completely new aeroplane. The new re-engined aircraft were still slow and were unarmed, but they propelled the crew to heights considered to be the realm of spacemen. During 1940, they were untouchable, but did not drop bombs. The RAF had enough to contend with trying to deal with high-flying reconnaissance aircraft of more conventional design. Flying at 20,000 feet, these aircraft, such as the Junkers 88 and 188, were within the reach of RAF fighters but were often successful in outwitting their pursuers. The extent to which the Luftwaffe mapped Britain was not fully appreciated until after the war. In 1963, a group of German industrialists flew into Silloth on the North Cumbrian coast to visit local factories. RAF Silloth had been a coastal command station and considered relatively isolated from Luftwaffe interference. It had suffered the attentions of a few lone raiders, but nothing of significance. When the welcoming committee greeted the Germans, one announced he had been to Silloth before. He pulled a folded reconnaissance photograph of the airfield from his jacket pocket and presented it to his surprised hosts. The detail of the airfield had been labelled in German. Hangars, fuel dumps, and fire station were all clearly marked. Before the RAF could deal with the Junkers 86 in 1940, they had disappeared. Withdrawn to the Russian front in 1941, only small numbers were available. Britain was left untroubled by their prying eyes. Despite this, Junkers continued to improve their design, particularly increasing engine power. In Britain, the Air Ministry were also working on designs for high-level aircraft, but with the threat diminished, progress was slow. When the Junkers 86 reappeared in 1942, it came as a bomber in an attempt to avenge the nightly RAF onslaught. Although they never flew in more than twos and could carry only one 55-pound bomb each, their unreachable nature created a considerable threat. A bomb dropped in the centre of Bristol during the morning commute on 28 August 1942 killed 48 civilians. Near panic ensued in the Air Ministry. Fred Plum, manager of the experimental section at de Havilland, called an urgent shop floor meeting. Instructing the men to move their prototype pressurized Mosquito, a plane intended to fly at high altitude, into the hangar, he stood on a soapbox to address them. Explaining the situation, he said that work needed to start immediately to fit a new nose on the aircraft to house guns. Pausing for a second, he viewed the crowd before exclaiming, "You aren't listening to what I'm saying. I said that we are starting straight away. Hasn't anyone got a saw?" A carpenter rushed off to find tools, and after being instructed where to cut, began slicing through the plywood nose. Fred Plum continued his address, interrupted only by the sound of the nose crashing to the floor. Supermarine were also answering the call to arms in the form of a flight of specially adapted Spitfires at RAF Croydon. All excess weight was stripped back, new wooden, lightweight propellers were fitted, and pilots trained in high-altitude physiology. On 12 September 1942, as we have seen, pilot officer Emanuel Galitzine, flying his high-altitude Spitfire, successfully intercepted the Junkers 86 of Horst Gutz. Despite only hitting the aircraft with one cannon shell before his guns froze, it was enough to persuade the Germans that the Junkers was now vulnerable. Overflights of Britain by the Ju-86 were suspended. 3 days earlier, the peace of RAF Born had been shattered by another night raider. The Stirlings of 15 Squadron had been at Born for under a month, yet it seemed the Luftwaffe already knew where they were. The few bombs scattered by the Dornier Do-217 did little damage, however. The raider was caught almost immediately afterwards by a Mosquito night fighter, crashing 5 miles away near the village of Orwell, with the loss of all 4 crew. On 18 April 1943, the sight of heavy bombers circling Bourne announced the arrival of 97 Straits Settlement Squadron. Word quickly spread in the village that Avro Lancasters were arriving. The aircraft had gained a reputation in the press for both its effectiveness and aesthetics. As part of the newly formed Pathfinders, the squadron regulars did not welcome the move to Cambridgeshire. Until now, 97 Squadron had remained in a knot of Lincolnshire bases, RAF Waddington, Coningsby, and Woodall Spa. The established social life of Lincolnshire provided well-known pubs, frequent dancers, and opportunities for liaisons with the opposite sex. The officers' mess at Woodall Spa was based in the palatial Petwood Hotel, arguably the most luxurious posting in the Royal Air Force. Petwood, a sprawling Tudor Beetham building, had been built by a wealthy heiress, Baroness Grace von Eckartstein, using her favourite wood, Petwood, and she later turned the house into a hotel, which was requisitioned by the RAF when war came. Life between raids might include a stroll around the manicured gardens or a drink in the bar. For 97 Squadron, coming to Bourne with its temporary buildings and soggy footpaths was a shock. The Comans crew, however, arrived at Bourne in December 1943 from RAF Bardney in Lincolnshire, a similarly Spartan and mud-laden camp. So for them, Bourne was less of a jolt to the system. 3 crews did not follow 97 Squadron to Bourne. Pilots John Maltby, Joe McCarthy, and Les Munro slipped away to serve in a new secret squadron. They had little clue that their next operation would rank as one of the most famous of the war. Maltby had only just returned to operations with a new crew in early March 1943. McCarthy and Munro were just completing their tour of operations when they received the telephone call from squadron leader Guy Gibson, inviting them to join the mysterious X Squadron, later known as 617. In the frequent movement of crews, the transfer went unnoticed. It was not until after the Dambusters raid 2 months later that their names became better known. The numbers of air accidents around Bourne decreased with the arrival of the Lancasters, although for some village residents the impact of the aircraft was more disturbing than others. When the wind changed its prevailing course, the villages of Highfield and Hardwick were on the flight path of one of the runways, the shortest of the 3. A local man, Bob Plain, recalled Lancasters labouring to gain height as they flew directly overhead. They used to come over the tops of the houses laden with bombs, and one would think, please God, let them get over. You would be sitting there with a cup of tea, and when they had gone over, the saucer was full of tea, and the cup was only half full because of the vibrations. Life on the bustling RAF station filtered down into the community. Local girls introduced young men to their parents over Sunday tea, women took in washing for officers, and aircrew became known in local pubs. The goings-on at the airfield were a topic of daily village conversation, but never with strangers. When word spread of men failing to return from a mission, their losses were keenly felt in these rural Cambridgeshire villages. 97 Squadron spent exactly 12 months at Bourne as Pathfinders with 8 Group. Their operational career had begun 2 years earlier, on 9th April 1941, when 4 aircraft were dispatched to Kiel to attack naval facilities. In the words of the Australian Associated Press report, the Air Ministry announced today that planes of the Bomber Command heavily and successfully attacked the important naval port of Kiel last night in perfect weather. Great fires raged in the town, while hundreds of tons of the most powerful bombs caused destruction to the submarine building yards and docks. An examination of statistics reveals that whether the bombers flew in small or large numbers, loss rates were still high. In the first 2 years 97 Squadron was operational, it had lost 38 aircraft, but numbers dispatched on each raid through 1941 averaged less than 5. On a number of occasions, a single bomber was the only contribution to the combined force. As the rate of aircraft production gained momentum, the numbers of aircraft sent on raids by 97 Squadron rose, and by the time of their arrival at RAF Bourne, they were frequently sending as many as 10 aircraft per raid. Numbers continued to rise in the first half of 1943, reaching their full complement of aircraft with the 21 Lancasters sent to Hamburg in July. 97 Squadron were to lose 59 aircraft in 467 sorties from Bourne during their 12-month tenancy. Bad weather hampered operations soon after 97 Squadron arrived at Bourne, and it was not until 26 April 1943 that 8 Lancasters set off for Duisburg in the Rhineland, the world's largest inland port. Although the Pathfinder force claimed to have marked the target accurately, it was clear by daylight reconnaissance that they had marked the northeast part of the city rather than the area of Dockland at the confluence of the rivers Ruhr and Rhine. Although Bourne's aircraft all returned, Sergeant Anthony Riley landed with flak damage after being caught over the target by searchlights. One of the crew's worst nightmares was to be coned. After one searchlight had fastened onto an aircraft, 4 or 5 others might quickly do the same, creating interlocking beams and thereby illuminating the bomber for the AA guns on the ground. To be found by one searchlight was uncomfortable, but once others joined it, it was very difficult to escape into the safety of darkness. Riley had used every trick he could think of in jinking and diving his Lancaster. When the flak hit, everything became a blur of bright light and confusion. Giving the command to jettison the aircraft's bomb load, he successfully dived free of the lights, all too aware as he did so that he was placing his aircraft at greater risk of collision with the other bombers. 97 Squadron again escaped losses during a raid on Essen 4 days later. Was Bourne proving to be a lucky station? Any such hopes would be dashed by an incident on the return from the next raid to Dortmund on 4th May. Once again, Anthony Riley's crew were caught in a drama as they returned in bad weather. Diverting to RAF Waterbeach just north of Cambridge, Riley overshot the landing and collided with a Park Stirling bomber. Riley was killed, and 3 other crew suffered multiple injuries. This, 97 Squadron's first loss during its time at Bourne, proved that the weather could be as dangerous an enemy as the guns of the German night fighters. Riley had barely begun his operational career. Having arrived fresh from training on 8th March, he and his crew were only on their 6th sortie. 16th-17th December 1943. One night would cast a long shadow over RAF Bourne. Black Thursday is noted for heavy losses throughout Bomber Command, but it proved to be especially costly for 97 Squadron. Following a raid on Berlin, the returning force was informed that thick fog had formed around the whole northeastern part of Britain. As many as 483 Lancasters and 10 Mosquitoes were airborne at the time. Concern on the ground mounted. The fog seemed so thick as to be impenetrable. It was past midnight when the Lancasters began their approach to home, on the darkest of nights, and with the ground beneath them completely obscured. As the pilots let down through the banks of swirling mist, they watched their altimeters wind down. Alarmed there was no sign of breaking through the cloud base. The controllers at Bourne radioed each aircraft, holding them in a pattern 500 feet apart in altitude. The drone of Lancasters circling resounded in the gloom. Even with their landing lights on, the ground crews could only see a fleeting glow as an aircraft passed overhead. When called in to attempt a landing, the pilots used a blind landing radio navigation system known as SBA, Standard Beam Approach, to locate the runway. On the night of 16th-17th December, the pilots' approaches were entirely blind, with visibility reduced to less than 100 yards on the ground. SBA transmitted a series of bleeps and, as it fell silent, the pilot would tune in to the next marker. However, following the SBA was not a complete solution. To land safely, they still needed to see the ground lights. For most of the Lancaster crews, the conditions that night were the worst they had ever experienced. Elsewhere, the situation was little better, with the cloud base as low as 500 feet. In North Yorkshire, Flying Officer Russell Clark in Lancaster DS-737 of 408 Squadron was attempting to return to RAF Linton-on-Ouse, but was advised that the fog was too thick. He was redirected to RAF Topcliffe, and then RAF Leaming. The conditions there were no better. Lost, and short of fuel, Clark's Lancaster struck high ground between the villages of Boltby and Hornby near Thirsk. Clark, a Canadian, survived the initial crash landing, along with 2 other members of the 7-man crew, but died of his injuries on 21st December. Other aircraft diverted to airfields in Lincolnshire and Norfolk where a system known as FIDO, Fog Investigation Dispersal Operation, was used. Rows of pipes and burners running along each side of the runway enabled fuel to be lit in jets, providing a wall of flame to disperse fog. The closest FIDO-equipped airfield to Bourne was RAF Gravely, 6 miles to the northwest, but landing there was still immensely difficult. Even with jets of flame illuminating the runway, the airfield was hard to find. With fuel becoming critical, the controllers at Bourne called in the Lancasters of 97 Squadron one at a time from their holding positions. Descending through the thick mist, the pilots were desperate to glimpse the runway flare path. The pinging of the SBA tones in their ears told them they should be very close. However, a fleeting vision of the runway lights to one side of them told them they had missed, and powering up the Merlins, they pulled back on the yoke. Gradually, amid the chaos of missed approaches, false hopes, and sheer terror, aircraft began to land. The first crash on the airfield boundary at Bourne shocked everyone. Through the fog, the burning wreck served as a terrible beacon. Flight Lieutenant Charles Owen in JB 671 had reached the end of his patience. His instruments were failing, fuel was low, and he was not prepared to hold any longer. The deceptively matter-of-fact account he entered in his diary hardly begins to capture the tension and anxiety that must have attended his landing. Trip was generally quieter than usual, 10-10 cloud over the target and rather less flak than usual. W/T and Y and G packed up on the way home.